And good morning and welcome to the Victorian Croquet Centre, where play in the Victorian AC Men's and Women's Championships resumes for the second day. I'm joined today by David Hill. My name's Andrew Moulton.
David Pryor. Greg Hill is one of the players we're watching. He's playing Gary Phipps in the Block B of this tournament. After the round robin, there will be probably just the one final between the winners of the two blocks.
And as play gets underway in this game, David, we'd just like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people of the Kulin Nation as the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and play today. And of course, Croquet Victoria and all the players and officials present today pay our respects to elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples.
Indeed. So Gary has started with a super shot. Sounds pretentious, but simply a shot towards the middle. But
so normally, David, players would commence with a shot similar to that Greg just played. They would play one of their balls to one of the side boundaries.
Yes, the game tends to start in a very defensive way. The super shot's more aggressive. So Greg Hill he's playing green and brown. He's played to maximum distance roughly, so his ball's as far away as possible from both A balk and B balk, which are the two options you've got for where you start the game.
So Gary chose to place his first ball out in the open on the lawn. Surely, David, that puts it in a fairly vulnerable position.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. If someone shoots hard at it from either balk line and they miss, they're going to end up at the opposite balk line. So it's tempting to have a go at it, but it's disastrous if you miss.
So you mentioned earlier, David, that a player has the option of hitting their ball in from either the A or B balk. That's a position at either end of the court. And Gary seems to have opted to take his second ball, the white ball, up to the B balk to play it in.
Yeah, this might be a good time to just mention the geometry of the court for those who are not familiar with croquet. We talk about the south and north ends of the court. The B balk is at what we call the north end, and the southwest corner is where the first hoop is located. That's the hoop with the the blue bar across the top of it.
So Gary has attempted a croquet attempt on brown. Unfortunately, he's missed a little to the left. We see that his ball has crossed the boundary line where he's placed the mallet. He'll now pick that ball up, bring it back to the point where it crossed the boundary line and measure it in 1 yard.
So that again is a relatively aggressive shot for the start of the game. He has gone for the shortest target and ended up close to it, knowing that if Greg Hill misses with his last balk line shot, Gary will have two balls close together, which will help him to get started. But he has left Greg a double target if he shoots at a bit of an angle from B balk. So that's hoop one in the bottom left corner with all the clips on it. The clips show which hoop you are due for each ball. So currently one of each colour is there.
So just while we're waiting for Greg to return to the lawn, viewers might be interested, David, to see that this game is being played with the secondary colours, that is the pink and white and brown and green balls. Normally in croquet, when there's a single banked game, that is only one game being played on the court, it's traditional to play with the primary colours, black and blue, red and yellow. But players have opted today to use the secondary balls simply because they have had much less use, and therefore the surface of the balls is in much better condition. The players feel much more comfortable that the balls are going to behave in the way in which they would anticipate. A croquet ball is not completely smooth. It has some lines marked on it, which are referred to as knurling. And although not very deep, not very prominent, they are enough to give the balls some opportunity to have some friction between one another, perhaps to grip one another a little in play. And players at this level in particular are very keen to have balls that behave consistently and perhaps give them that opportunity that good knurling provides for that extra grip.
So Greg optimising the angle at which he's shooting this to get that double target. All or nothing shot. And he's gone right between the two of them. So he didn't quite get that angle right. So, Gary Phipps with an opportunity to get going in this game.
Well, that could be a costly miss. Gary has the prospect now of very easy roquet with his white ball, and because he placed the pink ball in that central position on the lawn, it's going to be very easy for him to pick that up, David.
Yep. So his aggression is paying off. So he just played that gently so he's not too far from green. Ideally he wants to get behind green and rush it in, but safer to stay away from the boundary. He's just made sure he can roquet it. He can then send green to hoop 2 and go try for a rush to his own hoop on his other ball.
In the game of croquet, players endeavour to negotiate their balls around a circuit. The circuit is the 6 hoops that we see on the lawn, and it's necessary for a player to progress through a series of hoops in a set order, causing their ball to pass through each of the hoops in a particular order. The game offers the opportunity for players to actually build a break, and if they can play well and with control, they're able to keep their turn, or their innings as it's often referred to, going for a long time. So the first thing a player does is hit their striker ball and cause it to hit another ball, as Gary has just done there. In so doing, the player earns some bonus or extra shots. In this case, 2 bonus shots, the first of which is called a croquet stroke, where the player must place both balls together, as Gary's doing here. In this stroke, he must cause both balls to move. Just how far they move is entirely up to him. On this occasion, he'll try to put pink out to his left and have white end up directly in front of the hoop as he's done. The second of his bonus strokes he'll now play. It's called the continuation stroke. And with that, he's actually run a hoop, which is the other way of earning an extra or bonus shot. Having run the hoop with white, he can now take an extra shot, with which he either needs to run another hoop or strike another ball.
And of course, all the other 3 balls have become live once he's run a hoop.
So what's the difference between a live and dead ball, David?
Well, a live ball, if you hit it, or roquet it, you get those 2 free shots that Andrew just mentioned. A dead ball, that'll be the end of your turn. You're allowed to hit your ball into a dead ball, but you don't get any extra turns after that, extra shots. So again, he's loading his hoop after next, with pink in this case. It's gone a bit far, but at least it stayed in. If that had gone out, end of turn.
But David, he's achieved a very good position with his white ball on the green ball, allowing him now to gently rush that ball in toward hoop 2.
Yep, that would have been his main priority, to make sure of this next hoop.
So that was the roquet. Now the balls are placed together for the croquet stroke. Again, Gary will be looking to put the green ball beyond the hoop as a reception or receiver ball, and white right in front where he can easily run the hoop. And with the continuation stroke, he does just that. Now, David, that's interesting. As he went through the hoop, his white ball actually struck the green ball. What effect does that have?
So that's a hoop and roquet. It just means he's roqueted green slightly sooner than if he'd gone through the hoop and then played a separate shot in order to touch the green ball. Oh, and I think he's done the same thing, sort of thing, coming across to white. I think he might have even roqueted white in that shot. So off to the left of the screen, he's now taking croquet from.
Yes, his white is his strikeable.
Sorry, white's his strikeable.
It's very difficult
pink
on the screen to discern the difference in colours. There we go. It's a little easier to see.
Yeah,
now.
when they're right together, you can see the difference.
That hoop approach shot was from a much longer distance than his previous hoop approaches, but he's still acquitted it very well and has easily run the hoop. So we can see that Gary has got a break started here. So after running that hoop, he's made roquet, has earned the 2 extra strokes, the first of which will be the croquet stroke. Now in this stroke, Gary will be endeavouring to send pink well down the lawn to his right, to our left, to end up as a pioneer at hoop 5. And we see it well on its way. And white will end up near the brown, where he can roquet that and continue the break sequence.
So he's now bringing brown back into the game and turning his 3-ball break into a 4-ball break. The more balls you've got to use, the easier it is. And the players progressively set up the court so that ideally their shots become easier and easier. And in fact, they can make it quite deceptively easy. For players at my level, it remains challenging all the way around.
So Gary chose to leave the pink ball in the centre of the lawn as what we would call a pivot, and on this stroke he has loaded hoop 5 with the brown ball. The important thing here is to make roquet on green, promote that toward the hoop that he now wants to run, which is hoop 4. And so the sequence continues. In this croquet stroke, he'll be looking to set up in front of the hoop, always with a reception ball placed beyond the hoop, so that after you've run the hoop you can use that extra or bonus shot to make a roquet and keep the sequence going.
That was a nice controlled hoop.
There's some similarity, David, between croquet and snooker in that respect, where accomplishing certain actions earns you a bonus shot that you're actually able to use, and provided you are accurate, you can continue in that sequence and make very large breaks.
So I understand, not being a snooker player myself. So having that fourth ball and using it as a pivot makes some of these shots extremely simple. You saw how all he had to do was touch the pink ball, take off from it, and then he can get onto the rush line of Brown, the line that he wants to rush Brown in. Because Brown was not a good load on hoop 5, he needed to get behind it and rush it to a better location. And this is called the hoop approach shot. It's common at this point to have both your partner ball and an opponent ball effectively as reception balls. But that's not actually what Gary's doing. Just having a little think. At some point he is usually going to want to put an opponent ball to one back, which is that one at the top of the screen towards the left, and his partner ball at 2 back, which is the same hoop as hoop 1, but coming through in the opposite direction. So after you've run the first 6 hoops, you run the same 6 hoops in the opposite direction. First a clockwise spiral and then an anti-clockwise spiral. So he rushed that all the way to the north boundary. It was a bit short because he wanted to approach green from the north and rush it in front of the hoop. It's currently behind. That's hoop 6 there.
So Gary is from Western Australia. It's wonderful to have players from out of state participating in this Victorian Championship. We also have a player from New South Wales in the competition. Gary is a very accomplished player in 2 forms of the game, association croquet, which we're watching today, and golf croquet, which is a very popular version of the game.
At that point he probably was trying to get a rush to his 2 back on pink. He's certainly got a good easy roquet on pink. And he's cut it a bit towards hoop 2 back. That's the one you glimpsed in the foreground there with all the clips on it. All the clips except the white one. So it's always more interesting, I find, to see a break in which not everything goes perfectly, but it's going well enough that he's going to get down to the right-hand side of Brown and rush it towards 1 back. And of course, I'm talking about a pretty standard way of running a break. There are other options. There'll be some situations where a player will choose not to run 1 back at this point. They'll just set a leave and avoid creating a lift. So at this point of the game, once Gary has come through 1 back, and he's positioned himself beautifully to do that, he gives Greg the right to lift one of his balls on his next turn and take it to either one of the baulk line. Doesn't have to do that. It's, it means that Gary doesn't want to leave things, in a situation that makes it easy for Greg to get a break going from there.
So I suppose most simply, David, that means that Greg would be looking to avoid leaving any of the balls close to either of those balk lines.
Yep. That's so Gary will be thinking now about what sort of leave he's going to set.
So he's sending the brown ball down the lawn toward 3 back and has got a good position on green.
So 3
for
back
the
at the bottom of the screen is his hoop after next. And he's positioned that quite well because he's quite likely to be approaching it from the direction of green. And if he's setting a diagonal lift, he'll want green near that peg. So after the peg's what you're going to hit after you've run all your hoops. He can come back to green. He doesn't have to position it perfectly at the moment. The main thing right then was to get a good angle on pink because it's currently not near his hoop.
Okay, so he has rushed that down to 2, perhaps a little longer than he would have liked. He's ended up a good 2 yards to the side of the hoop. This is always a more difficult position from which to approach the hoop, David. The length that the white ball travels will be absolutely critical while Gary's trying to get it directly in front of the hoop in a good hoop running position. Obviously it's much easier to approach a hoop when you're directly in front of it, regardless of how far out you are, because you're coming in on the line. But wonderful
well
judgment
controlled
there. Yep.
So he didn't try to position pink. Ideally he'd have pink roughly behind the hoop. He just made sure he scored the hoop. 2 back is a particularly scary hoop for me because if you break down there, you have left at least 1 ball close to A balk. A balk's just below us on the bottom of the screen.
So if things go wrong there and your turn ends, it would be leaving the lawn in a position that would be very advantageous to the opponent who has the lift.
Yep. So typically here, he may have positioned green well enough that it can just stay there. But he might be heading over there to tidy it a bit.
So he's promoted his partner ball, the pink ball, across the lawn toward the east boundary at roughly the level of the peg. And as David suggested, he has chosen to use green, the pivot ball, in taking off from green to bring the white ball back down the lawn to 3 back. He'll gently push green back toward the peg. Most importantly, that he gets this good rush line on the brown ball so that he can rush that to a good position in front of the hoop on the playing side, which he's done. And now a relatively straightforward hoop approach. By approaching on this line, there's very little angle for Gary to worry about. It's just a matter of getting the length right. And once again, we see lovely control and a very smooth hoop run. We've seen another hoop and roquet. He's come through the hoop and actually struck the brown ball. So rather than have the continuation stroke from running the hoop, he has actually made croquet and immediately moves into taking the croquet stroke.
So this is certainly looking like a diagonal leave. He wants to put the green ball where it is hidden from the brown ball, just this side of the peg, and where it doesn't have a sufficient backswing to hit it onto Gary's balls.
Well, it looks like he's done a very good job of it there. It's difficult to see both balls at once.
And it's not in its final position yet, because as he does this takeoff, green must move. Or at least wobble.
Okay, so a very gentle stroke there. The movement on green.
We couldn't tell.
Yes, from this distance, but it would definitely have moved. Obviously, Gary had achieved a very good position with green on the previous stroke, and he really didn't want to dislodge it at all, so he opted for a very gentle stroke there. And now with his continuation stroke, he's played the white ball across to the boundary. This will be the end of his turn, but he has effectively hidden his opponent balls from one another. We call that a wiring, when there's either the peg or a hoop in between the two balls and they can't see or strike each other. And he's placed his two balls on the one on the eastern boundary and one about 2 yards in from the eastern boundary.
And he's put his clip on 4 back. And the reason he didn't want to run 4 back is that if he did so with his first ball being that white ball, he would give away not just a lift but contact. It would have given Greg the right to pick up either of his balls and place it in contact with any other ball.
So it looks like Greg's now making an assessment of which of his two balls would be best to lift. He doesn't want to touch one of them before he's considered his options. As soon as a player lifts one of the balls, they are deemed to have made their choice and they cannot change their mind. So Greg's having a good look at what options are available, what he could strike.
He's gone to the bulk line to see what he can see from there. Gary's leave was unusual in that he didn't strike pink after positioning green, and he didn't place pink on the boundary side of the white ball.
And I think, David, that may have been because he really didn't want to dislodge green from its position with his continuation stroke, so he opted to play a very short shot at that point, and it left white a considerable distance from pink, so it was not an easy roquet. So Greg's attempting to strike pink, which he has done, a lovely shot from the B balk, having picked up the pink ball, and I think sent that all the way down the lawn to the south boundary. We see Greg striding down the lawn now. And yes, it did go out, so he marks the spot where it crossed the boundary line. And using the mallet, he can measure it in the required 1 yard or 36 inches. David, the length of mallet handles can vary considerably, but we do see croquet players using their mallet handle as a measuring stick. How do they know that they're putting the ball accurately on the yard line?
Well, you simply have to measure, get an old-fashioned tape measure and measure 1 yard on your mallet and then know where that point is, mark it in some way. A lot of mallets are actually a yard long. That's the traditional length, and so a lot of that tradition maintains. We talk about mallet handle lengths in terms of inches.
In Greg's case, he's a very tall man and has a mallet handle that's over 36 inches. I think he plays with a 38-inch or 39-inch mallet. So he would probably have, as you suggested, David, some sort of marker on the handle to indicate the 36-inch point.
Also, most clubs have a yard stick, a piece of timber that's that length, and you can quickly use that as a gauge. To help you get your bearings around the court, there are flags in each corner. So corner 1 has a blue flag, corner 2 a red flag, that's just behind Greg there. He's not happy with that cut, he wanted it to go straight to hoop 1. Corner 3 has a black flag, that's on the right hand side of the screen now, and corner 4 has a yellow flag.
And we'll see those same colours on the peg there on the right hand side of screen in the same order that you described them: blue, red, black and yellow. Those of course are the primary colours. We mentioned earlier that today the players have opted to play with the secondary coloured balls. That's pink and white and brown and green. It is possible to play 2 games concurrently on the same lawn, and that's why we have primary and secondary colours. It can get a little bit confusing, David, when that's happening. People need to keep their wits about them.
Yep. Now that was an interesting hoop approach that Greg just played. Normally you would put brown in behind the hoop so that green can easily roquet it after it's run the hoop. In this case, he perhaps wasn't super confident of getting a good position on the hoop, and so he put brown in a position that's going to be useful for him if he hadn't gotten in front of that hoop. It's now a fairly long roquet, but he's a very good roqueter, so he won't be too fussed. And if he misses by any chance, he's well set up for his next turn.
But there you go, Greg made that look easy. Players at this level are certainly very confident about making roquets at that 7 or 8 yard distance. Greg is one of the Victorian champion players. We have a number of top level players playing in this competition this weekend. It's wonderful to watch them. Inspirational to see how they control the croquet lawn. Gives us all something to aspire to.
So he's not yet loading his hoop after next.
Well, he does have a ball not as an ideal load on hoop 2, but the white ball is down the northern end of the lawn beyond hoop 2. So maybe he is planning to use that to run hoop 2. I suspect, David, that he would have preferred that cut on pink to have gone to the left rather than the right.
Yep. Or just straight.
Or just straight, yep.
But it's always a challenge to get the lawn set up when you come on and balls are all over the place. So ideally he wants to get behind white, but at the same time get pink to where that white clip is on hoop 3.
So he seems less concerned about loading the hoop after next on this occasion. He seems to be focused more on getting a good position for green on that white ball, David.
Yep. If things work out well for him at hoop 2, he'll be able to rush white over to hoop 3 or to another ball. It's a lovely angle.
The length looks very good on that ball.
From Sam Gumbrell, our videographer. Oh, look at that. Great shot, Greg.
Yes, perfect. So now he has a very good opportunity to rush the white ball back to the playing side of hoop 2. That's beyond the hoop from Greg's position. So he's done that. Now, David,
Nicely
he's positioned,
controlled.
yes, and he's positioned the white ball out to the right of the hoop, which would seem to confirm your earlier suspicion that what Greg will attempt to do here is run the hoop under control and place the white ball in such a position that after running the hoop, he can simply rush it straight across the lawn to the next hoop.
Yep.
So he's positioned white for that. He now needs to run this hoop with considerable control so that he not only gets the ball through the hoop, but it stops in line with the white ball. Oh no, he's chosen to go much deeper. So Greg obviously has a few different ideas to me.
Well, he's got two other balls. If he can just get white behind either of them, and in this case it's going to be brown, I think.
So might he drive this all the way down the lawn?
I would think so. It's gone off
It does
a bit
appear.
of an angle.
However, he's driven it right down to the south boundary. So as you've suggested, although not close to brown, he's certainly got behind brown.
So do you think he'll load hoop 4 with white?
We'll wait and see the position that he chooses for the balls. This will tell us a lot about his intention. It does seem that he's going to send the white ball in that direction. He's carefully placing the green ball behind white, and now white will travel along the straight line through the centre that is drawn between the centres of those two balls. So there's the potential leave for hoop 4. He would have liked it to have gone probably another 3 or 4 feet, but at least it's not in the way. So
it looks like Greg has a good rush to hoop 3, so he might just go straight there now.
and not worry
Let's
about
see.
pink at the moment.
We'll see. No, he is
No.
going to pink.
Okay.
In fact, he's hit pink.
couldn't get any closer. So in order,
was-
from here, Greg will be wanting to get a very good rush position with the green ball on the pink ball so that he can rush pink into his hoop. So to make that easier, he chose there to rush brown up toward pink, as David pointed out, actually right to the spot. But this gives Greg a very small stroke to play here. He's carefully choosing the position on the lawn where he wants green to end up. So we can see him just holding his mallet where that position is. He's now fixed his mind on that and plays a gentle takeoff.
Looks good.
And there he has got this perfect rush into the hoop. Brown is not on the yard line. It's probably an extra foot in, so it's probably about 4 feet in from the boundary, which means he can pick that up later on as he comes down the lawn. Now his rush into the hoop, David, has gone slightly to the left of the hoop.
Yes, he would have preferred it on the other side, but it's he got a perfect length on it.
Yes. Greg is one of a number of players in this competition who have recently returned from representing Australia in the McRobertson Cup, which is an international competition played between the major croquet playing nations of the world. That's England, New Zealand, Australia and the USA. The recent competition was played in England. It was last hosted here in Australia at this very centre, at the Victorian Croquet Centre in 2022, I recall. It's a rotating competition between all of those nations. But we've got Greg Hill, Stephen Forster and Lachlan Berryman playing in this competition. They were all members of the Australian team.
So, like Gary before him, Greg is now bringing this brown ball into the game so that he will then have a 4-ball break set up.
which will make it easier for him to progress from here. So the green ball has now scored 3 hoops, and the next hoop he'll be going for, hoop 4, is down the lawn to Greg's left.
And interestingly, that's the same point in his break at which Gary
Picked up the 4th ball.
got that 4th ball in. And like Gary, he hasn't got perfect loads on.
Although not perfect, he does have both.
5 and 4, but
He now has a perfect load on 5.
He has now, and he got behind White. That was a very nice shot. You can rush White to the approach side of hoop 4.
So just a gentle cut in behind the hoop. Beautifully done. Really, he's gained complete control now. And the hoop approach shot, played gently, lovely position. And green has now scored its 4th hoop.
And Greg is very good at this sort of controlled croquet where the shots are short, each ball exactly positioned.
So he'll be wanting to promote the white ball down the lawn toward hoop 6 as a pioneer or a load on hoop 6. And there it goes.
Having pink there, it's almost redundant, but it helps him to position his balls for after he runs this hoop.
And so he's chosen there to rush pink down behind the brown. Players always like or prefer to get their balls behind the ball that they want to strike next. It's much better to be approaching it from behind than in front. So Greg's now got a very simple hoop approach shot. He's very close to the hoop already. So very gently played. He's placed the brown ball just out to the left-hand side, amazingly close to the opponent ball. A lot of croquet players at club level would not want to do such a thing. Why is Greg doing that?
I'm surprised it's that close, but
is it because he wants
he's going
to
load 2 back with his partner ball? You have to think a few hoops ahead in this game. So that really, he wanted that. If he'd been further away from pink, he could have advanced brown further then, given the ratios that you can achieve with a stop shot. But he's thinking ahead to hoop 3 back, where he wants to be making use of an opponent ball, not his partner ball. And you'll tend to find a pattern where the ball that you use for the odd hoops is different from the ball that you use for the even-numbered hoops. So I quite like to use my partner ball for all of the even-numbered hoops, and vice versa. And then the 4th ball, in a very simple version of a break, is the pivot ball.
So we'd like to acknowledge the very generous sponsorship of the Quest Water Gardens Apartments. They've offered terrific support to this tournament and to Croquet Victoria, and have offered some wonderful discounted accommodation options for both players, officials and spectators. Quest Apartments, of course, your choice for high quality accommodation in Melbourne's West. Thank you very much, Quest Water Gardens.
Greg's having a think.
So Greg,
So he'll be thinking about what sort of leave he's going to set up.
so he has 3 more hoops to make before he actually deliberately ends his turn with the leave. But David, you're saying that he's really needing to be thinking about the placement of the balls now.
Yes, so if he were doing a 2-4 leave, he would have both opponent balls quite close to hoop 3 right now. Hoop 1 back, and he doesn't. So I assume he's going to do something else.
The most important thing, of course, is to keep the break going, and he's using his usual care and deliberation to ensure that the balls are appropriately placed, and then plays the shot.
Yeah,
You'll notice that
I
Greg...
could be wrong. He's kept pink pretty close to that hoop.
So he may be endeavouring to leave pink very close to this hoop, although he has moved it away considerably now. So you'll notice that Greg regularly kneels, gets down at a low level when he's considering the placement of the balls. It's a perspective that he finds useful. And
even when Greg's kneeling, his head's at the height of some other players, I suspect.
That's true, David. As a younger man and a little more nimble than some of us, Greg doesn't seem to have any trouble getting down and up again.
So that potentially is the final location of pink for this turn, we'll see. He's wanting to put white in a location where he can send it over to 3 back and at the same time approach his partner ball.
So
rush it closer to 2 back.
So there we see the brown ball that he had previously placed in the vicinity of 2 back. As David had said at the time, not a perfect leave, but Greg's chosen an angle to play here that will allow him fairly easily to send white across the lawn and gain that position just to the right of brown. Beautifully done. A lovely load really on 3 back. But more importantly, the perfect rush line into 2 back. Now, by placing that brown ball where he has almost directly in front of the hoop, it makes this hoop approach a very easy thing to accomplish. Now, he's choosing to put brown just out to the right-hand side of the hoop as we look at it, David. Is that because he'll be hoping to rush that ball across the lawn after making this hoop?
Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing. So he's not going back to pink. He wants his partner ball to be the last ball that he roquets on this turn. Place that nicely so he can approach white from the southeast.
Again, a perfect rush line into the hoop approach position. Oh, not quite as far as he might have liked. However, not to worry. He doesn't need to promote white very far at all.
Just needs to make sure it moves
So
in this shot, and he's right in front of the hoop.
Greg's applying a little bit of downward pressure, now using his thumbs to make an indentation in the lawn, which is permitted in this circumstance to ensure that both balls are in contact with each other to make a legal croquet stroke. So he moved both balls only marginally, just enough. So before he takes this shot, Greg's just stepped back momentarily to the A balk line to have a look at the position of the balls.
So he can now place white. He's already placed white where he wants it.
He's decided that he's quite happy with the position on white. He would have made that assessment when he stepped back briefly and looked at the ball and the hoop from the end of the A balk. And I guess, David, he was satisfied at that point that white was effectively hidden from the A balk by the hoop.
Yes. And white will not have a backswing in enabling it to hit Greg's balls
So he'll now
from there.
So he'll position his balls on the eastern boundary in a position where, although relatively close to white, white would not actually be able to strike them.
Yes, and also where they're somewhat hidden from the end of A balk. The end of A balk being about the closest point from which Gary will have a shot. So Gary, just to remind you, is entitled to a lift.
But we're seeing Greg complete his innings with a little bit more control than Gary did. You noted when Gary was setting his leave in his final shots, he wasn't able to use all the balls to his advantage. Greg has been able to do that.
Yes, so it's his back ball, Brown, that has a rush into the lawn on his next turn. So assuming Gary doesn't hit.
So he's now completed an innings of 9 hoops. Both players have now scored 9 hoops with one of their balls.
And we saw, although it's really quite challenging to set up the lawn when all 4 balls are all over the place, these players are able to achieve 9 hoops in a single turn. He's lifting pink, which is his back ball. He really needs to lift that ball. And of course, because that's his back ball, that's something that Greg would have taken into account when he was positioning pink versus white.
Okay, so he's placed the pink ball at the eastern end of the A balk. We can see from the position behind Gary that he does not have any sight line on white, so he's obviously not going for that ball, so he's shooting for one or other of Greg's balls. Which one do you think he'd be going for? Brown?
Brown is most advantageous, but he's gone through them. Oh, no, he's hit green.
Excellent. Well, he may well have been aiming for that.
Yeah, that might have been an easier target from his point.
Brown would have been the preferred option. However, just to hit something over that distance and regain a potential innings is what the player wants. So at this point, the game is very evenly poised. By effecting that Croquet, Gary has potentially picked up the advantage. At this level, players would be wanting to now play with their second ball and take it all the way around the 12 necessary hoops. And as they go around, actually use their ball to promote the other ball through its 3 remaining hoops, effecting what we call peels. If we see these, we'll describe them as it happens. There's a bit of work for Gary to do, but what he'll be wanting to do now is send the brown ball up toward hoop 2, which is in the top left-hand corner of screen. Most importantly, though, he needs to get the pink ball close to the white ball on the right-hand side, with a perfect rush line across to hoop 1 so that he can commence this break. And he has done that very well.
Because that's quite a challenging shot given how close white is to that hoop.
So the most important thing is to achieve the rush line that he has. White is not sitting right on the hoop, so it's possible to rush it across. Of course, Greg Hill had been hoping that he would have been the player to be doing this.
That's right.
Which is why he left it in the position he did. But Gary's roquet with the pink ball was such that he's taken the advantage now. Okay, so this hoop approach shot means that he's approaching from the left-hand side. Very nicely done. Not dead in front, but very little angle. Probably only 18 inches out, and he's smoothly run the hoop. It's pulled up, having passed the hoop, and left him with a very good rush on white that he can promote right up toward hoop 3. And we see there that it has ended up probably about 5 to 6 feet to the southwest of hoop 3. Now, before going across to hoop 2, it looks like Gary's first going to come across to the other ball, which is across on the boundary. Well, not right on the boundary, but on the eastern side, which is the green ball. This is a good opportunity to pick it up and bring it into the lawn where it's more easily accessed. So he's promoted that all the way actually to hoop 4. So he'll now take off from green back in the direction of hoop 2. The brown ball is not a perfect leave, but it's certainly now on the line between where Gary's standing and the hoop he wants to approach.
Yeah, that was a real benefit of coming to hoop 4 then.
Although
come off
he
a bit to the right because he had a peg in the way.
Yes,
Didn't want to hit that.
And needed to avoid the peg, yes. But he's still got a good rush line into the hoop here. Now, something else to notice, I'm sure our viewers have, David. Gary's playing with a zigzag croquet mallet handle.
Yes, that's interesting, isn't it? There are laws about mallets, constraints on the design of them, but it is permitted to have that sort of kink that helps you hold the mallet in a comfortable way.
Okay, so he's run hoop 2 very smoothly and now made roquet on the brown. He'd previously set balls advantageously for himself, so he's promoted brown onto the centre line of the court, and now a little take-off.
No, he's advancing.
Yes, he's
brown
advanced
because
brown as well.
He wants to use that as his escape ball after he peels white through this hoop. So the ideal time to peel white through 4 back is immediately after running this hoop, hoop 3, with your pink ball. And he didn't advance white far enough.
He would have liked white to have been directly in front of the hoop, I guess.
Yep. And he wanted to then touch white either as or immediately after running that hoop.
So it hasn't turned out as he might have hoped, so he's considering his options and going to plan B. So, David, although he wasn't able to affect the peel just then, he'll be able to come back to that ball in a subsequent turn.
Yes, he will. So he might...
So in that stroke, Gary has sent brown down to hoop 5, and his pink ball has approached the green ball, which is the pioneer or load at hoop 4. There we go, he's made an easy roquet on that. So Gary's certainly making this look easy.
Yeah, so he's looking at where he places green so that it'll be easy for him to rush it back to white.
So after making this hoop, he would want to rush green back up the lawn toward white?
Yes, and because white's on the west side of 4 back, he wants green on the west side of hoop 4.
Okay, so he's run the 4th hoop, and now we'll attempt to rush green. So he's decided rather just to rush it to a position about halfway between the peg and hoop 6.
So he's not afraid of using a rush to load a hoop, and he's not afraid of using takeoffs quite a bit, Gary. There are some players who avoid both those things like the plague. Oh, lovely placement behind Brown. So Gary Phipps is through 5. Is he going to go back to his white ball? He needs to go back there at some point. So I'm guessing he's going to put green on the right-hand side of hoop 6 after with this shot and rush it over to white then. Let's see.
It does look like that's what he's considering.
Thinking about the angle of stroke that he wants to be making when he does peel white through.
So a good example, David, of what you were talking about before, where a player needs to be thinking several strokes ahead in order to complete these advanced manoeuvres, but at the same time to maintain concentration on the task at hand.
Which is the break.
Okay, so he may have run that hoop a little longer than he had hoped. He'll now be wanting just to make a roquet on green at the very least, but preferably do as he has, cut it slightly to his left or to right of screen, which gives him the opportunity now to approach that white ball with a minimum of angle. So he wants to promote green across toward the left-hand side or the western side of the court, but at the same time to promote pink from its current position to about where he's standing now. So he's intending in this shot, David, to really make the balls travel at right angles to each other.
Pretty much, which is well, they always pull towards each other, but you can theoretically do a, well, I suppose you can actually do a wider split than that, but it's very challenging.
But you couldn't get beyond 90 degrees.
No, not realistically.
Okay, so he's quite unhappy with that, as we can tell. He's kicked the air and made a hole in the atmosphere. That's not what he wanted at all. He's a long way from where he wanted to be, and the ball is in a very difficult position. He's not got an easy shot on anything.
Well, he has He has got a shot on white in the direction that he wants white to move.
That's true, but over this distance, it's going to be hard to control.
That's right. So
Oh, he just got it. But it only just wobbled, so it didn't actually move in front of the hoop. So it's unlikely that he'll be able to proceed with the peel at this point. But at least he's keeping the break going, David.
that's right. So now he's got to get across to the ball that's loading one back.
Just going back briefly to the interestingly shaped handle that Gary has, there are players who choose angled handles because it makes the grip a lot easier if they're suffering from arthritis or carpal tunnel or other conditions like that. I have even seen at club level a mallet with a D-shaped spade handle mounted on the top
Yes.
in order to make it usable for the player. Most of the rules that you mentioned earlier, David, or regulations about the mallet relate to the head of the mallet, head and face of the mallet. They're more generous or tolerant when it comes to the handle. Although the handle must be mounted at right angles to the head for a minimum length before any twisting can occur. Okay, so a very nice hoop running position there. Gary's put that disappointment behind him, I'm sure, of not being able to affect the peel and just getting on with the business of this break.
The other thing about the grip of the mallet is that you may notice as the day goes on that different players use different grips.
Yes, they hold it differently.
So there's the Solomon grip and the Irish grip. And then there's the bent handle grip.
Depending on the particular shot that players want to effect, they will place their hands in different positions on the mallet handle rather. We often see players with their hands together, as we do see Gary in this position to play a fairly normal shot. But on other occasions they may separate the hands, which allows them to hold the mallet at a different angle in relation to the ball and thus strike the ball in a different manner and cause it to behave differently. We won't go into too much of what those differences are, but it's just interesting to note that players are constantly making little adjustments in their stance, in their grip, and in how they make the stroke.
Yep, the direction of the stroke, the placement of the balls.
The degree to which they follow through.
You notice Gary has just changed the role of that white ball. It's just a fourth ball helping his break now, because he really needed to get a rush on green to be the ball he uses at two back, because he did not have a load there.
And this is a more challenging approach shot than we've seen Gary play for a while. He's much further out from the hoop, but minimum angle, he still played that very well. So having made the 7 hoops with the pink ball, having just previously run one back, he has of course given a lift to his opponent, Greg, when Greg's turn comes about.
Oh, he's made it. Yes. So he really doesn't want to break down on this hoop, because
and that was a close
one, yes.
Perhaps a slight bit casual on that stroke, and he almost paid the price.
Okay. So
it's very
Greg's still entitled to a lift, but Gary's out of danger in relation to A ball. So you now notice that Gary's using the lower part of his mallet for this shot because he wants a more equal
Okay, so
ratio.
he has his hands separated, and the effect of this is that it will make both balls travel a considerable distance. And there we go. So he's played the green ball up toward the hoop that we refer to as penultimate. That's the hoop in the top left-hand side of the screen. And placing white in the centre of the lawn.
So he wants white back at 4 back. He's now looking at the prospect of a what's called a delayed peel. Getting white through sometime after.
Ooh. So he's got a lovely position on white, but pink has fallen just a little bit short. He would have preferred to have been on the other side.
Yep, he hasn't made 3 back yet, and he needs...
Which is down the lawn behind.
It's right behind him. He really wanted to get the other side of brown.
So the intention would have been to have been a similar distance, or perhaps even a foot, on the other side of brown, so that he could have rushed that back down the lawn to the south boundary.
Yep.
So what's he likely to do here, do you think?
Well, I don't know what he's doing. I would have thought he'd just touch it and then either play a pass roll or just take off to get in front of...
It's going to be very difficult to continue the break from here, surely.
I would think so.
So the only way to keep this innings going
is to score 3 back.
So he would need to get his pink ball all the way down the lawn.
In front of, on the other far side of a hoop that is...
Okay,
Remind me of that distance.
Here's the attempt. Well, David, it's interesting you ask. Full-size croquet lawn's a very large thing. In fact, you can fit 2 full-size lawn tennis courts in one full-size croquet lawn. The croquet court is 28 yards wide and 35 yards long. Each of the hoops, the hoop that Gary is standing near is 7 yards from both the south and the eastern boundary. And similarly, the hoop with the white ball in the top right-hand corner is 7 yards from each of the boundaries. So the hoops 3 and 4, or 3 back and 4 back, are therefore some 15 yards apart. No, I beg your pardon, you're right, 21 yards, I beg your pardon. My mathematics is poor today. Okay, so Gary was not in control of the end of his innings. He has scored 8 hoops with his second ball, but most importantly, having given away the lift, he had to scramble around to avoid leaving balls in a position that would be advantageous for his opponent, Greg. Now, the ball that's easiest for Greg to have a shot on would be that white ball, most likely, but it is pretty much tucked in behind the hoop. It wouldn't be easy to get to.
Yeah, one way or another, he wants to play brown, unless he wants to just set a leave.
So if he wants to get a break going, he really needs to do it with brown.
Yes, but he can do it on this turn, or he can set up to do it on a subsequent turn.
So he may just choose, and he has, to play the green ball in order to gain control of the lawn.
Well, the other thing is that it doesn't hurt for green to score a few hoops.
Well, that's quite true, and in effect...
Green's hoop is loaded.
Is loaded with the white. So he would first of all need to make a roquet from the end of the A balk and roquet brown, which is probably 2 yards in from the east boundary. level with hoop 4.
No.
He's had attempted that, but not made it. However, the opponent balls are very well separated. At this point, Greg would still hold some advantage.
In terms of gaining the innings, he does, yes. And it's not like we're about to run out of time. These games are 2 hours and 5 minutes long, and when the bell goes, there's still one and a bit turns. So the player who's in play finishes their turn, and then the other player has a full turn. Often not a very useful turn, mind you, because his predecessor will have left the lawn in a horrible situation.
So Gary has a challenge. He's thinking about
Might as well grab the hoop.
running this hoop, because although it would give away a lift for running 4 back, his opponent has a very easy roquet. There we can see the green and brown balls in the right hand side of the screen now. So having made the hoop, he has earned a bonus or extra shot.
He's also now got a better, white is now open on all the other balls.
Whereas previously his backswing would have been hampered by the hoop itself. He can now take a shot at brown. If he misses, which he doesn't,
nothing wrong with his long roquets today.
No, quite right. Okay, so the fortunes swing dramatically here. Having made that long roquet, Gary can now take control. Of course, the white ball is what we would refer to as his forward ball, meaning that he has scored more hoops with that ball than with the pink ball. It might not have been his preference, but it was certainly the ball with which he was able to score a hoop and then have that long and ultimately successful roquet attempt. And he can continue to make some hoops.
So he wanted that to go further and a bit to the right.
Okay, so he still has an easy roquet, but he would have preferred the ball to be a little out to the right so that he could have rushed green across to penultimate. As it is, he has got quite a bit of cut on the ball and cut it probably halfway toward the ultimate destination, which is the hoop we can see just on the left-hand side centre of screen. So his partner ball, just as a reminder, is tucked away in corner 2. It's well out of play at the moment. So he's opted here just to try the roll shot to get a hoop running position. He's certainly got a good straight line at the hoop. He's probably a yard out and has run that very easily.
Controlled shot.
And made roquet.
So white can only score one more hoop. He's currently running a 2-ball break effectively.
So after running this remaining hoop, he would want to leave the lawn in a position where his opponent balls are well separated and well away from his own balls, but leave pink and white relatively close to one another.
Without giving Greg a double target from either balk line or from where the balls lie.
So again, Gary's line at the hoop is dead straight, but he's probably 5 feet out this time. and those extra 2 feet have made the difference. So
Interesting.
he's struck the wire and the ball has gently bobbled back. It looks to be sitting just clear of the leg of the hoop, but unfortunately for Gary, there would be no easy shot to play on white. So Greg walks back onto the lawn to assess.
Possibly Greg's closest shot will be green onto white, but he again really wants to. Well, he wants to score with brown, but he also wants to get green away from the centre of the lawn, where it's helping his opponent. So he might want to just set up for his next turn. We'll see.
Well, his options are either to play green at white or to play green at brown. Looks like he's opting to play toward corner 4, which is where his brown partner ball is resting. Just off screen. And there it is. And a lovely roquet. So Greg would be feeling much more comfortable after making that. The scoreline is certainly in favour of Gary. He's scored 19 of the 26 points. Greg really needs to get his brown ball moving sooner than later. But as you observed, David, he's actually playing with green at the moment. So he could choose to try to make some hoops with green, but nothing's set in an easy position for him. He's probably more likely to try to reposition the opponent ball in such a way that he can make life very difficult for Gary and advantageous for himself when he resumes in a future turn.
There's still 50 minutes in this game, so there's certainly enough time for Brown to get a good break.
So Greg went across and had a good look at the white ball, where it lies relative to the hoop. I guess, David, he's looking to see if he can gain a position on white where he could rush that up the lawn toward 4 back. But no, he's opted to go to the other side, which is much safer. At least from there, he is able to easily strike white. So he's made roquet on white and actually rushed it well down toward corner 1. This is leaving opponent balls very well separated. Do you think, David, he'll leave it there, or is he likely to place it somewhere else on the lawn?
I don't know. I'm actually not sure why he shifted it, because it was if it couldn't score the hoop from where it was actually in a pretty awkward spot. But he's going down to pink now.
So this is fraught with danger, playing a long takeoff to the other end of the court. He doesn't want his ball to go out. And it has, by the looks of things.
It looks like it.
This could be the end of it. It's always hard to tell from Greg's body language whether things have gone well or badly.
He certainly wasn't optimistic.
Very steady. There we go. That's out.
That's some very
the
clear body language.
The ball got a little bit of a spanking there. He'd be very disappointed. But over those distances, those critical few inches, Greg would be very disappointed, I'm sure.
Yeah, looked like it went a centimetre too far.
Yes.
And our chief referee, Mike Conn, was standing right there, the tournament referee. So if there's any doubt, he'd
Okay, so this has
decide
played
on
well for Gary because pink is the ball he would prefer to play. His white ball has negotiated has negotiated 11 of the 12 hoops. His pink ball has more hoops to make, so obviously that is the one that he would prefer to play with, and the fact that Greg's green ball went out on the boundary so close to pink has given Gary a very easy point of entry into the game. However, the balls are not ideally placed, David. There's still quite a lot of work to be done.
So Gary's now going to reverse the shot that Greg just played, but hopefully for Gary, not exactly so. Ooh. I hope green moved then. The thin takeaway, he's made very sure that he didn't overhit it, and he didn't have to get very close to that ball because even if he misses this shot, it's his partner ball, so he's not making himself terribly vulnerable. He's something like 20 yards away from the closest opponent ball.
So, David, it was difficult to see whether or not the green ball had moved when he played that takeoff. It would be interesting to see that again, wouldn't it? Gary was right there, of course, and would have been looking at it.
It's his responsibility to declare a still ball if it happens, and you just have to, well, to a large extent, you just have to trust the players. But mind you, there was a referee very close. I don't know if he was particularly watching that shot or not. But it's really not in any player's interest to fudge things like that, because if you get a reputation for not declaring faults when they happen.
Oh, and there's no suggestion that these players would be doing that.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting they've got a good reason not to do that.
Yes. Now, Gary looks disappointed here. He obviously wanted pink to end up in a hoop running position in front of that hoop, which is 3 back. But that didn't happen.
And the brown ball is in corner 4, so he doesn't want to leave himself close to that.
So presumably he'd like his balls to join up. His opponent balls are placed in diagonally opposite corners, the longest possible shot to play. He's placed his balls together probably 2 to 3 yards in from the east boundary, but
yes, he's
3 or
placed
4
them
feet from one another, so it's not a close leave. He hasn't left a double anywhere.
And he's placed them such that pink can rush white to be in front of Gary's hoop after next. So that could be pretty useful.
So brown is the ball that Greg would like to get started, but brown's probably also the ball which in this instance he would like to move from its current position. Because if Gary comes onto the lawn after this shot and makes that easy roquet with pink on white, he could easily come down to this bottom corner and pick up the brown ball. So Greg plays the brown, a long roquet attempt, and has missed slightly to the left of pink. On the positive side, at least he's moved brown away from Gary's intended playing arena by placing it on that far boundary. But I'm sure Greg would not be pleased with that outcome regardless. Okay.
Thanks, John.
So Gary has resumed play, and as we expected, has chosen to play the pink ball and made Roquet on white. Now pink's next hoop is behind Gary at the south end of the lawn. There is no Pioneer ball there, so he's chosen to play up toward Brown. He's made the Roquet on Brown. And I presume, David, in this stroke he'd be wanting to send Brown back down the lawn. Do you think he would be bothering to try to make the hoop at this point, or just set the lawn in an advantageous position for himself?
Well, certainly for me, it'd be pretty much impossible to score hoop. What's he up to? Hoop three back. Where he is.
So perhaps he'll place Brown in the centre of the lawn, or perhaps even a little further.
Ideally, you'd want his balls wired from it, but certainly can't wire white from it. May have given Brown a double target there. Of course, if Brown fires at those balls and misses, Gary has the potential to Roquet Brown, and then he's got a 3-ball break set up.
And in that just previous shot on screen, we saw that it does indeed look like there might be a very tight double for Brown on pink and white. And there we see it again. Will attempt Greg into an attacking, offensive shot.
Our videographer Sam Gumbrell's got a lovely angle on that. While Greg's thinking, it's worth mentioning our tournament manager, Kevin Beard, who just does an enormous amount for croquet in this state. He manages pretty much all of our association croquet tournaments, does a lot of court maintenance, a lot of coaching. People like him are just gold. They keep this sport alive. Also, our referees. I've mentioned Mike, who's in the shot there. Oh, that's Kevin behind Mike, by the way, in the grey. We also have Brian Foley and Chaz Quinn refereeing today, and Robin Russell, who's an umpire. Umpires have a lot of the powers and responsibilities of a referee, but all relating to the actual play, not to interpretation or knowing of the laws.
Okay, so in that previous shot, Greg chose to shoot Brown across the lawn toward his partner ball. He missed the roquet and has left them close together, but across in corner 2. So there's quite a bit of work for Gary to do, and he
he's
has
gone
suffered
out.
the same fate as Greg did earlier. His ball has deviated from the line and actually crossed the boundary, probably only a couple of yards from Green and Brown. Now this may give Greg the opportunity that he's been looking for to get Brown started. He has both of his balls only 6 inches apart in corner 2. You'll see him there, and the white ball slightly beyond. So he would need, in this situation, to be able to promote one of those balls, either green or white, toward hoop 2 as a leave, probably the green, but he definitely needs to get his brown ball in behind white, between white and the boundary probably, in order to rush it down the lawn. Another option is to think about bringing pink into the game at this stage, and Greg's walked across the lawn to have a look at its position. It's in the in corner 3, but not in the corner itself. It's probably 2 yards out from the corner, so it is quite accessible. We'll see in a moment what Greg's decided to do. So a gentle roquet on green to begin with.
So that enables him to bring green into the court a bit while approaching white.
And do you think, David, that he would be looking to get a rush on white across the lawn and send it across into corner 3, from where he could gain a good rush position on pink down to hoop 1? He certainly achieved a pretty good load on 2 with the green ball. He is rushing white across the lawn,
but it has gone out before it got to the corner.
Okay, but that's probably close enough. We'll see in a moment just how far it went. Okay. So
looks like he got very far.
Okay, so he'd be happy with that.
It's hard to judge because the ball's travelling at such an angle to the boundary. It's not that easy to judge exactly where it crosses the inside edge of that painted line.
Yes, unless you're standing...
Or touches it,
behind the ball on the line and it's travelling, it's much easier to see then. So Greg would have had a good sight on it, but from our perspective, particularly with the foreshortening of the camera lens, we would not be able to call it. But you can see Greg choosing the position where he wants his brown ball to end up in order to give him the perfect rush down to hoop 1.
From this angle looks very close, but you can see from this angle it's not quite so close to pink. Obviously the closer he gets to pink, the harder it is for him to get that angle perfect.
So Brown's ended up about a foot from pink, and a fairly straightforward rush diagonally across the lawn, making sure that he keeps well away from any of the furniture, which is the centre peg or the hoop. And so he's achieved a fairly good result there. He might have liked it to have gone another 3 to 4 feet.
Yeah, he had the line perfect. If it had just gone a tiny bit further, it would have been even better. I'd certainly be very happy with that shot.
So the hoop approach from the side. Very nicely judged, and he's left Brown on a straight approach line to the hoop. Probably about 14 inches to 18 inches from the hoop.
And of course at the start of this turn, he didn't just move green into the court a bit, he loaded his hoop after next with it.
So he's off and running with Brown. It's scored its first hoop. And a lovely shot, slightly hampered in the backswing by the hoop, but Greg's execution was perfect there. He has rushed the pink ball right up the lawn, giving him the opportunity here to send pink probably into the centre of the lawn or across toward 3.
So he's probably,
But
I don't know,
importantly,
it's tricky, but ideally he wants an opponent ball at hoop 3 to help him peel green through that hoop. But, that's tricky. He might have to...
Okay, so this has made it difficult to effect the croquet stroke and get the brown ball onto the playing side of the hoop.
If green had gone through far enough that it poked through the other side of the hoop, he'd be able to do just a lovely simple croquet shot.
But he can't
from where it is. But as it is, he might have to sort of peel green through that hoop. No, I think he's just going to take off on the side. It wants to be a thin takeoff. Brown needs to not touch the leg on the way, or else it's going to bounce away from the line of the hoop.
So David, why can't he just place the brown ball in contact with green from this side of the hoop?
Well, he can, but he can't then score the hoop, because once if Brown starts from a point where it is partially through the hoop already, he can't actually score the hoop. Scoring the hoop means the whole of the ball going from a point where it hasn't yet broken the rear plane of the hoop to a point where the back of the ball has broken the front plane of the legs of the hoop. That's something much better explained in a drawing than in words. So he's peeling green through.
Okay, so he's cleared green out of the way and given himself an opportunity to run the hoop with brown, but now, of course, he has no reception ball on that side of the hoop.
No, and there's always a risk that he now has, he's wired from green.
So he's got down on his knees to have a good look at that, and he's obviously decided that he does have a shot.
You can probably see around about half of green.
So he'd be looking to hit on...
Well, that's a relief for him.
Yep. Okay, so that done, he now can relax a little because he's got the balls out of that tricky situation. He does have the pink ball just coming into shot there near hoop 5. He'll go across to that now and promote green down the lawn toward hoop 4. And the pink ball is near hoop 6 rather than 5. So he'll now be wanting to roquet pink and rush it across the lawn toward the hoop or toward the boundary where the white ball is. So he has put the pink ball out on the northern boundary, perhaps 2.5 yards from white, and of course in the vicinity of the next hoop for brown to run, which is hoop 3.
So again, it's awkward getting these breaks started. He wants to bring white into the game.
So he would like brown to end up just beyond white.
Oh, and that's going out.
No, I think it stayed in on this occasion.
I think it stayed in.
But it has certainly travelled further than he would have liked.
So it's not unusual for there to be a fall-off near boundaries of croquet courts. And I'm not familiar with these particular courts, but Well, that's good. He's got white a bit into the court. That's certainly a better spot to approach hoop 3 from than where he was with pink before. So he's progressively getting these balls into the game.
And under control.
And he's not complicating things with any peeling. You can see his green clip on that hoop.
So he's in a good position to run hoop 3. And
So
he's
he
done
probably
that.
wants to go back to pink now. No, he can't resist that lovely rush he's got on white. Yes, he can.
So although it's the more distant Croquet attempt, it's the better choice. By picking up that back ball, Greg can keep pink in play and place it where it's advantageous to him.
Which is probably at hoop 5. His hoop after next. So he's still got brown and white he can use to get him to hoop 4. I think he might have a rush on white somewhere near green.
So he's rushed white in toward the centre of the lawn. We can now see green out on the right hand side. So a very nice position now on green to rush it into hoop 4. So he has far from an ideal leave on hoop 4, but he now has a good rush line and he's executed that well. Now can have a reasonably straightforward hoop approach shot. He has a good load on hoop 5, so he just needs to concentrate on making this hoop. He's put green slightly out to the right hand side so that as he comes through this hoop, he can effectively turn around to his right and slightly back. And you'll see now that he's got an excellent rush line on green back toward hoop 5.
Oh no, that's solidly. I thought he might have just touched it and then sent green down to hoop 6, but he's gonna. Looks like he is sending green to hoop 6, but
I think he is.
Not with the shot I was thinking he would use. So he's going to use white before using pink.
So a very nice load on 6 with the green ball, and he's ended up with a nice rush on white back toward the hoop. As you've pointed out, David, he still has the pink ball that he could use before running the hoop. It looks like he'll promote white down the lawn somewhat, get a position to the right hand side of pink so that he can knock that back in front of the hoop. And there we are, a perfect position from which to approach the hoop under control.
Very nice. Greg's not averse to having 2 balls at his hoop. 2 reception balls, if you like.
And there we go, there's the 5th hoop scored with brown.
He's going to load 1 back with pink. want that either on the southeast or the northeast of that hoop, depending on which direction he's going to approach the hoop from.
And that's perfectly placed, David, as
It's
a lead.
more or less straight in front of it, in
as
fact.
a load for one back. So Greg's currently playing the 4-ball break with a traditional central pivot ball, the white ball. He'll now promote the white probably about halfway between hoops 6 and 1 back, but importantly get an easy roquet and gentle rush line on green with the brown ball in order to run hoop 6.
And then
And there we are.
after running hoop 6, he's going to want to send green up to 2 back. He doesn't need to worry about setting a leave because this is his second ball to come through 1 back. I'm just assuming he'll come through 1 back.
Okay, so he placed green slightly to the right of hoop 6. Might he be considering at this point actually promoting green across to 4 back where it can wait until later for appeal, or would it be much too early to be thinking about that?
Well, he might be thinking it's too late to be thinking about that. He certainly can't be peeling that through yet for quite a while. So he has sent that to 2 back.
So given how this game has progressed, and Greg has certainly been on the back foot, maybe he'll just be looking to concentrate on getting his brown ball around the 12 hoops and then setting a leave such that he makes it very difficult for Gary to get back into the game, but allows an easy shot for himself to come back on the lawn with the green ball and complete its course. So one
That
back
would be
has-
the simplest thing to do.
So one
but-
back's been made. He has given away a lift to the opponent, should the opportunity arise.
So we want to send white to 3 back, his hoop after next.
And we
And
did
he's
see,
got pink positioned for his pivot ball.
so pink is just off screen to the right. We'll see in a moment. There it is. So virtually no angle, David. White travels down to 3 back, as you suggested. Slightly wide leave, but it's there. And a nice rush line on pink. Now the green ball, from memory, was not in a perfect load position. It's almost
It's
peg
fair-
high.
Oh yes, that's a long way short.
So he's going to need to get a very good rush position on green to be able to rush it into the hoop. He would have preferred, of course, that green was sitting about 2 feet out from 2 back, but it's not. So he's repeated the tactic that we saw him play before he made hoop 6, which is to put both opponent balls as pioneers at the hoop after next. Of course, players at this level are quite confident in their ability to keep the break going and are not particularly nervous about leaving balls close together. They're confident that they will continue the break and that it's not going to be a problem. Others of us who are more familiar playing at club level get very nervous about that, David, and start to worry about making a
right.
mistake, and invariably we do.
Yeah.
So Greg has lovely hoop running position here on 2 back. A critical stage. If he broke down there, he would have left a very easy lift position for the opponent. But not only has he run the hoop, kept the break going, but he's got a nice rush line across the lawn as well.
So he's going to want to put green down to 4 back. So ideally, he'll cut it towards the south boundary, as he just did.
Okay, so in this shot, David, you anticipate that Greg will be sending green down the lawn toward 4 back, and brown will be coming out to the right-hand side near where that pink or white ball is situated.
Well, the pink and the white ball
I
are
think
quite
it's the
close to each other
I
there.
think we can see the pink, and
Yes,
the white
we can.
is
White's
just off
screen.
And there it is, a lovely shot showing all of the options. So if Greg is going to think about peeling in this innings, he will have to peel the green ball through its last 3 hoops, as brown is also making those same 3 hoops. In that stroke, in that croquet stroke, the brown ball actually tickled the white ball on the way past, so it made croquet. So he simply takes the croquet stroke. He's put white back toward the centre as a central pivot, and now we'll gently rush pink onto the playing side of the hoop.
Very nicely done.
Now he may be even thinking about I was going to suggest he may even be thinking about a leave, but perhaps that's a premature thought. You'd want to get the score on the board, surely.
I think so. He's not going to give any way additional lifts or contacts by continuing this break.
He chose to leave the reception ball very close to the hoop. I'm sure he has a master plan in mind.
Yes. So he can load Penalt with pink. Probably wants to rush white to the far side of green.
So if he is going to consider peeling in this turn, he would need to have his green ball and another ball at the next hoop. Now,
It's
he
not an
hasn't,
ideal spot for pink.
no, and he's not got the ideal rush either. He would need to cut this ball considerably to the right to get it across to 4 back, which he has amazingly done.
So much so that
and there we go.
hit green. Wow.
He may be effecting ball contacts that he doesn't really want at this point, but
Didn't really want that, no, but
okay, so he'll take
it's not the end of the world.
he'll take croquet from white, but he's still live on green. But in that stroke, the position of green was changed.
So he's thinking about where he wants his escape ball, which will be white.
So because the possibility of peeling has been left to so late in the innings, he would now want to get a position where he could rush green in front of the hoop and peel it before he makes the hoop with the brown ball.
That's right. Ooh, it's a bit hard to tell exactly what the angles are.
So he'll want to cut
given
this to the
camera
left.
angle, but yeah, it's not right in front. The important thing is to keep brown going.
Yes. And to finish the turn under control. So he's opted to send green out of the way to the right-hand side of the hoop, plays the hoop firmly through to the boundary,
Even at a slight angle, he didn't touch the legs then.
And of course now has the opportunity to rush white into a better position. He chooses not to move it very far. In this shot, he'll be looking to send white down the lawn toward Rover. And to bring the brown ball out to the right-hand side of green so that he can rush that back into a position in front of hoop 4, I would presume.
We were talking about grips before. You'll notice that Greg uses Solomon grip, where sort of two clenched fists.
With the
essentially his
knuckles.
two hands are in a similar position, one above the other.
And he holds the mallet at the extreme end.
He's not wasting any of that length. So it's
Okay.
good that he's got a rush. Oh, it's gone past it. I don't know if
Well, maybe he's
that's
opted.
deliberate.
Yes, I think it probably is deliberate, and he's probably opted in this instance to make sure that he can get a very good position on pink.
I think he's checking the time.
So the pink ball is sitting almost in the jaws of the hoop. This is the hoop that Brown is wanting to run next. It's the 11th hoop in the sequence. We refer to it as penultimate because it is the second last hoop to be made by this ball.
There's only something like 8 minutes left in this
Okay, well
game,
that's
so
that's interesting.
It's
Because of course,
worth looking at the time.
indeed, and Greg has managed to take the lead. He is ahead by 1 point. So it's very important that he does not break down and give his opponent an easy in. That's a lovely little roquet on pink, pushing it back through the hoop.
To get it on the approach
onto the
side of
playing
the hoop.
side, yes.
So Brown has scored 10 now. And in fact, both players have 19.
Oh, sorry, yes. I said Greg was ahead, but again, my arithmetic is a little off this morning. Scores are now level.
This wants to be a careful shot, very delicate.
And now, of course, Greg has taken the lead. But a very slender one.
Yes, and whatever happens in this turn, we know, even if time runs out, we know that Gary's going to have another turn. So it's still anyone's game.
So Greg's thinking carefully about the placement of the balls. It's getting to the point where he has to prepare to quit the lawn, and he wants to do that under complete control.
Even
So he's promoted pink into the centre of the lawn, quite near the peg. He has a good rush line on green to be able to bring that down toward the rover.
he's made sure he didn't hit green into either the peg or the green ball.
So David, this last hoop to be negotiated, the 12th hoop, is often referred to as rover, and viewers will see that the top of the hoop is painted red. You might also be familiar with the adage, "It's all over, Red Rover." Maybe that saying has something to do with completing your sequence of hoops in croquet.
There's also the expression pegging out, which I don't hear much these days, but when I was a kid it was an expression used to denigrate someone who didn't take a dare or chickened out or something.
Okay, so Greg's got a good little Croquet rush directly in front of the hoop. Now, Greg might, at this point, be thinking about making life very difficult for Gary by peeling Gary's white ball through Rover. No, he's chosen not to do that.
Pegging it out.
And pegging it out.
I think it might be too late in the game to be
doing
worth
such a thing.
doing that. I don't know.
Okay, so Brown has now negotiated all 12 hoops. It only has the peg to hit to complete its sequence, but Greg will not want to do that in this turn.
No, as long as he's... that's interesting.
So he's opted to play his partner ball green across to the boundary first of all. He's still live on both white and pink, so presumably from here he will return to those balls and place them advantageously to himself and make life as difficult as possible for Gary to regain an innings.
So Brown has now scored 12.
So his total score is 21 and Gary 19, so he's 3 points ahead. But he gave away a lift, didn't he, in this turn?
Yep.
So he's got to think about leaving the opponent balls in a position where they can't easily be used, either from where they lay or by lifting one of them and playing it back onto the court from either the A or the B balk.
So simply... looks like he's just going to...
So he's rushed
white
right
somewhere near that boundary.
So he's rushed it right across the lawn onto the west boundary, and pink is the only remaining ball.
So he's going to want to put pink nowhere near a balk line. Looks like he's thinking about shifting white down the boundary.
From where it lies, it would have a clear sight across the lawn at Greg's green ball, which is out of sight on screen, but is directly across the lawn from where he's kneeling. So he might like to send it slightly to his left, but importantly, he's lining these balls up so that he can bring Brown back into the centre of the court near the peg where the pink ball is lying. We'll see that come into shot now.
He'll measure white onto the yard line. No, maybe it's still on the yard line, but he wants pink close to the peg where it's wired from white and without much of a backswing. Or was he putting it in corner 3?
No, I think he is trying to put it very close to the peg. No.
Oh, he's gone out.
And he was attempting in that stroke
to peg out Brown.
To peg Brown out. So hence the disappointment. He missed the peg out. That's the end of turn. He does not have the continuation stroke to play because one of the balls went out on the croquet stroke. And unfortunately for Greg, with only a 3-point advantage, he's left Gary with probably a 4 to 5 yard croquet attempt of white onto Brown, or the option of lifting either white or pink and playing it back onto court from the A or B balk. So there's Gary sizing up his options. He might be reluctant to play the white ball down the yard line toward pink, because as you observed before, David, often the edge of the court can have quite a few deviations, even a little bit of fall, and the chance of the ball running off its line is high. Certainly the shortest Croquet attempt that he would have would be to play his white ball, which we see on the left of screen now, at brown. That I would estimate to be no more than a 5-yard Croquet.
So white has the potential to score 2 points and even the score. And if the score's even at the end of the game, then there's what's known as a golden hoop. Whoever scores their next hoop wins the game. Hoop or peg, the next point.
So Gary would probably prefer to be playing with pink if possible.
That's right, because pink can actually win the game in this turn, potentially.
Which is why he's giving so much consideration to the options. He's stalking around the lawn. So he's thinking from the gestures and the positions he's taking, it looks like Gary's considering not only which ball he should play, but what he can do with it if he makes a Croquet.
He doesn't need to rush in terms of the time running out, because if time hasn't already run out, it will certainly run out during this term, I think. I don't think it has run out, because I haven't seen anyone stop the timer. The timer's just in that shelter there. And Gary would hear it from where he is. I don't know where Greg is, but I don't think he could hear it.
Okay. So, looks like a decision's been made. Gary is going to play with the pink ball. And he really needs to make this Croquet. Probably 15-yard attempt.
He's been doing very well with these long Croquets so far.
He certainly has. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks this up. It's on its way.
Looks good. No,
but
just
missed. So that's a disappointment for Gary. And we see his frustration there. Given that he's dropped the mallet and he's walking down the lawn, clearly time has gone. That was the last opportunity.
Oh, maybe the time went
gone
when Greg was still in play.
It must have done. So, congratulations to Greg Hill. That was a very tight affair. What a wonderful match to watch. Both players had their opportunities. Both players made some mistakes along the way. But Croquet is a very challenging game. It's played over a long period of time. A lot of concentration is required. And as we saw with both these players, David, that control of the balls is just so important. Knowing where you want them to go is one thing, but getting them to go there is entirely another.
Yeah. And it's exciting to see a game where the score is that close. It's not unusual for someone to win 28 to very little. And that can be despite the fact that those two players are very closely matched. You just have to miss one long roquet and have your opponent hit one long roquet, and that can be the difference to the game. But I think we'll take a break now and
So thank you
come
very
back
much
for the next game.
So thank you very much to those who've been viewing this morning. I hope you've been enjoying this coverage from the Victorian Croquet Centre. We'll rejoin you soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Victorian Croquet Centre for coverage of the Victorian Association Croquet Men's and Women's Championships in 2026. Thank you so much for joining us. We're picking up a game now between Lachlan Berryman, who we see on screen, and Stephen Forster. The game has only just begun, relatively speaking, and nobody has scored a hoop yet. I'd like to welcome to the commentary with me Corey Smith, a fantastic up-and-coming player who's participating in this competition this weekend. Corey plays at the MCC club. Corey, how's the competition been?
It's been fantastic. It's really good fun. The lawns are running pretty nicely, slightly slower than expected. And I'll just let Lockie go for hoop one as an attempt.
So we see Lachlan Berryman playing with the pink and white balls.
Oh. I think that's going to end quite fortunate. That bounce is going to take it right back to white, so he's not feeling too gutted about that.
Okay, so not what he would have hoped for, but not too bad under the circumstances.
Yeah.
So Lachlan Berryman is one of a number of players playing in this competition who've recently returned from playing for Australia in the UK as part of the Australian team in the McRobertson Shield. The McRobertson competition's played between the major croquet playing nations of the world, Australia, New Zealand, England and the USA. And it's played on a rotational basis between those nations. This year it was played in the UK. I think the last time it was played here in Australia was 2022. But both of these players, in fact, Lachlan Berryman and Stephen Forster, who we now see striding down the court, were part of that Australian team.
Yeah, and they're pretty fresh off the plane now, so they only would have got back about a week, 2 weeks ago. And we had a competition at MCC last weekend, so they were straight into playing. As soon as they got off, they had absolutely no rest whatsoever.
Oh, well, you can't keep a good croquet player down, can you, Corey?
Yeah, well, in the UK, I guess season is just starting to wrap up, and here it's just starting, so they got to experience the best of both worlds.
Okay, so Lachlan has made a roquet with the pink ball on white. So, of course, as we know, that will just be the beginning of a sequence of turns.
Yeah, I expect him to take off to green at this point.
And as you suggested, that's exactly what's happened, Corey. Although I don't think he's got quite as much distance on the pink ball as he might have liked.
Yeah, he's definitely a little shorter than he'd want to be there.
Yeah. So what does that look like, about a 5-yard roquet attempt?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, it's completely fine for him, but you could have pushed it a little bit harder. You had the distance to work with. Yeah, very solid.
Yes, as you suggested, no problem for Lachlan. You'll see in Lachlan's stance that he has his feet very close together. The mallet swing between the feet is only just clearing the shoes. You'd need to be pretty true with your swing, Corey.
Yeah, these guys practice it a decent amount. It's rare that you give yourself an ankle injury, but it definitely happens if you if you get it a bit too wrong. That's a really nice roll up for Lockie there.
Okay, so he's given himself the opportunity now for a long rush down the lawn. He'll be looking to promote Brown right down the lawn to hoop 1.
Nice, bit overcut.
Good for distance though, even though a slight angle. But it has left Brown out to the side of hoop 1, probably a couple of yards. Always more difficult, Corey, to approach a hoop from the side rather than in line with the hoop.
Yeah, you are definitely at least happier on lawn 1 and not lawn 2 right now, because I think lawn 2 is a good little hill at hoop 1 that you'd have to work around as well. But that's a nice little approach shot from him there.
It is indeed, played with wonderful control. He's now in a very good hoop running position and has promoted Brown to the non-playing side as a reception ball.
Ooh.
Oh, we can feel it, Lockie. So he has ended up with pink stuck in the jaws of the hoop.
Yeah, it looks very visible to Brown.
Yes.
There should be no issue for Stephen here, but I'll get the ref over to watch it.
Now, why in this circumstance would you ask somebody to watch the shot? And we see Stephen raise his mallet, which is the way croquet players call a referee onto the lawn. Yeah. But what's the point of doing that, Corey?
Yeah, great question. So if you hit into the wire and never make contact with the ball, it might still cause the ball to move just from the wire hitting onto the ball, especially if they're resting and touching. Mm-hmm. So you can't just trust the fact the ball has moved to the fact that you've hit it cleanly. So you need someone watching to make sure the contact's actually happened.
And tournament referee Mike Connor's come out to observe that, and it looked like that was very clean.
Looked very clean.
So Lachlan did some of the hard work earlier in partially setting up the lawn, and that little mistake has let his opponent Stephen in. Stephen's approach shot has sent pink quite deep beyond the hoop, and he almost bobbled in the hoop himself, but fortunately through. Has he got enough room for the backswing? We'll see when he steps to the side.
Oh, I think he's okay.
is difficult to tell from this
especially because
angle.
he's side style, he has a bit of an additional benefit.
Okay, no problem there. And he's acquitted that well. Now, we can see the green ball is there on the lawn. It's not an ideal load for the hoop. It's probably roughly halfway between hoops 2 and 5.
Yeah, that pace looks fantastic.
But Stephen has successfully played a split shot that sent pink across as a load for hoop 3. He's achieved a lovely little rush line on green and placed that perfectly in front of the hoop. So this hoop approach, he just promotes green beyond the hoop as the receiver ball. He's put it out to the right-hand side.
Yep. Allows him to get the rush on it after he comes through the hoop.
So he's played that with control. No need to go too far.
I'll take that right down to white, I think. Oh, wouldn't have guessed that's exactly where I wanted it, but he's got so much to work with here, space-wise. Like white's in the lawn a nice amount. He'll be able to do kind of whatever he wants to play green a bit better in front of 4 and go over to white if that's the way he chooses to play this. I mean, it's the classic fun of croquet is your opponent sets up all the effort and then you just get to capitalize on it if they happen to miss hoop 1. Lost a countless number of games doing exactly that.
Okay, so as you suggest, Corey, he has taken the opportunity to go across to the white ball. I guess he's looking to be able to rush white down the lawn.
Yeah, so he's
to
obviously
that northern boundary.
He's such a capable player, but if you don't need to take the takeoff down the lawn, you tend to not play for it. You'd love to be able to rush balls very close to where your next ball is and play around that rather than having to kind of get the feel of an 18 to 20 yard takeoff, especially as the day gets hotter and the lawn starts running a bit faster. You don't want to have your judgment just a bit wrong and then overrunning and not getting the position you need to actually get the hoop.
So this rush line game that Stephen prefers gives him greater control, you think, Corey?
Yeah, 100%. It's especially on these lawns where your bumps are really tough to see, and there's I think 10 lawns we're playing on this competition, and they all have their own. I think the term is character. When they don't lie smooth, and you have to just know what's going on. And if you can put balls pretty close together, you're going to be way less under the influence of having your ball taken away from you just by hitting a hill or a bump. Ooh.
Now the ball is through the hoop, I think. Difficult to tell from this angle. He is calling for the referee to make an adjudication, which doesn't in itself indicate that it's not through the hoop. It might just be that he wants the referee
the
to
next
watch
shot would
the
need to be
shot
watched
that he
anyway.
plays.
Yeah, I would imagine it's through, but it's firstly, I guess, a courtesy if there's any doubt to have the referee see it, and regardless if your ball's in the hoop, it's just good etiquette to have them watch the next shot you're playing.
Now we see Mike placing some markers on the lawn to indicate the position of the balls. Why would he be bothering to do that, Corey?
Yeah, so the brown right now and brown and pink, I guess, both together, what called being in a critical position. And the idea for that is normally you're able to walk up to a ball, scope out what shot you want to be playing, and give it a few practice swings. And if you did happen to touch a ball on a swing in open lawn when you didn't mean to, you're allowed to take it back. It's a really friendly game for that. But when you're in a position like this, where the position is crucial, if you happen to touch the ball now, that would count as a stroke and your turn would end. So you get it marked to allow you the comfort to practice your swing. I clearly couldn't see pink whatsoever.
No, so he opted to play firmly down the lawn. He was hoping, I guess, that he might have been able to get a correct line to roquet green.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he was unable to do that. Very difficult to play that stroke through a hoop with any accuracy.
You're essentially guided by the hoop, and you just kind of hope that it's guided you the correct direction. You can see so little, and you can manipulate so little, depending on how far the ball went through. And I guess the question for Lachlan now is, what shot does he take? And I would assume he takes white shooting at pink.
Meanwhile, Stephen has scored 3 hoops and he's placed his brown clip on top of hoop 4, indicating that that will be the next hoop in order for 4 to make. And Corey, you're right, Lachlan has opted to play with the white ball.
Oh. And so you'd play white there because as a ball in the center of the lawn, it's very easily usable by your opponent if you happen to then miss your shot. And the other benefit, the reason you shoot pink and not the other direction, is if you did glance pink, both of Stephen's balls are quite close together, and so you'd be able to get the rush you need to hoop one. But by missing, you're basically weighing up the idea that the fact that he's missed is something he's accounted for and has made the break still quite difficult for Stephen to get going.
Okay.
Good shot back onto the green. So it looks like Stevens is going for the approach, and we'll try and figure out after he potentially makes this what he actually wants to do to set up his break. Looks like it's come up short. Oh, ever so slightly. He's going to be okay with this.
Yeah, so it's not a great angle.
Yeah, nice hoop.
And no problem for Stephen. Lovely clean swing and follow through.
I'm sure you pointed out already, but you so rarely see anyone playing side style at this point. It's incredible to watch. The way he plays isn't something anyone would teach you at this stage. And watching his swing, it just flows. Like, because there's no body in the way, it just looks like liquid. It's really incredible.
Yes, he is a very attractive player to watch from that point of view. As you say, everything is very smooth, very fluid. Of course, Stephen's been playing croquet for a long time. I think he started in the 1980s as quite a young fellow. I'm sure that the swing has just become an automatic muscle movement for him.
Yeah. In fact, he's had to go partly the other way, I believe, for some of his bigger shots. He had to learn Solomon grip because he wasn't getting the accuracy he needed with side style when he had to make long roquets. So you see him when he's under control playing side style, but I think for the bigger shots, you'll see him go for Solomon.
So many players prefer to play a centre style with the mallet swung between their legs, which obviously puts the mallet on the centre line of your body.
Yep.
Playing a side style, as Stephen does here, I guess there's always the risk that because your body is tilted or on something of an angle, that you could start to get influence from shoulder, hips, in the stroke itself.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue. And by not being centered over, you need to be very confident in your aiming line as well. Because when you're scoping over a shot, when the shot's in the middle of you, you can just look up and down and make sure that everything's in line. But
we did see in that visual there of Stephen taking that shot that as he addressed the ball, his body was in such a position that his head was directly over the ball. So he was definitely looking down that line. I wonder if we might see that. We will see that in another shot.
So he's got a big, nice approach to 5 now. He's run around the lawn to try and get himself in a position here. That looks pretty great. That's a really lovely shot, giving himself, just under a yard, relatively straight on for the hoop. It's a really wonderful hit. Those are very difficult.
And of course he had made hoop 4 just a little while ago, and now he's made his 5th hoop with the brown ball. And Corey seems to have a reasonable control of the ball positions. He does not yet have a load on the hoop after next, that is one back, but it looks like he's going to be able to load that hoop now and then come back and make hoop 6 with the white ball.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would guess that he's going to be a bit constricted. I think he'll just play green a bit into centre. I don't think he'll be able to send it all the way to one back. As I found out yesterday, apparently side style doesn't really allow for a good stop shot, which means that if you see Stephen quite close to where his next ball is, his distance that he's travelling is going to be less than like an equivalent player.
Okay.
And that's exactly what we've seen. He's placed both of them at hoop 6. And by placing 2 balls close together, he just guarantees a rush to one back anyway if he wants it.
Yes, and he's promoted white probably half the distance toward the hoop after next.
Yeah, the thing just got through that one. I'd be interested to see how he plays around loading up 2 back, which is generally the trickiest part of a break because it's against the direction of play. It's a very long distance shot, and if you get it wrong, you give your opponent a really massive opportunity to get into the game because they'll get a lift after you on the next hoop. But I think he's played that really nicely. brown's coming up just a touch shorter than he'd love it to be. Green's probably a touch shorter than he'd love, but it's so close to pink that he's not going to be too frustrated with that.
Okay, so as you've said, Corey, having two balls relatively close together means that it's very easy to get a perfect rush line on at least one of them to your final destination. So again, approaching the hoop from the side requires an incredible amount of control, and we see Stephen exercise that again.
Yeah.
A smooth swing, gentle but with follow through, and the ball travels through the hoop with ease.
It's really nice. It's deceptive how simple it looks when you're approaching from the side with a takeoff, but when you look at where the ball actually needs to end up, you realistically have a pretty precise landing point that if you miss it, you are giving yourself a really difficult time. And by approaching the hoop from the reverse side of it, from the non-running side, if you overhit, you just make the hoop harder and harder and harder to run. So even those tiny shots are incredibly impressive to get completely correct.
Yes. So a croquet player would prefer, of course, to be approaching the hoop from the playing side and in line with the hoop, regardless of how far out from the hoop they are.
Yeah. I would generally take probably being 3 yards away on the playing side to being a yard away on the non-playing side.
Yes. And so in this instance, Stephen doesn't have a great load on the hoop. He's going to need to rush the ball into the hoop. That lovely cut
That's
on
beautiful.
green to get that in a perfect hoop approach position.
And you see some of the character of the lawn because that green curved around pretty favourably to
It did.
just about two balls worth maybe, and it does make a lot of difference. Ooh, how's that looking? No, he's okay there.
So again, we saw Brown fall away slightly to the right. But again, a gentle shot, but with smooth follow through, has seen the ball travel easily through the hoop.
Now his focus is on the leave he's going to set. So he's made 8 of his first 9 hoops. He'll stop after he makes his 9th one. And he wants to have balls in a really nice position to set up a shot that's going to be very difficult for Lachlan to hit when he takes his leave. Right now, everything's quite interestingly placed. So we can't quite see it on the camera, but white is wedged right into 3 back on the wrong side of it, which to me indicates he's going to do some sort of 2-4 leave. And he'll leave white against that wire once he comes back through the hoop.
Oh, well, this will be interesting to see. So as you say, Brown has now scored 8 hoops and is about to run its 9th.
So I think he's going to try and push white through to get that approach. That's fine. That's completely fine. As long as white's emerged out the other side, as long as brown technically hasn't started running the hoop, he's still completely fine to run this. So white has emerged just enough to allow him to play this as a very straightforward shot. This is almost the nicest you could want out of a hoop approach. So my guess is he's now going to put white relatively tight to the wire on the right-hand side of your screen. By putting it on the right-hand side, you limit the shot your opponent can take from you. They basically have no visibility of that ball when they look at A-balk for their lift, and he'll just do a very small shot. It's about precision here, and then he'll go to pink very happily. It's not quite ideal. He'd be quite frustrated there. The reason you want it not in the hoop, you might think in the hoop's a really nice place for it, but because you'll be getting back on the lawn next turn, you want white in a really usable position, and within a hoop is not usable, but on the edge of the wire really is. So he'll be, I think, a little bit frustrated, but that's still completely fine in terms of keeping him in the game. Sends pink up past hoop 2 and quite nicely into the lawn to make sure that if Lockie does take that shot on, it's still a solid 16-ish yards, and then he places green and brown so that white can't shoot at them, and you have a pretty classic 2-4 leave.
So presumably he'll put his 2 balls across on the western boundary.
Yep.
And will he take advantage of the fact that white is in the jaws of that hoop, so he can place his balls relatively close to white, but in a position where white really has no shot on them?
Yeah, 100%. That's the exact purpose of this leave, and it's also why ideally you have white not in the jaws of the hoop, because if white can't shoot at you, but you can still get to white, you have all of the ability to play in the game. So he's going to set up what I believe would be a kind of, I say up a pretty direct rush to one. I would guess normally set up kind of an abstract rush to one. So you want to give yourself really good flexibility of options. So he's set up right now that if he plays green next turn,
For the very reason that the white ball did get stuck in the jaws of the hoop and is not available to him. He would have preferred it to be in a position where after roqueting his partner ball, he could then have rushed white across the lawn to one.
yeah, definitely.
So he's made it very difficult for Lachlan, but he's also made it a little difficult for himself to use that white ball immediately. But nonetheless, Stephen has done very well. He has effected a break of 9 with his brown ball and set a very good leave. This is going to be very challenging for Lachlan.
Yeah.
Mind you, Lachlan seems to rise to the challenge and seems to like nothing more than a very long roquet attempt.
Yeah,
so we
definitely where he plays best is
could
feeling like he's going to miss everything, and then he just hits from every distance he wants to.
yes, a formidable player. This is why Stephen and Lachlan, although they have very different styles, are key members of the Australian team, of course.
And with the shot Lachlan's facing here, so when he walks onto the lawn, I mean, he's very confident in every decision, and that's something that they'll teach early. It's kind of, regardless of whether you're correct or not, you need to believe the shot you're taking is the correct one, because otherwise you'll never play it well. But both balls are in a position you really want to lift them. That's the big benefit from Stephen for setting up the 2-4 leave. And so Lachlan decided to take the ball, not on the hoop. And he's shot down, he's gone right through the middle.
Okay, but a very difficult shot.
It's very difficult.
That would have been, what, a 25-metre, a 25-yard attempt, probably?
Yeah, I'd call that, yeah.
So maybe Lachlan should consider taking up AFL. He scored the perfect goal there between the sticks.
I think he'll enjoy hearing you say that as well.
Okay, so the pink ball, missing its target, has gone right through to the south boundary, and Lachlan will now measure that in onto the yard line.
Yeah, and Stephen, I'd be interested to see what he does here, because my instinct would be to rush straight over to hoop 1, partly because even if things go wrong, the amount of white that pink can see from sitting in the corner is really minimal, and you'd be at really big risk of giving a lot away if you went for it. So he might not feel under pressure to try and pick up pink here, and he'll just take the rush straight over. No, he's happy going for trying to get some position and getting white out of that hoop.
Okay, so he's rushed brown in toward that hoop where white is jammed.
Yeah, I've just realised exactly why I needed to do that, because if he did end his turn and white was still on the hoop, then Lachlan would get a wiring lift immediately.
And that is because Stephen is responsible for the position of white.
Yeah. So Stephen needs to make sure white's dealt with now, because if he messes up his turn, he'll be a bit frustrated.
So that was an interesting shot. So in that shot, he was wanting to get green across to pink, which he's done, but clearly he was also hoping that brown would have struck white and dislodged it from the hoop.
It was a really clever shot. The idea there, if brown did dislodge white, then white becomes rushable again.
Yes.
And he hasn't used white yet. So when he plays his next shot, which would have been pink up to hoop 2, he would have had the ability to get a really fantastic rush on white that he wouldn't have had at the start. I didn't even think of the bombard. That was a really lovely idea. Sad to see that didn't work.
Difficult to do, though, because in that split shot, there is a bit of pull between the balls.
Yeah.
And although the distance wasn't great, it can be very difficult to get the appropriate angle, can't it?
It's so hard to estimate. At the point you're doing a split roll, there are, I think, like 50 different factors that affect how much pull you'll be getting. And that he is having a very, very tough look at this. I would imagine he can see a touch of it. I'm surprised he's not immediately getting a ref over.
He may well do so before he plays the stroke. He's just giving it a look at the moment.
He's technically got... he thinks he can go for it without needing a ref. That must be fine.
Yep. Well, of course, Stephen himself...
I don't think that went. I think he'll walk off there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he does think it went. I really think I should have had a ref watch that.
Ideally, although I was going to say that Stephen himself is a fully accredited and very experienced referee, and one of the most judiciously honest players in the game.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, there's no doubt if Stephen thinks it hit, that it did hit, but you generally would want, I'd guess you'd want a second opinion on that, especially just to put Lachlan more at ease that the right call was
As you
made.
said earlier, often it's not a matter of needing to prove anything, but rather simply to give show your opponent some courtesy.
Yeah. What's he doing?
I guess
He's not sure either.
No. Well, he certainly wasn't intending to hit the hoop.
I think he might have been trying to set the rush back up towards white.
Yes.
Yeah, that's likely what he was doing.
So he's disappointed. He's left the lawn with his balls close together, so there's no problem in terms of getting some sort of roquet, but possibly not the one that he would have wanted.
Yeah.
And he has left his opponent with balls well separated.
Yeah, and I think pink is in fact wired potentially from both brown and green where it sits there. I think it may maybe just see green. Either way, it's not the shot you take on. And this is why Lockie's really confident taking this, because Stephen didn't get his rush set up. So he's just going to fire at white.
So he's choosing the pink ball and he's going to fire across the lawn.
Stunning shot.
Oh, and a lovely shot. He's picked up that long roquet, which he needed to do.
Yep.
So Stephen has made a good start with making a break of 9.
Off of Lachlan's setup as well.
That's true. But unfortunately just had some difficulties in that previous turn. Lachlan has made the long roquet and is now in a fairly good position to come down to those opponent balls, which are sitting close together.
Yep.
You said before that when there are two balls close together, it gives you a fairly easy opportunity to get a perfect rush on one of them to your desired destination.
Yeah, in fact, I wondered if he'd play white a bit more aggressively over towards hoop 2. So the idea of when there's two balls together, not only do you have a really nice guaranteed rush anywhere, but you have a much bigger target to aim for wherever your pink ball ends up, so you can take on slightly riskier shots and still have confidence you end up good. But he decided that was a bit too risky for him to do.
So he plays green firmly right through to the boundary. Now, he would have done that, Corey, in order to give himself enough room to play a shot where he sends green back up the lawn toward hoop 2 as a load.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to want to do here.
He'll want his pink striker ball to end up to the right-hand side of, but level with brown, so that he'll have a rush across the lawn. This is where the experience shows.
Looks fantastic.
He's not so much concerned about the distance he got with green. It fell short. It's in the centre, but the important thing is that he's got that perfect rush across the lawn.
Yeah, there's kind of, as you're learning the game, people will tell you take the hoop that you see, and then people will tell you stop taking the hoop you see and start setting up for the next one. And then you go right back to take the hoop that you see, because with white where it is, that's decently in the lawn, green in the center. Yes, it's not a perfectly set up lawn, but these players are so capable of making opportunities out of this kind of position, because every ball is usable, that just take the hoop you see and you can figure it out after this. So he sends brown, I think, a little bit to the right-hand side to give himself a good chance to rush.
To rush back toward in the centre.
Toward
the centre of the lawn, toward the green ball.
Exactly. If he can get it close to green, he effectively has a guaranteed rush towards hoop 2, and hoop 3 is already loaded. So you can see instantly, as long as he does a really nice 1-yard take off to green here, he has a perfect 4-ball break on his hands.
So he can now put brown wherever he likes. The important thing is to get that little rush on green up to hoop 2. As you said in an earlier sequence of shots, he had already loaded hoop 3. So he's got his hoop after next loaded. Corey, it seems that particularly at the beginning of a game, or the beginning of an innings, as we call it, players need to show a little bit of patience. It can take a little bit of time before they manoeuvre all the balls into the ideal position for the four-ball break.
Yeah, and there's so much difficulty in getting balls off the boundaries that you have to play it over a number of hoops to make sure you feel confident. But you would surprise yourself, a ball that's an additional yard off of a boundary doesn't sound like particularly much, but it already doubles the amount of space you have to get in behind it for a potential rush. So every small improvement you make in the lawn after a hoop really does compound the more you're able to make. And you see these players capitalize that fantastically. If a ball's in the boundary, give them 5 hoops and it'll be well in the centre.
Okay. So making small adjustments, small advancements, and ultimately gaining the ideal control of the lawn.
Yeah. And he's doing essentially an exercise that he's told me to do repeatedly and is incredibly difficult. Play just with 3 balls and have one always at the center and get your rush out of each hoop to that ball so that you can then keep making the break as you go around. He doesn't need to keep doing it anymore. He's obviously fine to set up. He's got white loaded really well. But you can see such control he has over getting the ball back to the center, getting onto his pivot ball. He's probably a bit shorter than I would have expected he wanted to be here, but he's not going to be stressed. That's still an easy takeoff getting back up the lawn.
He's played that well toward the boundary,
Yep.
but of course the white ball, after making hoop 3, will want to come back down the lawn on that line. So Brown is in a very usable position. Is it likely that he'll push it slightly back toward the centre of the lawn?
It's really not a stress for him. You want it out this side partly because white's also on this kind of eastern side of the hoop, which means that you're going to be following a line that's always quite good. He's actually a little bit short and a bit not quite perfect, but he's so close that it doesn't matter. The benefit as well of the transition from hoop 3 to hoop 4 to hoop 5 is that if he runs this hoop, touches onto white, takes off to brown, he has a very, very simple way of playing brown over to hoop 5 and landing on green to run hoop 4. It's a really natural shot. So he isn't worried about brown position because there's so much he's going to be able to do here. So you can see he's run 3 very nicely. It's really his choice now whether he wants to place white anywhere. He might even place it at 6. But it's in a good enough position to place at 5, and I'd probably take on placing it at 5.
And by having that brown ball about halfway down the court, it means that he doesn't have to play an unnecessarily big shot here.
Yeah, and you're still on the rush line to head brown down towards green, which means that no matter where pink ended up on this roll, he's going to be able to get really close to green after this.
Would he prefer to rush brown beyond green or just near it?
I think you're completely fine there, especially with a nice stop shot. It's different players will play around hoop 5 differently, but you can easily double load 5 right now with a stop shot and have a really nice time, which would be a bit more difficult if you went too far. So that might be what we see in play. Yeah.
I guess, Corey, you'd be pretty familiar with Lachlan's play because you are both members at the Melbourne Croquet Club, MCC, in Glenferrie.
Yeah, I think it's best described as scary, is his style of play. Once he's in, he has a finesse that completely betrays him because you see him hit and he absolutely wallops the ball on any shot he wants to make. And then all of a sudden he flips a switch when the brakes is on and it looks like he's never misplaced anything in his life.
Yes, well, he's being almost uncharacteristically gentle with his play at the moment, but of course he's got the balls in a very advantageous position. He's able to play a small game with a high degree of precision here.
Yeah, and all these players playing this weekend are able to play that nice 4-ball small game. I think where Lachlan really shines with his style of playing incredibly aggressively and incredibly at pace is that when things are on boundaries, he doesn't see distance as being a factor in how he plays. So if things are on completely different sides of the lawn, he's going to be able to rush to it. He's going to be able to get rush out of it. And his power and his swing really does help him out there. But once you're at this point and you're feeling so under control, it should just kind of be a rote matter of making a 9, which, as anyone who's played the game knows, that's still far easier said than done. These players are still fantastic at how precise they are. The ball just is on a string.
Now, we commented earlier on Stephen's preference for side-style swing. In just a couple of shots ago, we saw Lachlan play with side-style, generally a centre-style player. We might see him do it again and perhaps be able to think about and talk about the circumstances that would cause him to do that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that again because the only time I would ever flip styles is if I was just so sure of the shot that I don't really care what's happening. Like if all you need is a 1-yard roquet and you just want to tap onto it, you can kind of take it standing however you want to. But really, if you want precision, you'll play with the style that you've used for years. Like these players have trained their swing for potentially decades at this point. So it's pretty unconventional to switch so extremely. Oh, but for these croquet shots, you'll see him potentially going to the side.
So there you are.
Yeah. So this is pretty conventional. The idea is for bigger rolls it gives you a bit more flexibility in your pace because your body's no longer in the way of the swing you want to be doing. So if you have a roll you want to do potentially across the lawn or quite a big ratio, you'll see people switching from center style on their croquet shot to side style because you can just get your swing entirely unhindered.
When you say a big ratio, do you mean sending...
I mean like a full roll, like a 3/4. In that instance, it was a half, which I think for me, I would still opt to play center, but it really depends on the feel you have for the game. But the closer your two balls are going to go, the more you want your swing to be able to go back. That's a nice shot.
So a very nice load on one back. An okay position to approach the hoop. So all of these players play so carefully around the hoop. Their positioning for the approach to the hoop means that they are invariably in an optimum position to run the hoop with ultimate control.
Yeah. I've had it described to me as all these players effectively have hidden claws where you don't want to run a hoop from more than 12 inches away if you can avoid it. But not only are they consistently able to get to that point, if they do happen to be 1 yard, 2 yards away, they'll still hit that hoop really confidently and they won't have any issues with it. They're just so good at what they do that they don't need to be in a position to take any risky shots on. They're always going to place their approach ball within a yard of the hoop, place their actual ball, their striker ball within a few inches, and run a hoop as if it's the easiest shot you've ever seen.
Now the croquet court is very large. It's 28 yards wide and 35 yards long. That's a lot of real estate. But with most of these players, we see them most of the time keeping the balls well away from the boundaries, playing pretty much within the area prescribed by the four corner hoops. In so doing, they dramatically reduce the distances the balls need to travel. That must make it easier.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Miles. And it gives you way better flexibility with your rushes. So you'll position your balls within your kind of, I guess, inner square of those four hoops. But when you're rushing balls into different positions and you want to maybe rush to load in another shot, it gives you really great comfort in taking that anywhere. If you place your balls too far out of that square, you start playing around with having not enough distance to do the shots you want to do and having to be way too precise to be able to play consistently. But by keeping all your balls really close together and within that kind of four hoop square, you basically just make the game much easier for yourself, because the game's not about playing perfect shots. It's about being good enough with every single shot, and that really helps you achieve that.
So control and placement are essential to success at croquet.
Yeah, and it's not about placement within 2 centimeters of exactly where you wanted it. It's around knowing the kind of where you're comfortable picking a ball up from. You could have a circle 3-5 yards wide and still be perfectly happy wherever it lands. But it's about knowing that before you play the shot. A lot of players will kind of play the shot and then realize there was a different shot they wanted to play or a different position they wanted the ball to be in. But these players know straight away where they want the balls to be, and they'll always play towards that. And that's a really big help. If you know exactly what you want that shot to be, you'll play it much better.
So we see that Lachlan has scored his 8th hoop with the pink ball. By going through one back, he has given a lift to his opponent, so he'll be thinking about how he wants to quit the lawn. He'll want to do that under control. I guess, Corey, he'd be thinking about some sort of leave now.
Yeah, so he's been setting up his 2-4 leave. He's would have been maybe not frustrated, but he's very capable of doing this anyway. But the lack of rush out of 2 back meant that he had to play a bit of a bigger shot than he wanted to. But you can see he's going to run 3 back with black as his receiver. He's going to place black tight against that wire as Stephen tried to do, and then he'll hide his balls away on the east boundary exactly as Stephen did. And again, the reason you want to play this, firstly he's playing brown here, which you notice, and that's really intentional. So Stephen's already played brown through 9 hoops. By placing brown at this ball at hoop 4, oh, that's close. I don't know if you can see it. Calling the ref over there. But by placing brown at hoop 4, you encourage Stephen to want to lift that brown ball because it's very usable. But by lifting that brown ball, you don't want to make any hoops with it because it's not particularly useful for you to do so. Okay, he's not that happy. That was the courtesy.
Okay, so we'll see him now push brown back toward the hoop.
Yep.
But unlike Stephen, he doesn't want to end up with brown in the jaws.
No, he just wants it. Oh, that's usable, I think.
That's pretty good.
I think it's okay. You wouldn't have loved that. Kind of surprised. Like, you see players approach it differently. Some people really like getting it firm into the wire because then the wire will stop it dead.
Yes.
Some players also happy just having it roll 2 inches short of the wire because the wire will still block your opponent from hitting. And then you never have to worry about pull of lawn. But I think you're going to be okay with that. And so the idea here, yes, is Stephen would want to lift brown because brown's very usable for Lachlan. But if Stephen lifts brown, he doesn't want to run any hoops with it because brown's already on 4 back. And making hoops at this point when green hasn't progressed is a really risky thing to do. It leaves you really susceptible to being pegged out by your opponent.
And a player would always prefer to play with the ball that is yet to get going.
Yes.
Often referred to as the back ball when it has scored fewer hoops than its partner ball. So Lachlan is now looking at options for where he places his balls. He obviously wants them to be hidden from brown so that brown does not have an easy shot on them. But he also, I guess, Corey, wants to leave them as far away from the balk line as possible.
Yeah, this is interesting. So normally I'm curious what he sees brown's line as being. He's going to obviously keep brown wired, but by rolling both balls back, it does entice Stephen with a 13-yard shot, which he would pretty happily take. Lachlan does this a lot. He runs both balls out of the lawn rather than setting up a precise rush. It still kind of confuses me, but obviously it works really well for him. So he just ended his turn here because he's hit both up to boundary, and that's turn end when you do that on a croquet shot.
But he's happy with that result. It's what he intended.
Very intentional. His idea is that, I'm assuming that's, so white is the one further down, which is the one he's yet to play. The idea will be that white is really capable of rushing pink into the lawn and playing around however he needs to. But it does give Stephen a pretty enticing 12, 13-yard shot at white in the corner, with the knowledge that if you do hit it, then you're likely to make a break, and you're likely to make the break Lachlan wanted to play, which at this distance, 12 yards is probably, I would guess, around 50-50 for Stephen to make, so it depends on how confident he is shooting that, how well he feels he's been shooting today.
So he has chosen to lift green. From the moment that he moved that ball, the decision is made. He can't now change his mind. He can change his mind about which balk line he wants to play it from, but he can't suddenly decide to put green back and lift brown.
Yeah, and by Lachlan playing his balls down to corner, you'd see a lot of people playing them relatively central in east boundary, but playing down to corner, you are forcing Stephen's hand at shooting the short shot at A balk, because you would never shoot B balk down 30 yards, but you would shoot this. I think he's aware this is just the best shot on the lawn right now. And you can see him play Solomon for this because he wants the accuracy.
Okay, so centre style Solomon grip.
Yep. No, that's not it.
Oh, only just off to the side. So pulled a little to the right, maybe at the point of impact, or it could have been the influence of the camber on the lawn.
Yeah, it's really hard to know. And I mean, confusingly, despite these lawns kind of being just a small part of a much bigger field of grass, for some reason the boundaries always do curve off in mysterious ways, even if you think they shouldn't have any effect. So you really don't know by the time you're getting to the end of that end of the lawn whether it's just going to take it away from you.
That is mitigated to a certain extent by the very generous overrun on the lawns. You see that the boundary line is marked probably a good
2 yards out.
Good 2 yards out from that concrete guttering.
100%. It definitely helps. The other thing that helps, which is Lachlan's play style of absolutely walloping the ball at every opportunity, because if the ball is spending less time travelling, it can't be manipulated by the lawn quite as much. So if you have a straight swing and you hit it very hard, it generally works out quite well for you. The difficulty is having a straight swing that can hit very hard. The harder you hit, generally the worse the swing becomes.
Because your muscles start to influence the line of the swing, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. So Lockie's now going to have a think about how he sets up his triple peel here. This is really one of the positions that you'd set the lawn for in order to do that.
Okay, so he hasn't even started a break with his second ball, the white ball. But, Corey, you think that he'd, even at this point, be thinking about the end of this innings and starting to set up for the peel?
Yeah, 100%. So if you can think about it now, your life does become much easier. And I don't think he's happy with going for it. He clearly didn't think brown was a nice place to do it for. Oh, actually, it's still potentially on. So the idea is the earlier you can make that first peel of your 3, the more flexibility you have in the rest of your break. So by considering it at the very start, you give yourself the most flexibility to play it really nicely. And these players are good enough that if they decide it's not feasible, they can just back out of it at any point and still make their 12.
Okay.
So by thinking about it, you give yourself an option you just wouldn't have otherwise. And right now he's trying to set his rush up on pink to make hoop 1 with partner.
In the first stroke of this innings for Lockie, he sent the green ball up toward hoop 2 as a potential load.
Yep.
Now he has rushed brown from its position in front of hoop 4 right across to the boundary. Now from here it looks like he's just going to do a gentle takeoff.
Yeah, he will.
With a view
I don't know how well the lawn's run, but you want to be so precise with that.
And it looks like he's got the perfect rush line directly across the lawn to hoop 1.
Yeah, looks great.
So it means that he's taking his partner ball to the hoop.
That's coming up very nicely, I think.
And the opponent balls are well separated, and one of them fairly well positioned as a load, a potential load for hoop 2. Not perfect, but it's certainly up there and about.
Yeah, so you'd be really satisfied with this. I would guess if he's thinking of the triple right now, he would be placing pink out on the right-hand side, but he doesn't. Oh, he's doing that a little bit.
He has done that.
So he wants, ideally when he runs this hoop, to go a bit past pink and be able to rush it back towards the south boundary. That will allow him to go to brown next shot.
There's a slight angle on this shot.
Ooh.
Fortunately,
He's
has
okay
not
there.
troubled him.
He now has a tough decision to make because he's got a really perfect rush lined up to hoop 3 by the looks of it, but you don't love taking a rush to your next hoop because it really hurts your load if you don't play it right. So he's opted instead to play the kind of half rush up the lawn and load the next hoop off the croquet shot, which is much safer. And it's something you see in a lot of newer players when they're learning to rush, is rushing directly to hoop rather than sitting up with a croquet shot. But it really is just a much less precise way of playing the game.
Mm-hmm. So players at this level become very proficient at controlling the placement of both of the balls when executing the croquet stroke. The croquet stroke, of course, is one where the balls must be played in contact with each other. You only strike one of the balls, that is your striker ball, but in that stroke you must cause both balls to move for it to be a legal stroke. But how far you move each of the balls is entirely up to you.
Yeah, and that's for association croquet, that's where basically the whole crux of the game lies. In the flexibility of that croquet stroke, you can do effectively anything you want to with a nice enough swing. And so all the strategy comes down to what kind of croquet stroke do you enjoy, where do you need to place the balls to get yourself there. The whole game is really built around playing that croquet stroke really nicely.
I guess we'd make one qualification. You can do almost anything you want to do, provided you practice.
Which these players are doing, I think, semi-occasionally, which is why they're getting pretty good at the game at this stage. But yeah, you see a lot of people going for shots that they don't practice, and actually I went for one earlier today and over-rolled entirely and just went out on the lawn because it's a shot that I hadn't practiced in a little while and was very rusty at. And you see it, so it's not even just practicing one specific, it's not just practicing the concept of croquet shots, it's about practicing every single possibility of the shots you can do to make sure that all the options feel open to you. And he is wanting to triple here, so he would love to get behind brown. It looks like he might have got the line he needs. He's going to cut rush it up towards hoop 3, just so he can leave it by that hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really nice. So instead of cut rush to hoop 3, he's going to do exactly what we said last time, which is load it with the croquet stroke and roll up nicely behind pink to make that hoop basically guaranteed. So expect him to place brown on the south side of 3, maybe a yard past it. Maybe on the north side, player preference changes here.
You'll hear us referring to compass directions in relation to the boundaries of the court, regardless of the actual geographical orientation of a croquet court. We always refer to the starting boundary as the south boundary, and each of the others take their name relative to that. So the boundary behind Lachlan at the moment is referred to as the north boundary. The boundary out to his left or to our right is the east boundary, and off screen out to our left is the west boundary.
And you see him play. Normally you'd play this maybe as a drive stop shot, but for this instance you play it as a roll because you need pink to stay pretty close to the hoop because you're about to try and peel it back through. So he's going to run white, and the idea is to run white a bit past pink if he's able to. No big deal if he can't, but that's a really nice shot. It has run past pink, and he'll be able to cut rush it back in slightly. And the pressure already is starting to feel a bit less. It's starting to reduce because by getting pink into a nice position here, I can't quite see how that's lining. It looks okay to me. Even if you're able to just jaws it, it makes your attempt at a triple so much easier. So he's going to try and do the first peel now with the idea that jawsing is a really fine outcome, and that even if it goes wrong, he's got plenty of options to fix it later. But he would really love this to peel now, or jaws at the very least.
Okay, so it's usual for a player to attempt this first peel at 4 back just after they've run hoop 3 with their striker ball.
Yep.
So to go through would be excellent, but even just to leave the pink ball in the jaws would be adequate.
Yeah, and so he'd be really happy with that.
Very good. So, as you pointed out, he has the escape ball in brown and effectively has a very nice rush down the lawn.
Yeah, he wants to cut it out to the boundary if he can. And you'll see that looks really nice. So the next shot he's going to do is load brown up at hoop 5 and hold for green. So by getting a bit of distance past green, he gives himself the space and the flexibility to do that. Whereas if you ended up way too close to green, you start limiting your options really severely.
Yeah, so as you predicted, he has sent brown well down the lawn, almost to the boundary.
And as a note, if he did happen to send brown off the boundary, as we'd have seen multiple times in a rush, that's completely legal to do. As a roquet, you are more than entitled to hit a ball off of lawn, but you can't do that in a croquet shot.
Okay, so in a croquet shot, that if either ball crosses the boundary, that's turn ending. But in a roquet stroke, it is quite okay for the ball to cross the boundary. It's simply measured back in onto the yard line.
Yeah. Now this next sequence is really a matter of preference. My guess is that he's going to make 4, set up at 6, and make 5. But you will see some players putting green on generally the right-hand side of the hoop, or the close side as you're seeing it, to get a rush back up the lawn. I would doubt he really cares about that because pink's in such a nice place. But if pink was in a worse position, you'd be tempted to do it now. But as it currently sits quite nicely, he's going to probably just play green up to 6 after this roquet stroke, make 5 off of brown, and he will send the brown out to the right-hand side when he approaches the hoop to give himself a really nice chance at getting that triple.
Okay, so that would be so that he could rush brown up toward corner 4 or up toward 4 back?
Yeah, up towards 4 back, so he'll want to go out to the east boundary after making 5.
So a lovely load on 6
really
and
nice shot.
A very nice rush line into hoop 5.
And so yeah, I would expect him to want to send this out. No, he doesn't look like he's going to do it. I would expect him to send it out a bit to the right here, a bit easterly, but he seems pretty happy with how things are sitting. Oh no, it's a bit easterly, I guess. he wants to run this with control because he wants the rush up the lawn. Nah, he's a bit far.
Okay, so he didn't get the rush that he wanted. He'll have to slip into plan B. What do you think that might be?
Yeah, it's a good question. With Lockie, I really don't know. My guess would be that you just play brown loads up to one back. You play towards green now. He's very capable of playing the board split to get white in front of pink and rush it through. The issue with that is that if it goes wrong, you have no safe shot to keep your break going. And there's really no impetus to try and make that peel now, except for the fact that it's slightly nicer because you get a good chance to try your next peel heading towards hoop 6, or once you've made it to make it just immediately after. It looks like he might be going for the wide split. No, he's not. Okay.
Okay, so he's loaded one back with brown.
Yeah, and now it'll be quite important when he's approaching 6 to send green out to the right-hand side so that he can rush it well past pink towards corner 3, which is the one with the black flag. That's just off screen.
And so you think it's likely that he'll attempt the peel after making hoop 6?
Yeah, so I would expect that he runs 6, he rushes out to that corner, and then he's given himself enough distance to load 2 back while landing nicely on pink and getting that rush through, and that would likely be when he does it. If he doesn't do it now, he won't have an opportunity. Again, he's probably a bit further out from the hoop than he'd want to be with the amount of control he should be needing for this, because it's still not beautiful.
So again, he's run a little longer than he would have liked.
Yeah, this is, you'd really would have wanted that rush pointed in kind of the direction of pink rather than a really awkward point. There's enough compromises. I'm really interested in see what he wants to do here because he knows that now is the time he has to peel through. Otherwise, he's basically, if he rejects it now, he has the chance after making 1 back to go for it. And then if he doesn't go for it, then he's waiting until the very end to do a straight triple. So I'd be really curious what he wants to do. He might be tempted to just play the peel now and send pink out to 2 back as your load. Or even send pink to 6 and keep pink and green really close together to guarantee a rush to 2 back. So that may be what he's thinking here. It's definitely not as comfortable as you'd like. You'd really at this point like to be well past that first peel. And that's overpaced. That's really overpaced. I think he can see enough of it. Yeah, that's poking out enough.
So in making the roquet, he would hope to promote pink through its hoop.
Yeah.
Which he has done.
That is the first of 3 done now. But quite a bit later than he'd want to, so my guess is his next shot's going to be potentially just a big pass roll, and he'll set pink up at the playing side of penult, so he'll play it about 2 or 3 yards on the north side of that hoop 6. He can also play this down to 2 back, but that starts to concede that you don't want to do your triple. He's sending it really deep. He won't be happy with that. White's just travelled a bit further than he'd want to there. He's still under control. This isn't going to be an issue for him. He's got a really strong amount of work to do now. I don't know what Stephen's looking at here. Bringing the ref with him. Did you see a fault? I didn't see a fault.
No, I'm not quite sure what this conversation is about.
I generally find when Stephen coming onto the lawn, he's right about something.
Yes.
I'm not sure what's happened here. I think Lachlan's continuing to play. Well, I'll find out after.
So maybe Stephen was seeking some clarification.
He might have been annoyed at. I can't imagine why. I was like, maybe annoyed at not getting the ref for the peel.
Okay.
Because it's in the jaws, but at the same time, it's not like Stephen got a ref for his shot towards hoop 4, so I don't think that's why.
Okay, but play has resumed anyway. A slight interruption to concentration for Lockie. Important that he just gets back on track.
Yeah, actually, those are the moments that are really kind of, I think, underrated in how you become a really good player is to be entirely unfazed by anything that happens. And Lockie is maybe one of the. Oh, I was about. Well, I spoke too soon. I'd say one of the best at being unfazed, but you can see him being pretty phased right now.
And
cannot imagine he's happy with Stevens.
Pretty unhappy about that.
Yeah,
yep.
he's very
clearly unhappy.
And that was a pretty straightforward hoop. So, yeah, he's very understandably frustrated.
Well, it'll be interesting to speak with the players and perhaps the referee after the match to find out what was happening there.
The only benefit of this, and it's really a tiny consolation, is that he hasn't won one back yet. So there is no lift for Stephen here. He wants to play green. He wants to shoot at brown, is my guess. If he can see white, maybe he shoots at white, but I think he's going for brown here.
Well, Corey?
Oh, he's gone past it. And Lockie's right back in it. Be curious to see how white's sitting. It looks runnable from my perspective, but we don't have a great angle on it.
No, we will see shortly. I might take this opportunity, Corey, just to speak with the referee and see if we can get an answer to what transpired a moment ago.
Yeah, I'm very interested to hear what you find out. So Lockie clearly can't one back. He's gone completely towards green. I'd probably argue that he's being a bit hasty in the shots he's taken, but he must have seen that there's anything on the lawn. And he's gone straight past it. And this gives Stephen a really fantastic opportunity now to make his break off with green. And you'd be very happy if you're Stephen with how all the balls are lying. Your kind of biggest question at this stage is there's so many options, which one do you do? And I think that's something that Stephen, obviously with all his practice, is fantastic at. He knows when looking at a lawn exactly what to do. You can often from up high see what a lawn looks like and know how you want to be playing on it. But when you're actually down on the ground, all of a sudden you have 100 different questions. And especially when all the balls here are looking really good. So for example, white is a really nice 2-load. Brown could easily rush down to hoop 1. My guess is that you're going to be playing pink into center. But you could even play pink as your 2-load, go over to white. That might be what he's choosing to do here. And then play white into center and play the shot down to brown. And so as I said earlier, a lot of what makes these players really great is that they know the shot they want to play before they play it. They don't think afterwards, oh, there was a better option available to me, I should have done this. Once you're happy with the shot, you just take it on. So he's loaded 2 now. He's going to play, I'm assuming, a very nice drive to get a good rush line loaded. I think he's just going to take off and he'll leave them both together. And his aim will be to rush towards hoop 1 off of brown, and that will leave another really potentially promising triple opening if he makes hoop 1 off of this, because brown naturally goes up to 3, which is where you want to be placing it. So be very interested in seeing how it goes. That distance looks pretty good to me, slightly short, but he's going to have no trouble, I don't think. What could you find out, Andrew?
Okay, so there was just a question about whether or not the balls had been swapped during play, but they hadn't been, and Stephen was quite satisfied with that, but as we saw, it was somewhat unsettling for Lachlan.
Yeah, Stephen's going a bit past that. I'm surprised Stephen came out for that. That's there should have been no question the balls had been swapped because pink had been peeled through. Oh, he's missed that. Decent way out. And this is the risk, and these players know it very well, but this is the risk of putting multiple balls together, is that if you do make a mistake, your opponent has a fantastic way to keep that game going. The answer to that is to just never make a mistake. But in this instance, he's given Lachlan a lot to look at here. And you'll be playing white. You want to figure out your nicest route.
Well, maybe that question and that exchange on the lawn was more unsettling for both of the players
Yeah, it seems to
than
really
we could
thrown
have
them both off.
anticipated.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. So while pink looks like a pretty good kind of approach point for white, like you could, if you were white, tap onto pink, take off behind, which might be what he opts to do. There's still a really good argument. Yeah, he's going to do that. There's a good argument for still rushing everything around the lawn if you wanted a slightly nicer look, if you were really feeling good on the pace. But Lachlan's feeling quite nice. And that shot looks well lined up to me. Yeah, there we go, perfect.
Okay, so Lachlan just needs to put everything else behind him and concentrate on getting this break going. There are 2 opponent balls waiting for him at 2 back.
I'm slightly surprised he's abandoned the idea of going for the final 2 peels to end the game on this turn. Because it seemed like it would settle itself quite nicely. But he clearly, I think maybe he just wants to settle himself down and doesn't want to push too far.
Yep, that sounds wise.
Anything can happen, but we should be seeing a pretty straightforward break to peg from Lachlan at this point, and he'll take a good advantage over Stephen.
And if that transpires, then he'll only have 2 hoops left to make.
Yeah, exactly. And by peeling pink through, he already has negated the potential for a lift off of running pink through 4 back. So if you peel a ball through a lift hoop, it doesn't count as giving a lift. So that's a very slight benefit to him there as well.
So in a good position to load 4 back with brown, make use of the pivot ball, green in the centre of the lawn, and he already has his pink partner ball at 3 back.
Yeah, it goes into exactly what you were saying earlier about keeping everything within the kind of the square of those 4 hoops, hoops 1 to 4. By having all the balls within there, you could see how controlled he was. Brown has stayed within it, pink's still within it, green's still within it, and you wouldn't expect him to do anything particularly crazy at this point. It's all really conventional stuff for him. Which doesn't make it any less impressive to actually execute correctly.
Indeed. Okay, so approaching the hoop slightly from the side. He's chosen to leave pink out to the left of hoop.
Yeah, and playing those final few hoops, 4 back, penult, rover, into peg, you have so much flexibility. If you've played the game enough times, you start to understand that like hoops 4, 5, and 6, and hoops 4 back, penult, and rover are kind of all equally really nice to make when you have even just 3 balls. Ooh, that's an interesting shot. He'd be maybe slightly annoyed. I don't know. If pink could run through it, he sets up the opportunity to peel it. But right now, he has to tap it through before he's able to, which is still feasible. He potentially is on for a straight double here if he wants it.
So maybe his placement of green will give us more insight into what he's planning.
Yep, and you'd want to place green behind pink, a decent distance behind that hoop. It'll allow you to go to green first and make sure that you set up a really good approach for pink after. So, ooh, okay, I would have called that a opportunistic attempt there. That's.
Oh, you think he was trying to use green to...
I think he wanted to bombard it through the hoop.
Promote it through, yep.
So that he could immediately start peeling it. I just don't think that... I understand why he'd want to do it. If you can peel pink through before you run white, it does make things a lot nicer.
Yes.
Maybe still has that opportunity. No, I don't think he does. It's going to be tricky now.
Okay, so he's run 4 back. He's made the 10 hoops with white.
Yep.
There are 2 balls very close together.
And so I think
At
if
this
he
next
can,
hoop.
he goes through pink. But I don't think he's run hard enough, so I think he's just going to go green.
Might?
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. I think he's trying to figure out how he can straight doubles finish here. Maybe he just takes off. Oh, he's playing. Okay. He's going to want to hit pink back through hoop. Yeah, so green is placed there very deliberately. It's going to be the ball that he'll go to. So he's going to, in this shot, hit pink, hopefully down towards Rover, and play white through the hoop all in one turn. He's going to do an Irish peel, that's called. The idea will be that white will pull up pretty close to green, all things going well, and pink will go down to Rover. So he's setting this up now for that peel. It's quite a tricky one because you do often have the peg in the way. And you have to get a bit lucky with the bounce. But he's looking okay there. That's definitely really feasible. That's makeable as a straight double to finish this game. He's going to place green quite deep behind Rover here. So the idea will be you want to finish your game off of rushing your partner back up to the peg, which means you need to be able to play your ball out to your opponent's balls really nicely. He does want to club it brown. That's a bit frustrating. He's still able to make do with that, but he really would love to have the rush back on it instead.
So he'll have to take off from brown instead?
Yeah, I think he's going to take off. He might play brown slightly wide. I just don't think that's that useful. Yeah. And now this is really the golden shot. He needs to try and land this just straight in front of hoop. Doesn't look nice from where I am. That looks way out to the right.
Looks like it's run well out to the left.
Yep. Yeah, to the left-hand side, yeah.
From Lockie's perspective.
Yep.
So he abandons that idea, for the moment at least.
Yep, he's going to just set up, I would imagine. So he's now making use of the green ball he hit out deep earlier, which is where he would have gone to if he was able to get that peel through as well. He's now going to set up his leave. The question is whether he wants to peg out white, because pink only has Rover to run and then can peg itself out. And green still has to run from hoop 1 and brown's on 4 back. I think even then, you tend to be quite a disadvantage pegging your ball out. You don't love to do it. So I'll be interested to see what decision he wants to take on here.
So pegging one of your balls out means that the opponent only has 3 balls to play with, but it puts you in a position where you must always be playing toward an opponent.
Yeah. In fact, one of my earlier games, he's going, okay, so he's going for that peel, and then he would peg out after, okay.
Okay.
So I think he's going to go for this peel with the idea that if he makes it, well, regardless, he's going to peg white out, because then pink only has to shoot. I don't know what he's doing.
So it looked like he was just trying to jaws the ball rather than peel it, but...
He got nowhere near the jaws, though.
No. It's ended up sitting on the wire.
Is he still going to shoot out for it? Is he still going to peg white out? I'm not sure. Yeah, if you're playing one ball against your opponent's 2, you really are in a... you have to aggress every single time, but you give them so much space to wire you. You can make it impossible for your opponent to do anything if you have 2 balls. Okay, so he's just going to peg white out. His logic here is that he's got enough of a lead that he's not particularly worried. I would have imagined he would have wanted to peel pink through, or at least get it in the jaws. Maybe the idea with jawsing, Stephen has a lift right now, so if he jawsed it, then Stephen would be less inclined to take that shot on compared to if he peeled it. But I can't imagine he's happy with that pink sitting.
Yes, so as we see with the score update, the white ball has scored its maximum 13 points. The pink ball has scored 11. It only has, we'll update that score on screen in a moment, it only has the one hoop rover to run before pegging out itself.
Yeah. And Stephen's, obviously, he's so good that playing with 3 balls isn't going to be super damaging for him. He's playing incredibly conservatively. I think, he's still made it. What a shot. That's so beautiful.
Oh, goodness. I thought for a moment that was going to pull up short.
Yeah, I was convinced that was just ending there. His idea was that even if he didn't make it, if it did pull up short or went slightly long and missed, that Lockie is completely wired off of Stephen's balls and has no shot at one back. So at rover.
Can't run the hoop, yep.
So he's in a complete bind, even if he wasn't successful. And Stephen might still opt to just keep himself perfectly wired and set up a rush. This is really how 2v1 games do work, is force your opponent to shoot at you. The idea being that if you're together with your 2 balls, your opponent can't ever lag behind a hoop because you can always just go pick them up and it's never going to be an issue. So he's going to set up towards hoop 1 and he's going to just, I assume, hide pink way away. After this, if it does go, really this is still in Lachlan's benefit. So a 2v1 is quite a slow game to play. If you think that normal croquet is like a Formula 1 car, this is way slower, way more precise. You are waiting to strike at the perfect moment. And the games this competition, due to the fantastic amount of entrants, have been quite short. They're only playing 2 hours 5, which really isn't conducive to a nice like 2v1 game for Stephen here. It does mean that he is running out of time pretty rapidly. The only thing I think in his favour is that they're both such fast players that they probably have a little chunk of time left. Oh.
So that would be frustrating.
Yeah, if he'd made that, he'd feel pretty confident enough about 3-balling around, and he's definitely capable of doing it. It's still not the worst thing that can happen, so Lachlan, again, because it's a 2v1, is in a massive bind. There's no nice place to shoot. Green is going to be able to go towards brown next shot anyway, so even Stephen missing hasn't given too much away. But you would be, I think, inclined to shoot down at green if you are pink right now. And you'll see Stephen potentially just ignore Lachlan. If you had all the time in the world, I think you would ignore him. Or Lachlan might be looking to just finesse. Oh, he's shooting. He's shooting for it. He's shooting for rover.
Well, this would be something if it comes off.
I was going to say the golf competition is straight after this one, so he's clearly trying to get some practice. Oh, what an attempt. That was such a good shot.
Mm.
What a shame. And I would expect Stephen now to rush brown out a little distance, set that up towards hoop 2 and try to make 1 with pink, just because it'll give him a 3-ball break. And he is quite desperately in need of a 3-ball break to get going because he just doesn't have loads of time. And so if you watch any of the McRob, those games are entirely untimed. They can go, they go till end. And you see players playing a lot differently, a lot more methodical. You see games going way longer than you'd expect. Because there's no requirement for the players to be the ones with a hoop lead at any point. You have to peg both your balls out to win. Whereas that's not the case here. So by being up by, 15 hoops, Stephen has to really try and catch up quickly. It's a bit overhit and still decent. I'm going to have a quick check of croquet scores because the result of this might affect who proceeds through as winner of the group.
So Stephen has loaded hoop 2 with the brown ball and has now rushed white in toward hoop 1. That looks like a much better position for a hoop approach. He should get a much better hoop running set up from here. And there we have it. And so now Stephen will be looking to gently run this hoop.
Yeah, that's plenty nice.
Now rush white out to the east boundary toward the north. No, he cut it quite substantially.
Yeah, surprised he went so extreme, but I guess he's completely fine with that. This is still a really conventional shot for a 3-ball break, so I think he'll be happy. Looking at the results here, I think it's contingent on the result of the game. It'll be just off screen behind them of Felix against Malcolm, with Felix coming on 3 wins. If he can get a 4th win, if Stephen loses this, it will come down to a hoop difference between the two of them. And actually, that's likely to go Stephen's way anyway, because he's had a fantastic competition. So he's likely safe, regardless of the outcome of the other game, as first in the group. And you can see Stephen now playing with really nice precision. He's setting balls up to the sides of these hoops because he wants to get rushes towards them. He sets that rush up. And you can see like it's enough of a challenge to set up a dolly rush like that when you don't have to go through a hoop at the same time. The control you need to be able to do that is really fantastic. He's come a little shorter than I would have expected. But he might be tempted to do a load and hold off of this. Interested to see what he wants to do. No, he's just going to double receive the ball at 3.
Well, most importantly, he needs to keep the break going.
Yes, 100%.
So if he sacrifices anything, it's the forward shots, the setup. He has to keep this break going, and within it, probably affect some peels.
Yeah, on a 3-ball, I would expect him to, like, he does have to make the peels. Yeah, that is a good point. He might not have the time to even play this.
Yes.
It does like he has to get the peels done. But doing those peels with only 3 balls on the lawn is treacherous. I think he's already aiming for it because he knows he has to. Yeah, of course, that's why he set things up there. No, and that's not gonna go.
So in effect, he probably does not have the time to just play the break all the way around with green and then come back to brown. He probably needs to do it all in this current innings.
Yeah, and if he does it, that will be one of the most impressive things I've seen. It's so incredibly difficult to do the triple with 4 balls. It's come up very short. Depending on time, you actually would be a little bit interested in setting up for brown now, because if you have enough time and you can run brown through the peg, then you don't need the peels anymore in your final turn.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't seemed to want to do that. Because I believe, if I know the rules correctly, and I probably don't, if Lachlan's already pegged out a ball, he doesn't get a lift on lift hoops now. So Stephen playing brown through 4-back isn't going to give Lockie a chance that he wouldn't have otherwise had. And Stephen would be able to make his 3 off of brown, and then all he has to do is take green round to the end and he'll have won the game, and then time wouldn't be a factor because that 3 hoops with brown is a way shorter thing to have to play. I don't know if we'll see any gamesmanship from Lockie, but you might see people walking a bit slower when you know that your opponent's in time trouble. Oh, that looked close.
So a very long roquet attempt, probably at a single ball target.
Yeah, it looked like if it was a double, it was going to be a very abstract one. It missed both of them on the left side pretty near. So Stephen, if he wants to take green, has a very natural way of setting the break up. The question is going to be whether he wants to take green at this stage. No, he doesn't. Yeah, he wants to make his hoops and give himself a chance if he can play quite quickly.
Presumably he would have checked the time clock. And he's missed both. Oh, goodness.
Oh, so he wanted to go to pink because it will just make the break nicer to set up. But that's... I mean, he would expect every single day to make every kind of 6 or 7 yarder shot that he wants to go for. But that's absolutely gutting. That's game over now. And reminder, I guess Lachlan only needs to make 1 hoop and then peg out, so that this is a very straightforward tap onto brown, take off to green, and make your hoop. That one hurts, but he won't have that much time to fret about it because we'll have the final be playing in about 30 minutes' time.
So we would expect Lachlan in this turn to fairly comfortably complete the course with pink.
Yep.
There's 1 remaining hoop and the peg to go.
Yeah, and now you play with pure comfort, whichever shot you like the most, because you don't have to do anything except for manipulate the balls correctly, and so you just want to be as precise as you can be. Like he doesn't need to use brown at any point after this, so that isn't going to be of a concern to him. That rush looks really nice. Yeah, that's fantastic. That's within a yard. That's beautiful.
So yes, just coming into view on the screen now. He's placed green very well. The hoop approach,
Yeah,
dead in front. Green as a receiver ball.
and that's all she wrote.
And he's ended up with the rush back toward the peg.
Yeah.
Very disappointing for Stephen. I'm sure Lachlan, however, is very pleased to have
Yeah, it's been a rough
won this game.
competition for him so far, so he'll be happy to get this one. Stephen's been undefeated, so this is a really nice win for Lachlan. Really
There we
well done
go.
to him. Fantastic.
So congratulations to Lachlan Berryman, who has triumphed in this game, 26 points to 10. So we're coming to the point where all the block play is concluding. Corey, I think there's only a few games still in process in the men's championship.
Yes.
And as you noted earlier, in about half an hour we would expect to see the final played.
Yep, and it looks, looking at the other lawn, that Felix is significantly ahead of Malcolm, which would put Felix and Stephen both on 4 wins and 1 loss for this competition, but Stephen's hoop difference is significantly better because his wins have been incredibly clean.
And who would we be expecting as the other player to contest the final?
I expect Greg Hill has won every game. I can't actually. Is he playing right now on lawn number 2? And if he is, then he is currently losing that one if he's green and brown. So I'll be curious. I'll see who comes onto the lawn here. But I believe Greg is a relative lock-in for block A. No, he's not a lock-in. It will come down to whoever wins this game if it's between him and Lindsay, because if Lindsay wins it, there'll be enough of a hoop difference.
I wonder then if it might be possible for us to pick up some of the play on court 2.
Yeah, and I can see that Greg is playing pink and white, so this is actually Greg should be comfortably able to take the win against Lindsay here, but that would be a really interesting game to be able to watch.
Okay, and here we are. Here is the vision for the game that Corey was just speaking about, and Greg Hill is on the lawn. He's playing pink and white.
Yeah.
His opponent obviously broke down attempting hoop 3.
Yeah, I think it would be attempting the triple peel, and that's Lindsay Petullo. So you can see here that white is on hoop 5. White's made 4 right now. Pink has made 10. Green has made 2, and brown has made 9. And Lindsay would have been trying for their triple, and they wedged green coming through hoop 3 for it, which I always find in practice is the most terrifying shot, because it should just be a really straightforward hoop, and you know that once you make it, then your game begins in earnest. So you often take your eye off of that one a little bit more than you should.
So Greg will be wanting to get the white ball beyond the hoop so that he can...
Yeah, so he's attempted a bombard there, and he did get a bombard, but he really would have wanted green to come out a lot further, because he wanted to bombard green with brown so that he could have a rush on it with white, which is similar to what we would have seen Stephen trying to do ages ago.
Okay, so he attempted there to rush green through the hoop,
Yeah, I
but
think
it
he was
wasn't
trying
in
to
a
rush
good
Peel.
position.
No.
So he'll now be wanting to at least separate his opponent and try to get down to hoop 5.
Yeah, I was curious to see how cross-wired everything looks, because he could be really, really mean, but I think you do just have to go for hoop 5 right now. Because you do have a lead, but it's not safe. You're only up by 3.
So we can see that the brown ball is sitting just to the left of the hoop. I think the pink ball is placed to the left of hoop 6. And yes, we can see it just there, Corey. So maybe brown is wired from pink, or at least has a hampered shot on
Yeah,
pink.
that
So
shot looks very hampered.
So Greg's probably feeling that that's safe enough.
I don't know what he's going to do with this shot, actually. It looks like he wants to take it right down to like hoop 1 or something.
Well, he's certainly pushed green right across the lawn, and it does look like it's coming down to hoop 1.
He needs to make sure that brown has a shot on at least one ball, because he did place brown there himself.
Yes.
And if he's setting up, as it looks like, for white to be able to rush pink down to 5, I must be missing a line, because that brown looks incredibly hampered. Brown must have a line at white if he plays this shot. But to me, that seems really risky, because that's only a 7-yard shot for Lindsay, so that shouldn't be too difficult to pick up for him. Okay, well, let's see what Lindsay does with this.
Okay, very difficult to tell, of course, from the television pictures, but
Yeah, so the first thing he does is see what his swing would look like if he shoots for these balls. And if he's confident, then he will just have to... If he's confident he sees one of them, he knows he just has to shoot at it, because there is going to be no other shot on the lawn. If he doesn't think he sees anything, he'll put Mal up for the ref to come have a look and confirm his suspicions. Now, Greg ideally would have had it so that green can see brown and vice versa, and pink and white are wide off of him, and that might be the case here. He might have placed it well enough that that is exactly what happens. Because as long as Lindsay has his regular backswing, it doesn't count, like just because brown's close to that wire, it doesn't count as being wired. Looks like he thinks all the shots are valid. It looks like he can see green. He clearly couldn't see white, otherwise he'd shoot at it without a doubt. It's a nice swing. It's not bad. That's a great shot.
oh, great
It's
shot
stunning.
indeed. Well, that would have been very tight. Wonderful to pick up a roquet over that length at any time, but to have done it from such a potentially hampered position.
Yeah, that might have been the only shot he could see, and he did that flawlessly. The only thing Greg will be happy about, well, I don't know the time left on their game, is that brown is the progressed ball. So Lindsay doesn't want to do much with it beyond separate his opponent, set up a squeeze. So a squeeze is where when you walk off the lawn, both your opponent's shots are bad, both your opponent's balls are in bad places, and they can only fix one of them. So that's likely what he would do, and then return back to green so that he can have the break go. Because you really want to be playing green at this point. You can't make many hoops off the brown, it'll not win you the game. Unless that is time is very close, and if time is very close, you technically can still make 4 points off of brown, which would be enough to give you the lead right now. So if they're about to hit time, then Lindsay could try and just make brown's final 4 points and peg out. Ooh, that's close as, but he has got it. He's put his hand up to acknowledge, but that was visible from where we were.
So Andrew's just taking a break from the commentary, and I'm David Pryor.
So David, right now we have Lindsay going for, it looks like he's going to try and make everything off of brown. I think Andrew might be checking how long that game has left to go, because right now Greg is up 3 hoops and Lindsay has 4 points he can make with brown. So if he can draw this out to essentially be his final turn, separate Greg out and force him with a 30-yard roquet, which actually won't happen. Greg will have a lift, but either way it's still a difficult one. Then Lindsay will walk away with the win here. Difficult for Lindsay though, as I'm not sure he's aware, but he does need to win by 2 to leave the group as the first place person. So this would get him the game.
That's exciting.
But I believe that there's a 4 hoop. Actually, that won't be enough. If he wins by 2, I believe that group will be exactly tied down to hoops difference. But if he wins by only 1, then Greg will have the hoop difference over him, and that will be something that he's almost certainly not aware of, because I don't think players look that closely at exactly what they need to do. It can get in your head very easily if you think I need to make this many. And then you start playing really bad around it. All the players, when they're coming to these games, have the only focus of making 26 anyway, so it doesn't really help them to think they have to make at least 20, because they were already planning on doing that. But depending on time left, he would find it probably quite useful to know he has to win by a certain amount.
Okay, so where's Green's clip?
Green is on 3, so Greg is on 5 and Penalt with his 2 balls, and Lindsay will be currently on Penalt with brown on 3 with green. Oh, okay. We've got a time check, and they do have quite a while, 24 minutes still to go, so that should be very comfortable for Lindsay to just be progressing brown without stressing out about making enough hoops.
So Lindsay's coming through Penalt. His first ball.
I'm curious if he's going to try and set up the... but there's a kind of semi-conventional leave you can do at this stage where you place pink, as it currently stands, pink in the jaws of the hoop. He's not going to do this. But you can essentially cross-wire your opponent by placing each of their balls in the jaws of a different hoop. and that leads to a really, really annoying position for your opponent to have to play out from. But I think he's just going to set up a pretty conventional diagonal leave here. He might even be avoiding, I don't think he would, he might be avoiding going through Rover out of fear of Greg pegging him out. So in Lindsay's mind, if Greg can hit him with pink and Lindsay's sitting on the peg, then all Greg has to do is score 2 hoops and he will be able to peg Lindsay out and take a really sizable advantage in this game. So Lindsay might be thinking, not ideal, don't want to do that, and he might not want to make Rover because then that will make the challenge much harder for Greg. So I think he might just be setting up the leave now that he's made his 2.
Yes, it looks that way, doesn't it?
He just wants to cross wire them across the peg here. And the benefit of doing that, if he does cross wire, kind of facing this direction, he'll run green and brown out kind of, I would guess, to the center of the east boundary, so kind of on the right hand side of the screen. Because Greg does have a lift after this now. And so he needs to, Lindsay's setting up in anticipation of that lift, so he wants Greg to not have a nice shot, and the way you tend to do that is by giving your opponent anything from kind of a 15 to a 20 yard best potential option, so he might be rolling them out even further. I think what he's doing now is he's calling the ref potentially because he wants to roll both balls out on this stroke. And if you're going to do that, you need the positions of both balls to be watched because you can't just guess where one ended if you know where the other one is. So I think he's directing the ref to watch where the shot is going. He's going to play down into corner 4. And we can see, hilariously, Mike walking up to Lindsay to find out that Lindsay wants him to go away and look at corner 4 instead. So he'll have told Mike to watch potentially the green ball and Lindsay will watch the brown ball, and then you'll be very sure of the positions of both.
Mike being Mike Conn, the tournament referee.
And yeah, you can see they're both going to fly out about a yard apart from each other. Mike's marked the position of the green ball. Lindsay knows exactly where brown went out because that's the one he was focusing on. And it's all to play for in this one. Lindsay opted yet to not go through Rover. The idea that Greg is going to struggle to peel Lindsay through Rover with pink just being on penult. That's not enough time to do it. So he felt pretty safe going that far through. And Lindsay's ended up about probably 2 yards distance between the 2 balls. And the rush is set up perfectly for green to go up to 3. It's an incredibly tight game. It can go to either player.
Yes, they're both in a very similar situation.
Yeah, and you got Greg eyeing up what the potential best shot is. So white could see both brown and green, but the risk there if he shoots at them and misses is that he has given Lindsay every ball on the lawn to do something with. So right now the nicest shot to Greg looks to be this, approximately 14-yarder, where if he misses, he'll just go up into corner 2. And that'll be a tough ball for Lindsay to fish out, especially because Lindsay's aiming at hoop 3 right now, which is well on the other side of the lawn to corner 2, and makes it pretty difficult to get a break going. Great shot. Firm hit, fantastic hit. And this is the break starts to kind of set itself up at this point. So pink's ended up, he's hit it so nicely, in fact, he's been able to cut pink a bit towards the center of the lawn. And he wants to place pink at 6 because that's the hoop he'll be going to after he's made 5. So he'll be able to just do a nice little takeoff over towards brown and green on the boundary, and pink will naturally be the load. court 2 is a bit of a wary one. Slightly above where brown currently lies is a big dip at that boundary, and it can really catch you out. So you do have to be careful around it, and it makes playing, trying to time your takeoffs and boundaries really treacherous. That's high pace. It's close. Oh, he's perfect. Why did I doubt him? And you can see...
Yes, that boundary in particular is a bit scary on this court, isn't it?
It's terrifying, and he just played straight into it because he really wants that rush down towards green. And an amazing precision to have that shot ready to go, because that's, I guess it's the antithesis of how you'd normally be taught, is that you want to be taking off or moving your ball in the direction in the rush line of another ball. His rush line for this was entirely perpendicular to the rush he wanted to get, which means he had to be ultra precise. He's a bit frustrated there, but I think it's completely fine.
Yes,
He'd love, I think he'd probably have most wanted brown to just be another boundary ball, because it makes for a very easy next shot, but as long as he's not too treacherous, and that's exactly where the long can take you, but he's been forgiven. He should have a perfect rush set up to hoop 5, and the break should be quite nice for him to get going.
Yeah, that looks good. Nice dolly rush.
Yeah, it's a great shot. That's going to fall well within a yard of that hoop. And this is what I'm really curious seeing how he plays this. I'm assuming he's going to send green slightly out to the left, because that will give him better position on pink. But it'll also acknowledge that he plans on just doing a 3-ball break for most of this. He's not going to pick up brown at any time soon, because it just makes it too difficult. Brown's in too awkward a position, and he'll come back to it when he's running 3 back if he gets there. In his mind, he's also thinking, I'm not sure he's going to be able to pull it off. Is there a way to finish the game at this turn? He's only got 2 peels needed for pink. Can he play around with it? But with brown off the lawn for a while, that's probably much easier said than done.
And of course, Corey, you probably know Greg's thinking as well as anyone, because he's...
I mean, every time I think I know what shot he does a different, much better shot than anything I'd seen. He understands the game really fantastically. Like in addition to just being so controlled, that's what makes him so scary to play against. Is you're not just playing against someone who can hit better than you, but you're playing against someone who can really think well about where the balls need to be and can position them really perfectly. Because to him, it's not a question of can he do that shot. It's just a question of knowing the exact shot he wants to do, and he really understands it.
He doesn't rush into anything. So he's loaded his hoop after next. He's got a beautiful rush to his hoop, which is hoop 6.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's not quite where I'd expect him to want it. It's no difficulty for him. It's just if I see him place a ball somewhere, I assume that's because that's intentional. So I'm just curious what the intention was.
Well, I guess here he wants pink right behind the hoop. It's gone a bit far.
Yeah, he's definitely giving himself a lot of space to play around this break. More than maybe he needs, but he'll be okay with that. Oh, Greg. That's such a shame. I don't think that's through at all. Ooh, he thinks it is. He thinks he's fine. Oh, he's gone so fortunate there. Not even getting a ref to watch him. He was so confident that was okay.
Yes, not only was it through, it was through far enough that he could play it at an angle.
So now he's going to play just a really nice split. Pink's going to trundle down towards hoop 1 here, which will be 2 back for him. And white's going to go completely across to pink to green.
So no peeling at this point.
No, he's just going to be playing a very conventional 3, I think, right now.
You really need that fourth ball to be peeling, don't you?
Yeah, it's so incredibly difficult. We saw Stephen on the other lawn have a brief look at whether he could do any peels with just 3 balls, but it's so challenging. Yeah, triple at the better times, or any peels at the best time, it is quite difficult and requires good lawn setup. To do it with only 3 balls is so tricky. What I would expect from Greg now, he's going to run one back and would assume he wants green to place really nicely at 3 back. So he'd like that position to be pretty good, maybe slightly on the high side of it, so slightly north. But anywhere around it, if he's within 1 or 2 yards, he'll be really comfortable. The idea might be that he wants to do a double peel at the end of this break and win the game of this visit.
It was interesting, in the last game we saw Lachlan rushing green to 3 back at that point and picking up the 4th ball. He had quite a similar setup in a way.
Yeah, and you see this a lot. They're kind of, there's a lot of pattern recognition where generally the safest place to hit a ball out to is going to be the corner. So you practice a lot on how you can get different balls out of different corners without too much difficulty. And so Greg knew going into this that the best way to get Brown out of that corner is to be waiting until he's going through 3 back. So he's powered through this hoop, and the reason he's done that is I believe he wants to set up this rush, and he wants to hit pink quite far up the lawn here, is my guess, because he wants to give himself the chance of a double peel to end. Whether he's happy with the angle, whether he takes it on, I don't know. I assume he's evaluating how easy it is for Brown to be positioned while landing on green. From my eye, it looks very straightforward for Greg to play around green as that load for 3 back, so he should be feeling quite safe. He might want to just tap onto pink and play a really wide split. He might want to play a really big rush. And actually, that's where the game can sometimes be hardest, is that both options to me look quite viable, but they're entirely different. So you have to be really confident in your decision.
Yes, you don't want to be halfway between the two.
Yeah, exactly. You'll get absolutely nowhere halfway between. Yeah, it's played a good rush up there. How's that sitting? That's sitting really nice. It could go a little bit further. Or it could go a little bit further. That's going to be slightly bad. Like, I don't think it's bad at all. But he would love it to just be something he doesn't even have to worry about positioning next shot. And he'll just play the takeoff away to Brown now. And thankfully, down in that corner, I believe the lawn isn't massively treacherous. And he doesn't have to get any kind of position on it. He just has to get to it. So he's at no risk of running out. And that pace looks fantastic, as expected.
So he can bring Brown into the game now.
Yep. Yeah, Brown's going to send all the way up to 4 back. And it feels as if, like, he knew this many, many hoops ago, but the Brown then just gets fished out perfectly. And it made it seem like Brown was never even in a difficult place to begin with. But actually, yes, it was difficult to get back out. It was difficult to find the right time. And he had to play really well to get to it.
And he wants to be just north of green, and he's not wired from green, so...
And he loves this kind of drive shot. He has really good feel on his drive. And you can see White trundling. Oh, a touch shorter than he wanted. Brown is maybe intentionally very long. Like Brown is much longer than I'd expected, even for a double. You wouldn't mind if you're peeling pink through before you run hoop 4 back. You don't mind Brown being quite close to that hoop, but I haven't seen it normally have to be run from this far back. And the cut rush is really, it's deceptively important for green here, because he really does want to get a rush northwards. So that the last thing he wants is to have to do a big roll at this stage of the game. A big roll is, like, he's very capable, but they're definitely able to go wrong. And your precision is going to be way less. So he really wants to rush out of this hoop.
And that was quite a fine cut. And he just nicked that ball.
Yeah, and he had to prioritize that as well. He knew that he wants the position to be able to rush green up. So I think he'll play a solid stop shot attempt to get green a decent way up the lawn. And that's quite nice.
Beautiful.
To me. Okay, he's had to just push it through.
Yep, he just made sure of that hoop. He didn't prioritise getting a rush on green.
And like it goes without saying, but the last thing you want at any point is to run a hoop with control and then miss the hoop entirely.
That's right.
And give the game entirely to your opponent. So whenever you're in two minds about it, it's often better to just be safer, because he's still going to be able to make the rest of the break if he doesn't finish this turn. But if he happened to wedge in that hoop, going for something he didn't need to, his opponent could feasibly win off of that. So why take the risk? Well, that is an interesting shot.
He's not looking happy with it.
It's starting to look a little loose. He's going to, I think, just take the rush out to 4 back right now. No, he's not. He's not going to do that at all. What am I talking about? He still wants.
But he does want to get a rush on Brown to 4 back.
Yeah, and he wants to position pink in front of Penalt if he can. So he still is intent on trying to get the double, and that's also the reason he's happy to do this is because he feels so capable in making the break work, even with awkward positioning, that you have nothing to lose by going for the double. But you do have something to gain. Right now, pink looks maybe like it's gone a bit further than he'd have wanted it to.
Yep. It was a thick takeoff, just a little bit too thick.
Yeah, that's nice. He'll be completely fine with that. He'll want to place Brown on the left-hand side of 4 back, so that he can have a rush out to probably towards corner 2, maybe just out to the boundary behind green.
Yes, because he wants to bring green in from there. Green's
Yeah,
a bit out in no man's land.
That's an interesting shot. So either he wasn't comfortable with the hoop, or he thinks the rush backwards is the shot he wants to take, and that's I think an entirely valid one. My understanding is that for a double you tend to want a peg ball and a narrow escape ball, but so I'd assume he's either taking this to rover or to peg on the rush potentially. Nope, he's just taking it there. Maybe that's his escape. So I think now he's probably wanting to play Brown as his escape ball out of Penalt for white, and go to green and get behind it in the same shot. Though behind it's not essential. It would be nice, but it's not needed. No, I didn't want to get behind it. He's completely fine with that. I'm interested seeing where he places this, because I understand that you normally want it around peg, but he might want it as just a really nice rover load. He's playing, I think, to load rover here. Yeah, he's played it quite deep.
It's a fair way east of Rover.
So now he's going for a very precise brush. He just wants pink directly in line of that hoop. And it's similar to what we saw Lachlan trying to do earlier. And he's positioned perfect for that first one by the looks of it to my eye. And the plan is to peel pink through with enough force that it can go pretty close down to Rover. And it might even be slightly intentional. He's gone slightly past the center point. You can see slightly on the right-hand side. By our eye, on the left by his, of that hoop for pink. But what that does allow you is the ability of pink to potentially bounce off of the far wire, and it will rebound kind of close to where that green's sitting. So that might all be part of the plan, because if you hit it dead straight, theoretically the peg should be entirely in the way, so you don't mind it doing a slight bounce. And he needs to scope this out entire. Like he needs to be perfectly precise with this. You see some players getting on the ground, but I don't like to get my clothes dirty, so that's why my peels are bad. And there are a few ways to line this up, and everyone has their own preference. He eyes it up from, I think, a bit closer than I tend to see people do it. But when he's confident, he's happy.
So he'll play this with a strong shot, won't he?
Yeah, so it's going to be an Irish peel. He's going to send pink and white through in this turn, in this shot, and white will land ideally quite close to brown, and pink will land ideally close-ish to pink or close-ish to Rover. Oh, sorry, close-ish to green or Rover. And then he's got it very close to green, which is really nice. That's a pretty ideal result from Greg there. It leaves the opportunity to straight double still very much on the table. So what he does here, I believe he's going to play brown potentially quite deep. He might play it as a side escape ball, but I tend to see it played on the deeper side to allow him to come to when he needs to. So you can see him rolling it a decent way past. Oh, no, he's kept it. Quite a compromised deep shot, but I think that's quite a deep ball. And he's not entirely happy with the position of green here, so he's not going to play that as an escape ball. He's going to play purely for precision. He wants the perfect rush on pink. That's all he's thinking about now. In his mind, if he can get the rush on pink, then he can guarantee the game win with just like 3 good shots from this point. So he isn't trying to do too much. It looks pretty good to my eye.
And did he want to put green near the peg? Was that a deliberate thing, or is it more just preferring to play
I think it's
a drive in order to get better control on the length of white?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I don't think there's a particular benefit to placing green there if you're planning to peg out those balls. That looks pacey. It looks like it's just been taken. I wonder if he still goes for it. I think he still goes for this. But so no, he doesn't. He's not happy with it.
It's a bit of a distance out.
Yes, placing green there potentially makes it kind of more straightforward to position balls for a leave if you want to peg white out, which he might want to do at this stage. He's got a very solid lead in the game with, I think, only around 10 minutes to go. So you would consider being up 24, pegging the ball out, and therefore green there does make that quite comfortable.
So white has now scored 12 and pink has scored 11. We'll update that score in due course on the screen.
And now Greg deciding what he wants to do here. The other benefit actually of having green in the center is that he can play a pretty good diagonal leave if he wants to, where green will go tight against that peg and be wide off of everything. But he's opting to go to pink first, which tends to not be optimal because you want to end with your partner ball.
That's right. That's interesting.
And he, in this turn, has given away a lift. So he's thinking around where everything needs to be placed to make that as effective as he can. Because currently 2 balls peg high is maybe not ideal. The max distance for pink and white is about, I think, 4 yards further down, or 4 yards further north of where he's currently got pink. But he can also just set up a kind of taunting shot where he's got the rush pointed straight at his hoop, and Lindsay will know that if he misses the shot, it's game over.
Of course, Lindsay's going to want to play green.
Yeah, with this much time left, you have to, and it's still feasible if Greg doesn't. I think Greg is pegging out. By pegging out now, Lindsay has to do a lot of work with green, and yeah, Lindsay will have to win with 3 balls, and by placing the 2 balls on opposite boundaries, it's really hard to get anything going. Like, so if, for example, if Lindsay shoots at pink, to make 3 now, he would have to take off to brown perfectly across the whole lawn to get a rush and rush that ball up, or do a fantastic kind of pass roll, both of which are horrible shots.
Okay, so he's positioned green a fair distance away from pink and a long way away from brown.
Yeah.
And then he'll take off to the peg, do you think?
I imagine so. I would think this. Maybe. If he does, it's because he's acknowledging that he doesn't feel like he'll finish the game at the next visit. He doesn't want to give Lindsay the odds. He's looking like he's aiming that. So I'm guessing that is what he wants to do. Yeah, so he'll just peg this ball out.
Putting green back on the yard line.
And most of the time I'd say that this is pretty much an unmissable shot, but I did manage to miss it yesterday, so technically anything can happen here. All right, that ball's out the game. Lindsay is in a complete bind. He has to somehow get a break going with green and go all the way around in this turn in order to win the game. Else it's all Greg all the way. And after this, if Lindsay misses, like let's say he shoots at brown, for example, Greg will just run and hide pink in the most opportune place to have Lindsay not want to shoot it at any point, because there's definitely not enough time left for Lindsay to 2-ball around. You aren't going to be able to play it that well.
So he's going to have a go at pink. Sure, he's much closer there than he was before.
Yeah, I think it's about 1 yard improvement. I'm not entirely sure the benefit, but he must have saw it good. He's got it. It's a nice shot. He's been hitting those long ones so nicely. Really fantastic. And it's, I believe, fair to say I don't think either one of them technically made like a play mistake for the last, basically the entire time we've been watching, because Lindsay made his hoops, set up a leave. Greg hit the lift, made his hoops, set up a leave. Lindsay's hit that lift. So it's not like someone's making a mistake to have the turns go back and forth. It's just fantastic play from both these players.
So no easy shots for Lindsay
No, I would assume he's trying to load 4 and hold the rush on Brown. Something incredibly cross-lawn. It's not bad. He's north of Brown, I think. I don't think he's got any chance of rushing it anywhere. But that's a decent 4 load.
So it's a beautiful long split roll.
Yeah, those are so difficult at the best of times, and that's a really well executed shot that could only have been a little better with a bit more fortune. And then you get to see him play, I guess, whatever his preference is right now as to whether he takes off up the lawn to try and get green through 3, or whether he does a pass roll to do it. I think at this stage of the game, you are playing whatever shot you think is going to get you the most accuracy, because I don't think you have the time to really worry about, like, if you don't make it, Greg wins anyway, so don't worry about being completely efficient in your decision making here.
Well, he's going for the pass roll. He's playing side style.
Yeah, so he's going to get along to this. Looks short and wide to me, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm afraid I'm wrong. That looks all right. That looks completely all right.
Yeah, that's runnable. Bit of an angle. Wasn't a pass roll, but
yeah, he played that more even than I expected.
Got green more or less where he needs it.
It's one of those shots where it feels like wedging or bouncing out the hoop isn't going to be that disastrous, but actually, oh, what a great hoop. It needs to keep traveling. It needs to travel further. He's got a tough decision on his hands. He might shoot back up at Brown here.
Yeah, he's sort of halfway between the two other balls.
And if you shoot at pink now and you hit it firm, then you have a really horrible approach. But if you shoot at Brown and you hit it firm, you have a horrible roll to get back down the lawn. So he's just going to go to... Ooh. Nah, he's making up his mind here. He's shooting back at Brown, potentially. Yeah, I would feel the same way, Lindsay. I don't think either shot is a nice one. It's always a shame to be rewarded with such a fantastic hoop shot with this really unlucky position. Oh, it's perfect. Oh my God, you couldn't have wanted anything better than that.
Yep, he wanted to just nick that so that it didn't move anywhere.
I, for the life of me, cannot imagine that was intentional.
No.
If that was intentional, he's the best player I've ever seen. But wow, that is exactly what you'd want. And you're able to set out the rush towards 5 if you want to here as well. Depending on how deep he's got that, he might want to just run it out.
A little bit of an angle, but...
Yeah. I think he wants to run this with a bit of control. I don't think he's got pink quite where he needs it to just slam green out of the lawn. Oh, it's... You know what? He takes that. I think it's pointing at Brown now. So this game is very much on.
He's still got Brown down there. Certainly not your perfect 3-ball break at this point.
No, but he's only about 2 really good shots away from 3 really good shots away from getting it perfect. He maybe rushes up towards Brown now. He gets that. That'll load 6. He'll take off to Brown and bring that back down towards 5. And then you can see instantly, if he can make hoop 5, it's perfect again.
He cut that beautifully, didn't he?
It's really nice. Very delicate shot.
Right angle, right length.
And so if Lindsay is
I don't know if he was trying to get there or trying to get behind Brown, but it's not a bad outcome.
Yeah, you take that when that's handed to you. Yeah, my preference would be to be behind Brown right now, but at the same time, if you're feeling good with your takeoff positioning, then this is great because you don't have to worry about placing pink. It's already placed really nicely for the hoop.
Yeah.
And as a reminder, Lindsay will need to go through every hoop and peg green out, and then it will be all even. And if he can get 1 peel, then he'll be up on Greg by 1 hoop as well. But a peel will be very difficult, just because there's only 3 balls on the lawn. But if that was happening, that would wait until Rover, and we get to see that at the end. So a lot of life in this game potentially. That's a nice rush. It could get a bit more pace on it, but I think he's going to be happy with that. And the
Yep,
lawn,
on the approach side of
yeah, you can see that it's slightly on the non-playing side.
non-playing side, actually. Yeah.
He'll be all right. Yeah, and you can see the character of the lawn coming into play because Brown pulled about 4 balls to the left in the final bits of its movement because it's just touched on a hill that sits in that lawn.
And are some of these hoops similarly affected by hills?
It's the approaches are really scary. That's a fantastic shot. Like he's hit that so close.
You saw that turn just a little bit at the end.
Yeah. I don't know how well these players know these lawns enough to play around, but he got it exactly right. And this is looking like a really solid, like you said, two hoops ago, 1 hoop ago, it wasn't an obvious 3-ball break. And now it looks as clear as any 3-balls ever looked. So he is really on. And yet if he proceeds all the way through the peg, it will go down to golden hoop. And if he can get just 1 peel, then he'll win this game. But to come out top of the group, he actually has to get completely finished this turn, and it'll be all even at the top of the standings because they'll both be on the same hoop difference. So there really is all to play for. He's a little bit annoyed. Oh, that's lucky, I reckon, from him there. So Brown, if you can't see it, is now just bounced around 1 back. It was caught by the hoop, so it was going to go quite a bit past it, which he wouldn't have really wanted. But Green's come a little bit to the wrong side of pink. He would have wanted to tidy it up instead. He's playing his approach from here. Still very capable of doing so, but you do just want your approaches to be perfectly straight and not at 30, 40 degree angles. Comes up a little bit short, I reckon, but he's okay. You aren't really running with control at this point. Oh, it's very nice.
He's
really nice shot.
So he wants to
takes pink out towards boundary. Yeah.
And get pink up to 2 back while putting green on the south side of that brown ball.
Yeah, exactly. And Brown actually looks like it's positioned in such a way he might be able to rush it back through when he rokays it, which would make the approach that much nicer because there isn't tons of fun in approaching a hoop from basically being immediately wired right behind it.
No.
So if he can see it, he'll want to just tap Brown through this hoop. Okay, he clearly didn't think that was looking nice.
Okay.
That's completely fine. Yeah, exactly. He's going to be completely happy with that.
Got it off the hoop.
Yeah, that was the most important thing
and
by
he's
far.
Close to the hoop.
The biggest issue you have now from being on the non-playing side is you can't confidently set up your rush, which coming out of 1 back is really something you'd love to have. Oh, Lindsay, no. That is an underhit. He's going to have to force this.
Really stabbed at that a bit.
Oh, nice. He's keeping us on our toes. But yeah, you'd love a rush out of 1 back for exactly this reason. So he's trying to see the shot he has. If he taps onto Brown, he has to roll it to 3 back and hold for pink and 2 back. Whereas if you were able to rush it towards that pink ball, you have a much nicer way of getting to that hoop.
Yeah. You'd want to put Brown to the northwest of pink rather than a long way to the south of it.
Yeah.
But anyway, as long as he's not wired from 3 back, he can
and that's
approach
exactly what
pink with a big split roll.
It's exactly what he'd be looking at as well, is that approach to make sure it's not going to be wired. I think we've only been in that position where we've taken a ball to a rush point we didn't properly spot out, and then when we look at the shot we want to play, we've now got massive amount of traffic in front of it, and we realise that if only we'd looked at it beforehand, we'd have been completely fine. So he's now looking at placing Brown down towards 3 back and holding that roll relatively equal well towards pink. Conventional shot, but not an easy one by any means.
That's a nice shot.
It looks beautiful, doesn't it? He's held that so well. Brown's distance is good. It's a touch long, maybe a yard longer than he'd love it to be. but green has held so perfect on the pink. And that's generally one of the most frightening bits of the three-ball break, is how you transition from 1 back to 2 back to 3 back. And it's looking like it's not troubling him
lovely
whatsoever.
rush. Perfect spot.
The only reason he'd have wanted brown ever so slightly shorter is because he'd love a rush out of this hoop to take pink to boundary, and that's going to be just a bit tricky now, because brown's a bit too close to... brown's a bit too far south to be able to hold a really nice rush on it. But it isn't really going to concern him. He's going to be okay here. Oh, he's held. That's fine. He's fine with that.
Just a little wobble.
It threatened to turn. Can't want more control than running a hoop from 1 centimetre away. So he gets whatever shot he wants there.
Yeah, he hasn't got a line to near corner 4, which is probably where he wanted to approach brown from. But
yeah. I'm expecting him to go for the cut rush, actually. I think he would want to prioritise it. Either that or he's just tapping now. Okay.
So he has cut that.
Ooh, this is really interesting. So he set pink up as a receiver out of 3 back, and that gives him the option, as we'd have just seen with Stephen in the previous game, to play both balls as receivers out of this hoop. Or if he really wants to, if he's really feeling comfortable on the lawn, he can rush brown right back out to boundary and play the load and hold to set his lawn back up. Both have their strengths. It's nicer to have 2 receiver balls because it will guarantee the hoop, but then it won't guarantee the next one. So I'm curious from this line. He's chosen an interesting
I'm surprised
place.
he didn't come off the other side of pink and...
I think he's setting up for the load and hold here. I think he's going to rush brown up to that boundary.
Right.
And he's going to set brown. He's going to send brown all the way up to 4 back.
Yeah.
And hold green, which has the benefit of setting your lawn back up perfectly from a tough position, but the downside of being an incredibly tricky shot to get perfectly correct. And it looks like he's going to at least play some sort of compromise load and hold. He might just want to get brown up like halfway up the lawn and call that good enough, and he'll play it with enough control that he's not too worried.
Yeah.
Because if he wanted to go out to boundary, he could have
brown
done.
doesn't hit pink on the way through.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you always take a good few steps back from your croquet strokes to make sure you've actually lined the balls up where you think they're aiming. We're expecting a really good stop shot here from Lindsay. It's all right. That's entirely all right. Slightly nervy hoop now for him. Great shot, great shot.
Didn't even touch the sides.
I'll say the hoops have been much kinder than I expected them to be this comp. Not that they've been easy, as we've seen from all these games of people bombing them, but they have been definitely runnable the whole time, which is very nice.
So the voice you're hearing is Corey Smith, who's one of the competitors in this competition. And it's great to have you with us on the commentary stand,
thank
Corey.
you so much for having me. It's
People
nice.
get sick of the sound of Andrew and me.
It's much nicer to be watching the game than playing the game. I feel much better as a watcher than a player. Doing all the shots that I think I could do, and then I get onto the lawn and can do absolutely nothing. So it's nice and reassuring to see these people play as well as you'd hope they would. That's a very nice shot. That's a very nice shot.
Yeah, Lindsay's playing beautifully.
So pink.
I haven't seen a lot of Lindsay's game.
No, this is I think the first time I've ever seen him play. He sent pink up to Penalt to load that. He's got a straight rush on brown, and he's not quite hit that ideally. So he's got an approach from about 5 yards away, slightly to the side. Which he'll probably be doing as I guess, just a bit better than a half roll, maybe like a 3/4 roll, to get towards 4 back. And this, I feel like I've said it at like 5 different points this break, but this now really is the crux shot. This isn't an easy one. Oh, he's gone way too far past it, I'm afraid. He might still be just desperately going for the jump, because I think he can see enough of it that he wants to.
So he's already given a lift.
And he's not got it.
Oh,
And I do not know if time's gone. But if time has gone, that's the end of his turn. I don't think, though, that he has a lift because Greg's already pegged out one of his balls.
oh, yes, of course.
So I think
No,
Greg
he's
now just gets to
he's
look.
got no lift.
And they're shaking, so it must have...
That is the end of the game.
That's it. That's called it. That's a fantastic game. A great effort from Lindsay there. It really looked feasible at the end. Curious which bits of it they think were difficult or which bits they're discussing. But we did only catch the later third of it. But the bit we saw was fantastic.
But isn't it great, this game, the way you'll see players having a friendly discussion, constructive conversation, learning from each other at the end of a game. It's such a great community we've got.
Yeah, it's really lovely. And especially, there were probably, at this kind of level, there's only a few decisions you're making that are in any way contentious. You know, it's which ball do you aim at for your lift? There's going to be one or two shots that went kind of weird, and should you have gone for that? And everyone remembers pretty well the questionable shots because you all have a good view of what's normal and expected, and then a bit like, ooh, I wonder why they did that. And it's so interesting to hear why people chose the shots they did, because they're not stupid reasons. Like, it's fantastic. It's just reasons you wouldn't have thought of. And you get so much knowledge from talking to everyone.
We've seen some great games in this tournament. Not your standard 26-2 or whatever, where one player has everything going faultlessly. There's always been something interesting happening.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a lot of it happening on hit-ins as well. Like, it's not like players are missing hoops and giving away too many chances that way. It's because that players are hitting off the lift and they're doing really well. It's just really high standard this whole weekend. It's really great to see. And I believe that sets us up for a Steve Forster against Greg Hill final match for the title.
So the final will be... So in the background we're seeing a game in the Victorian Women's Association Croquet Championships. In the women's, unless two players finish on the same number of games, there will not be a final.
Yeah, so I'm trying to catch a glimpse now, but two of the players right now are... We have the potential to have a three-way equal game win in the women's block with... if Kerry Ann loses this game, Elaine wins it, and Lois wins her game, then there'll be 3 of the 6 players will all be on 4 wins and 1 loss.
Yeah, interesting.
Should be... yeah, I don't know how they'll plan to resolve that one, but that'll be quite fun.
But I think this is the last round of their round robin.
Yes, these are the last games that we're seeing.
Oh, and that missed.
So this is Louise Vale against Penny Kristev. I can't quite see what the clips are on them. I'm seeing white on 4-back, and other than that, maybe I'm seeing pink on peg. It might be a big lead for whoever's pink and white right now, which looks to be Penny.
So you can ignore the score that's on in the corner there. We've only just come to this game, so we're not clear yet.
Yeah, and I'm afraid I can't give you a fantastic idea of what the score is because it's just a bit too far away from us. The pegs are tiny and pale coloured. But from what it looks like, Penny is in a commanding position in this one.
So it looks like white is on 4-back.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same. Yeah, I'm seeing white 4-back.
That's the ball she's playing. It's often difficult to distinguish the white ball from the pink ball on the screen.
She's trying to set the takeoff up over to get that rush to 4-back. And that looks really beautiful, actually. That looks like a fantastic shot to get a really good dolly rush that's pointed, from my eye, very close to 4-back. And the good thing about a rush from about a yard away is that you have loads of flexibility in exactly where you aim it. You can do a cut rush pretty safely from that distance. And that's a nice little shot. That's going to pull up perfect in front of hoop.
Well, it's great to be seeing a bit of the Women's Championship. Neither of these will be going through to the to a final, or nor be the winner if there is no final, as far as I'm aware.
No, these are, yeah, they're both playing for glory right now. That was a really nice hoop from Penny.
She's rushed that pretty much in front of.
Yeah, it's in front of
Penalt.
Penalt. So White is definitely on 10 hoops now, and I am fairly sure Pink is on 12, but I cannot see for the life of me where Brown's hiding.
That was the sound of me swapping glasses, try and see better.
I think Green is on 3, but I do not see the Brown clip anywhere.
Oh, I can't see.
Ah, well.
They're a long way away. Yeah, that looks like Brown on hoop 5.
Oh, you reckon? Oh, yeah, it does look Brown on 5. Okay. In that
and
case,
Green on hoop 3.
yes, I reckon Green has scored 2, Brown has scored 4, White has scored 10, and Pink has scored 12, is what I believe the scores to be at this point in the game.
And thank you, Sam Gumbrell, for updating that. He's our wonderful videographer.
It's some fantastic work. And it's really great to see events like this being streamed and getting a bit of an audience able to watch along virtually. And she's held that rush back really nicely. That looks good towards Penalt. And this might be Penny ending the game here. And so the women's match is still ongoing because of the smaller block for the women's. They've been given 2.5 hours to play each game compared to the 2 hours 5 for men. So they got a bit more flexibility in how they play the game. Because that 2 hours runs down quick.
Yeah, I think the men's final will have a longer time limit.
Yeah,
Don't know exactly what it will be yet.
That's a nice shot.
Our tournament manager is Kevin Beard, who manages pretty much all of our association croquet tournaments, and we have quite a lot of them here at national level as well as Victorian. And Kevin just does a huge amount for this sport. Does a lot of the court maintenance here, does a lot of coaching. And he's a great player, but he hardly ever gets to compete because he's too busy managing.
And it's the people that really make this such a fun sport to be playing as well. And he's one of them, with really fantastic people that make you so happy to be part of this community. And he does such a great job with up here at Kenley.
Our referees today, Mike Conn, the tournament referee, Chaz Quinn, Brian Foley, and umpire Robin Russell.
It's good to see Robin getting some good practice as an umpire here, and seeing people training up prospective referees. It's really nice for the game to have more flexibility in who's able to ref different games, and it also just really helps you understand the rules a lot better. The amount of times I've come up against a situation where I just don't even know what the rule even is for that point makes you a bit of a better player actually to know the rules of the game you're playing.
Yeah, Robin's another great contributor to the sport. Doing a lot of the Croquet Victoria management duties.
And this is Penny, I think, looking to peg out here. Just has to get any contact on green. And there we go. She's just going to take off nicely to pink. And pink's already in a position you could peg out of the game. So it's a really straightforward finish for her here. The only thing you need to avoid doing is accidentally hitting into the peg right now. So you set up your rush so that there's no chance of that happening, which I say as it looks suspiciously close to that peg, but you do set up to make sure that can't happen.
Yeah, you want it to be rushing to a point that's beside the peg rather than aiming right at the peg.
Yeah, your turn will end instantly if you happen to peg out a ball on that croquet stroke or on the rush. Sorry, on the rush, the croquet stroke's fine, and that's Penny finishing that game. There you go. Fantastic win.
She'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, she'll be
She's very
ecstatic.
modest about her play, and I don't think she gets to peg out as often as the top level players.
Yeah, no, but it's really nice to see her do it. It's been the women's have some really fantastic players and a lot of really wonderful games. A lot of them going the distance.
Yeah, look at that wonderful spirit that they're ending in. Okay, that's the end of the minor round in the Victorian Association Croquet Championships. We'll be back for the final. Have a break in the meantime. Thank you. Welcome to the final of the Victorian Association Croquet Men's Championship between Greg Hill and Stephen Forster. Stephen's first shot is to the east boundary, quite near corner 4. So he's not going for maximum distance. Well, he certainly is maximum distance from B-Balk. So Stephen's playing pink and white. Greg green and brown. They're using the secondary balls just because they've been used less, and so they're in a bit better condition than the primary balls. Greg's going to play to just south of corner 2.
Yeah, good afternoon. Malcolm Biddle doing a little bit of commentary here.
And my name's David Pryor. Malcolm's one of the competitors in this competition. So it's great to have you with us, Malcolm. People will be sick of my voice.
Pleasure to be here. These two guys have played a number of finals against each other over the last few years.
Stephen Forster, a great contributor to the sport. He's really the #1 coach in the state, possibly in the country. Extremely experienced player. Looks like he's just setting a dream leaf there.
Just extending the length of the in shot for Greg.
And he might be a bit better positioned in relation to the end of A-Balk.
Cracking day here at Canley. Have never seen the place look better or been playing in better conditions.
We'd like to thank Quest Water Gardens, who are our gold sponsor for this event. They, amongst other things, provide discounted accommodation for people playing at Canley, competitions and officials, and they're not far away. So a great place to stay if you're ever playing or coming to Canley. So Greg will be shooting it white, do you think?
Normally a pretty good shot, Greg. I would say he's shooting it white. We were both wrong. He shot for pink and missed.
Almost got it on the rebound.
So let's see if Stephen can get a break going.
So have you played on court 1 this weekend, Malcolm?
Court 1, yeah. It's one of the flatter courts, let us say. One with a little bit less character than some of the others. As most people know, the Canley courts have plenty of character.
So no idiosyncrasies that these two should be mindful of as they go round.
These guys have spent a lot of time here with the Vic squad and what have you. They'll know these courts pretty well. Personally, I'm not really that au fait with the the different hills and things on these courts, but these guys will know them pretty well.
So Stephen ideally would have gotten behind Brown there, wouldn't he? But he's at least rocated Brown. This is the last ball he's likely to use. Sent that up towards hoop 1.
Yeah. They've opted for what we'd call a conservative beginning. No super shots, no Tices.
I always find the start of the game both challenging and interesting. It can be slow.
Bit of cat and mouse. There's always that discussion about is it better to go in or actually go second? Is there an advantage?
He's placed that very nicely. It looks like he's only given green a single target. So what do you think? Is Greg going to go for whatever's closest?
He's going to move that ball away from hoop 1, I think.
Yeah. And if he goes for pink or white and misses, he's not giving away all that much because Stephen's got a rush to green already.
Could be a wide leave, I think.
Just making it as hard as he can for for Stephen to get a break going.
Yeah, as I say, this game has started with both players taking a sort of a conservative line and just playing a patient game.
Is that what you'd be doing?
I would be, yes. But as I say, these guys know each other's games back to front. They've played in a lot of finals against each other. Stephen's very good at digging balls out of corners and what have you.
He has to be careful not to go out.
No, that looks good enough for a rush to hoop 1.
For those not familiar with association croquet, if either ball goes out on the croquet shot, that's the end of your turn. Meanwhile, the Women's Association croquet final
That's a nice
for the
hoop
state
approach.
is underway on the adjacent court. Yep, and it looks like both games are quite a similar situation where just the one hoop has been scored so far. So Stephen now has a challenge of organising this court, getting all 4 balls into useful locations. Got all the balls on the east boundary at the moment. He's wanting to bring them all into more central locations and to load his hoop after next and to get a rush to his current hoop, which is hoop 2. Stephen plays all his shots side style, pretty much all of them.
I'm not sure he was trying to cut that there.
No, because he wants to get behind Brown, between Brown and the boundary, in other words.
It's a tough shot coming up. He's going to try and hit this ball over towards hoop 3.
Yep.
And get in behind Brown for a rush to hoop 2.
And you'd rather do that from a bit closer to Brown.
Yep. He hasn't done it.
So this means a long, equal roll to hoop 2 rather than a rush. Presumably. He's gone a bit past, but I think that's runnable. Some distance out.
Looks like a 45-degree angle.
So you can either go for that and make it an interesting game, or he can go back to his partner. And he's run it. Yep. Very nice. He
wiped its feet on the way through.
Had enough top spin on it. Got clear enough to Croquet his reception ball.
There's a bit of great touch from Stephen.
Oh yeah.
Used to seeing that.
Okay, so Stephen's got a break going. He's just run hoop 3 and he's got an easy Croquet on his reception ball. Meanwhile, on the adjacent court, we have Kerry-Ann Organ playing Elaine Coverdale in the Women's Victorian Association Croquet Final. And Kerry-Ann is just approaching hoop 3 with green. She's got nicely in front of it. And she's just run it.
Has she got a shot on white? That's the question.
She's summoning the referee.
That looks very tight.
So if she commits a fault on a hampered shot, and this is hampered by the hoop, or if she accidentally, well, if she commits a fault, it's a fault whether it's hampered or not. But if she accidentally touches green as she's lining up a hampered shot, it doesn't matter if the ball has been marked, but if the ball has not been marked, that's the end of her turn. So it's in her interests to get the ball marked if she's got a hampered shot. So that's Brian Foley, the referee. I'm not sure who's refereeing the men's final? Probably Mike Conn, who's the tournament referee.
Melbourne Biddle signing off, and Trish Devlin is coming into commentary. There you go, Trish.
Welcome, Trish. You've just joined us at an interesting point in this game.
Oh, thank you. That's a good timing.
Where Kerry-Ann has just missed by a fraction the white ball as she came through hoop 3.
Oh, no.
So she was set up to get going there.
Oh, it's always such a shame when you hand over to your opponent with a little shot.
Elaine Coverdale is coming onto the court with an easy roquet with green. With white onto green, I should say.
What hoop's white for now? Is it right at the beginning?
So green has all balls are for hoop 1 except for green. Green has scored 3.
Right, so very early
So you
days.
can see green's clip now on hoop 4. And Elaine has the challenge of somehow, ideally, loading hoop 2 as well as getting a rush to hoop 1.
I don't think she's going to be able to load all the way up to 2 from there. No,
Certainly not from there.
She's just opting for the nice, secure rush to 1 and worry about the other ball later. Elaine's very good at dragging a breakout from nothing. And it's not quite nothing, but it's still beautiful rush to in front of 1.
That is a lovely rush, isn't it? We can't see it, but I think Brown must be in corner 4. So she'll pick that up later in the game.
Yeah, Brown is in corner 4. She'll probably try to arrange a rush back towards that corner so she can pick it up and go back up to green on the way to hoop 2. But one thing she'll be trying to do is to guarantee this hoop. Yep, nice position in front.
And looks like she's got pink slightly on the east side of her hoop, so that she'll potentially have a rush over to those balls on the east.
That's what she'd be hoping for. Okay, here comes the hoop. And nicely through. Rush is more towards hoop 3. She might even consider just loading towards 3 and using green for 2.
Yep. So players generally prefer to load a hoop with a croquet shot because it's more accurate.
Well, she's opting for straight up. She had roughly a rush up to 2, so she's taken it. Is it the saying, don't look a gift rush in the mouth?
Very nice.
A little bit short on it, but she's very capable of making a lovely hoop approach from back there. And there's the security of having her own ball with her, so she can afford to have a go at the hoop, even if it is a bit long. It's a nice one.
So she can run this hoop to the boundary. She doesn't have to run it under control.
No, Elaine plays a lot of golf croquet. She's a very good golf croquet player, so she's not usually too phased about longish hoops.
She's actually an amazing all-rounder, Elaine. She's a very good gate baller as well.
I don't know how she fits it all in because she's got a pretty high-pressure job as well.
Yep.
Oh, just grovelled through.
Yeah, didn't quite make that to the boundary, but has she got an angle on pink?
I think she must have because she's not calling the ref, but she's examining it.
Whether she can roquet it or not, she's probably going to stay in that vicinity because she's joined up and her partner certainly isn't.
That'll be the opposition. I'm sure you mean that.
Oh,
don't you?
sorry.
I don't think they're playing together for this one. Of course, they have played together many times because both of them have been members of the Victorian state team for AC.
All right. I was worrying about nothing then. She roque'd pink, okay.
Yep. Yeah. Well, she hasn't got anything at 3, so it'll be interesting to see how she works out this one. Green's the only in-court ball. This takes time for thinking by the look of it.
Yeah. She wants to...
Well, she's going to opt for just a nice little take-off. She might consider taking off all the way down to Brown down the boundary.
Yes, if she's just taking off, she might as well take off to something a long way away.
Something
She
that
doesn't
you
have
can
to-
load with.
Doesn't have to get behind it, she just needs to get within roqueing distance of it.
Yep, we're going down to Brown. And this is court 2, which is notorious for some very dodgy roll-offs.
Well, she
But
judged
that's
that
good.
beautifully.
Yep, good job. And this will enable her to load 4 on the way back to green.
She probably had a bit of furniture between the two balls then, which is probably the reason that she took off on that side of the ball.
I don't know. Often with the dodgy boundaries, I take off from the side that I don't want to, just so that I'm ensure that pull will keep the ball in the court.
Yes, tell us about this court.
Well, I don't think it's as bad as it was. The terrific volunteers here have been doing such a lot of work on the courts all the time. But it was the court that everybody hated. It was a big
Yes.
groan. Oh no, court 2. It had some dreadful roll-offs. You know, you could aim from hoop 3 to land a ball somewhere down near hoop 1, and you'd finish off somewhere in corner 1 because it would just make a great curve off to the side. So I think we all got used to that. But it's early in the season. Maybe some people have forgotten.
But it is more idiosyncratic than court 1.
Yes, it is. Court 1's a little bit safer. I don't know what's going on here. She's
A long way from green.
yes. She would have liked to be a lot closer to green than that.
So I assume she'll play a solid shot on green. So if
Well, so if
she
misses-
amazingly misses, she'll end up near pink.
Yes, I think so. I think perhaps she wanted to rush it back to behind 3 and then try load and hold. But
She could
I
do
think
that yet.
it was
Let's
a
see.
bit of an odd manoeuvre, but probably a safe one. But as you can see there, green and brown aren't that far distance, big distance apart. It doesn't matter. Elaine's got a lovely, reliable roquet.
Yeah, she's got a lovely swing, hasn't she?
She uses an interesting grip.
Yes.
It's sort of Irish-ish. And sometimes it can really stress her wrist.
Yes, both her palms are forward. That's one way of describing it. Yeah, I find that very uncomfortable to play like that.
Yeah.
You notice some players have bent handles on their mallets.
Yes. They're supposed to be easier if you've got arthritic wrists. I think Derby, Ian Demurg, he had a very zigzag handle for a while. And somebody else I saw recently, actually I think it might be somebody who's playing here, has got one with a bend in the top.
I think it was Gary.
Gary had one, yeah. Well, he's another WA player. And Jock Copperbianco, I always get muddled up with Jock's name, but Jock came from WA and he's got a bendy mallet too. There's nothing in the rules that says you can't have a bendy handle, but both end faces of your mallet have to look the same, or be the same.
Yes, and there are other constraints such as your shaft of your mallet being straight for a certain length and
is there?
perpendicular to the
Oh,
mallet head.
I didn't know that. Learn something every day. I have to get the rule book out and have a look. Kerry Ann's another one with a lovely straight swing. And
Oh, she's just missed.
kicked a goal right through the middle. Bit of pressure on that shot. I'm just looking at the score panel we've got here on the screen. Does 3 mean she's made 3 hoops, or
Yes.
does it mean the clip's there?
Yeah,
Mean
so
like
just
she's
above
made
that you can see the word score. So that is the score.
Okay, so it's
that
score,
is the
not
score.
clip position.
So you add up what Brown has scored and what Green has scored, and that is Kerry Ann's total score. But at this phase of the game, it's all about breaks rather than a particular number of hoops. At the end of the game, if it's close, then it might the number of hoops might make the difference.
All we pay attention to is the clip position. You don't go out and make the wrong hoop because there's
Yes.
the wrong coloured clip.
Yes.
It's a horrible feeling. You run the hoop and try to pick up the clip and realise it's the wrong colour. It's not the colour of
Isn't
the
that
ball you've just
terrible?
gone through with. Doesn't happen very often, hopefully.
You've just played about 8 shots and then get to your hoop and whoops, it's not my hoop.
And in the rules, as soon as your opponent notices that the clips are misplaced, or you have to be told, but they don't have to tell you if you're going to the wrong hoop.
So you'll notice that Elaine did not rush that ball all the way to her hoop, which is hoop 1, because she's already got Green just west of hoop 1.
She's got a very trusty take-off. She can often take off to behind a ball on the boundary very, very accurately without going out and get perfect position. So this is probably going to be a bit of bread and butter shot for her. There it is, that's
Yep.
pretty good. So a rough rush in towards the hoop. And you could see the curl on that one. It curled away towards the boundary. That's a hoop 2 special, court 2 special. Oh, that is a surprise.
That is a surprise.
Maybe she was trying to cut it just a little. At the beginning of this tournament, I played Elaine, and she was quite off her game, and she's improved each match since. So maybe she's still feeling a little bit rusty. She hasn't been able to play any of the tournaments that involve weekdays, so it's got to be weekends for her now because of her job. Actually, a lot of all 4 of the people, no, not Kerry Ann, she's not currently working, but the 2 men, they've got full-time jobs too. They do well to fit in their croquet. And the 2 men who are playing in the final have just returned from England playing the Mac. You would have discussed that before, wouldn't you?
That's the McRobertson, which some describe as the Olympics of croquet. It's one country versus another. New Zealand, United States, is it UK or England specifically?
It's just England. Yes.
And Australia.
Yeah. There's another tier down that has some of the other countries, which would include Wales and Scotland, and Ireland. So a miss from Kerry Ann too, uncharacteristic as well. It's very frustrating for them. You know, they want to get in and just make a break.
Yeah.
You just need one hit to get in.
and having a think. It might be a good time to switch back to the men's where Stephen Forster's on a break. He's playing pink. I'm not sure what hoop is that. That is for...
It looks like it's for hoop 4. He's got a load on 4, and he's got white sitting as PLE ready at 4-back.
Yeah.
So I think he's embarking on a triple. Yeah, nice load across to 5. A rush on brown into hoop 4. So Stephen's well on his way.
So just to explain that expression PLE for anyone who's new to association croquet, when a ball runs 4-back under its own steam, it gives away a lift. So if Stephen peels it through by using his partner ball to hit it through, it doesn't give away a lift. On top of which, Stephen is hoping to run all of the hoops on this turn and along the way peel his partner ball through all of its final 3 hoops. A triple peel.
Oh, a great description. You did that well.
So is he sending brown down there as an escape ball after peeling, do you think?
He'll send green across to the east and then load it over to 1-back, and he'll be peeling white as he goes to 6. Brown, using brown.
Looks as if white is a bit more beside the hoop than in front of it, so he might just be positioning it at this point.
No, he'll adjust it.
See.
He'll send green across and then bring white back in front and peel it so that he can go to brown, if possible. There's plenty of opportunities to try the peel, but he'll try to position it as best he can to make the next attempt better if he doesn't manage to do it now.
Yep. So he'll be approaching white from the northwest, do you think?
Yes, that's what he would try to do. And he might need to hit white down a little bit because brown is fairly deep. Well, brown is a little bit south from where he would prefer it to be. But nicely positioned to knock white back into peeling position.
Yep, he's loaded 1-back nicely.
Mm-hmm. Stephen has years and years of experience.
Doesn't he play beautifully?
Yeah.
Each shot is...
Very measured.
Very measured, yes.
So this shot will put white either into the jewels or through the hoop, and he'll get a line on brown to rush it to its hoop, or rush it to his next hoop, hoop 6.
You notice a couple of things there. One is that white's clips on the side of the hoop because it's coming back through the 6 hoops. It's on its return journey. The other thing is that he just got white into the jaws, and that's pretty common as part of this process of peeling. It's a good start to getting it through. It's not too hard to rush it through the hoop later, and then he can take croquet from it.
He can actually now rush brown across so that he's closer to white, and he's having a look at its position because it's a possibility that he'll be able to knock it through and then load it to its next hoop while he goes across to the load where green is on 1-back.
Yes, actually, it's not. I think perhaps it's not quite in the jaws.
No, it's off to the side.
Sort of sitting on the right-hand leg, isn't it? It's not ideal.
So in this shot, he'll be aiming to bring white into peeling position again and peel it while he goes across to the green at 1-back. It's gone a little bit far, but still doable.
Gentle shot on white.
Some of these really delicate shots can wander a bit.
Yeah.
No, that's...
No, he's got to get all the way across the green with this
Yeah.
shot. So he's used all the other balls. Worry about peeling later.
It's still there for later. His main focus now will be on getting across to green. Pretty standard hoop approach here, but he would like to be able to hit green back towards the other two after he comes through. So put it across beyond the hoop. And when he comes through, he'll hit it again over towards the other two balls.
You'll notice he's got no load on his next hoop, which is 2 back. So he's needing to use
Brown.
Brown's
his load.
at
Yeah.
4 back.
So pink goes down now to 3 back.
His hoop after next.
And he goes to white and intending to peel it and take brown down to 2 back. That's the plan. We all have plans, and Stephen's very likely going to execute the plan. Oh, we just changed camera angles, did we? There we go. There's green down there. Little tap on white.
Very nice. He's got that in front.
Yeah. Now this one must get the rush on brown.
Now, is there much pull on these balls?
Yes, there is, and Stephen will allow for the pull in this shot.
So he'll be aiming white a bit towards the right-hand leg.
That's right, yes. You notice that he's playing it like a pass rock. He put his handle right down the mallet because he didn't want to put white through the hoop and then out. So it's perfectly okay to leave it there. His main focus would be on getting this rush.
Yep, and this time white definitely is in the jaws.
Yeah,
So
still there for later.
when he comes back to it, all he has to do is rush it.
Stephen has a saying that the striker's ball is precious, and so you have to concentrate on precious all the time. So he wouldn't have been concentrating on the peel, then he'd be concentrating on getting precious into the right line to rush brown down. Nice hoop approach.
And part of that philosophy is that you don't want to be doing a lot of long takeoffs.
That is
Okay.
uncharacteristic. Notice how he just puts the clip on and walks off.
Yep.
No histrionics.
No.
Just do it.
Whatever he's feeling inside,
We hate to
that's
think.
his business.
So Greg will be licking his lips here because he has a lift, and because Stephen has made one back, so he can pick up either of his balls and take it to a balk. And of course, near hoop 1 is very close to a balk. Look at that brown ball just sitting there, saying, "Hit me."
Yeah. So what will he do here, do you think? Will he be doing a load and hold with Brown, getting Brown to hoop 2, or?
Well, he will knock Brown a little and then croquet it up to hoop 2, I'd say, because green's across over near 3 back. So, sorry, not green, pink. So I think he'll use a stop shot. He's always doing a little head waggle, which is what he does when he's thinking about what are the options. So I didn't think that there was any other option except to stop shot that up and bring white down in front of the hoop so as he can use it for his hoop approach. Both his clips are still for hoop 1, aren't they?
Yes.
Both his balls.
So he's got that somewhere near hoop 2.
Yeah.
He had to hit it out to the side in order to avoid hitting white on the way
Yes.
through, I think.
That's right. You had the hoop in the way on one side and white on the other. Okay, so there's white still sitting there. So it's a nice load for Greg's 3.
Yeah, I said white before, I meant pink.
And I thought it was further down, so it wasn't. We're only looking at a screen here. We can only see what the viewers can see, can't we? So we have to stand up every now and again to see what's actually on the court. He would have liked that ball to stop just short of white so that he had a rush forward. So now he has to do a croquet stroke that gets himself a line on brown for hoop 2.
Where's he putting pink, do you think?
Well, standard players put pink up as a load for 3. He's already got one up there, but it doesn't hurt to double load. But his main aim is to get a rush on brown into hoop 2. That's a lovely shot. It's using pink as a sort of a pivot there. It's not a double load, but it's useful for after he comes out of hoop 2. Greg's another very precise player, and fast courts suit him. He loves playing on bowling greens. You know, he can just tap the ball very accurately.
Yes, he was playing on the MCC bowling green just last weekend.
Yeah, he had nearly all his games on the bowling green. I thought that was a bit unfair. He said, "I feel guilty."
You had the unfortunate experience of playing against him, didn't you?
Yes, I did. No, I love playing Greg. It doesn't matter. I used to play doubles with him when we were in the state team.
So, do his tactics differ significantly from Stephen's, do you think?
No.
Ooh.
Greg's looking for a triple every time he plays, and often he gets them. I think he's done 2 or 3 during this event. The idea of a triple peel, of course, means your opponent doesn't get another chance with a lift shot, so he's all for that.
We saw Stephen going for a quadruple in one game in this tournament.
Yeah, good on him.
He didn't.
Didn't work?
He didn't get it. He peeled 3 back, but that was as far as he got.
It's worth a try.
Okay.
So that's Greg using the pink as a bit of a pivot to help him get across to white, because he needs to be pretty accurate on white. You don't want to be far away from a ball that's in the hoop if you've got to hit it. So he's got brown down for a load for 4, and he's just heading across there to hit that white one.
So where's he wanting to place white, do you think?
Just north of the hoop so that he can use it to make
So
the
he's
hoop,
happily
yeah.
peeled it through.
Yeah, he wouldn't worry about giving Stephen a hoop. He'd prefer not to, but if he hits it the other way and it's only gentle, it's quite difficult to get back in good position accurately.
Yeah.
So you might as well give him the hoop.
Yep. You never want to get a hoop if it costs you a break.
No.
This game's all about breaks. He's potentially given away a lift for himself also, but
Yes.
he wouldn't be worrying about that at this stage either.
No, because if Stephen gets back in, that ball will be back there anyway. No, it doesn't matter really, because Stephen's next plan would be to take that ball round, so he's going to do it no matter what. Greg's just thinking about his own game. He doesn't care about that. He's just making the balls go where he wants them.
Yep, all the balls are his.
Yep. If you're on the court, it doesn't matter what your opponent's doing. They have to eat their lunch or something. They can't affect your game.
So he was
Bit of a deep load for 5.
wanting to load 5 there, but
Doesn't matter. He can do it again with this one.
he was
Main aim is the rush on brown.
Yep.
Makes it look easy though, doesn't he? The rest of it might zigzag around, but occasionally we'll do a beautiful knee break, but No, these guys do them all the time.
Yes, you're right. He put pink up to 5 as well. That sequence from hoop 4 to 6, actually to 1 back, is relatively easy because all those 4 hoops are relatively close together. So players have more options, and in fact the game can get quite interesting through that sequence.
The other thing is if something goes wrong during that sequence, your opponents are awfully close together too.
That's true.
So it's good to get it accurate.
And a reasonably deep reception ball there, so you could just go to the boundary.
That's quite common also with a lot of the younger men. But put a deep ball and then belt the ball through to the boundary. Greg's not an extreme example of that, but some of them do it all the time.
Yes.
I don't know how they get through. If I try and hammer a hoop, it bounces back at me and laughs. But no, they do it. I'm just not. I don't hit straight enough. Okay, so this one may just be going to the middle or just beyond 5 because it's his partner ball and he might decide to load 2 back after the hoop. And white can go up to 6.
So you need to think a few hoops ahead in this game, which is several hits ahead.
Always, yes.
So players, even now, are mindful of 3 back. They're generally wanting to use a opponent ball to load 3 back, and because you're often using alternate balls at hoops, so the ball that you use to help you score even-numbered hoops is not the ball that you use to score odd-numbered hoops. Because of that, you're in turn wanting to make 2 back with your partner ball. And players sometimes place their partner ball at 2 back after making hoop 5.
That looks like what he's doing, but white's a bit deep for 6. He might fiddle around a little and swap the balls, but I don't know. Yes, the general rule is don't make your last hoop off your partner, but some people do it because they can arrange a rush to the boundary to set their leave. But Greg will have in mind what he's doing for the leave by now. You've got to keep your head on the job as well, though.
So it's a fairly wide split. That wasn't the easiest way of loading 2 back while getting a rush on your opponent's ball there.
Nice cut. Saved it a bit there. He's cut it fairly high so that he can come back down on that deep load.
Yeah, so he's approaching white from a reasonable angle while loading 1 back with pink.
On the screen, the 2 balls look the same colour, don't they?
Yes.
That is pink he's hitting, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't make a critical difference as long as Greg's playing, but certainly makes a difference to your opponent.
So he's engineered a rush in on that deep white and pop it back in on the playing side.
Well, he positioned that beautifully.
In the background there I can see Felix Gilman-White and Gary Phipps.
Yes, they're
playing
off for 3rd and 4th.
3rd and 4th, is it? Gary was a relatively newcomer to Association Croquet. He came through from golf. And I think Felix did too.
That's right.
And of course they're both still playing golf, which the golf events will be starting on Wednesday with gold medal. and then the men's and women's open, and then the interstate shield. So Kenley's going to have lots of action over the next 2 weeks.
Yes, and quite a bit of that action is going to be live streamed. And we'd like to thank our gold sponsor for this live streaming, which is Quest Water Gardens, who provide part of their package is that they provide discounted accommodation for anyone who's playing or officiating at Canley, and they're not far away.
Over in the women's game, the score is 5 to Kerry-Ann and 2 to Elaine. And Elaine's coming on to attempt a Roki to get back in the game at the moment.
So Kerry-Ann leaves the court nicely joined up, whereas Elaine's separated. Meanwhile, we're watching. We're coming back to the women's.
Elaine taking that long Roki. Kerry-Ann's balls are up near corner 2 with a rush for green into the court, and Elaine firing from near hoop 3 down to hoop 1. Looks pretty straight, but no, it misses. The only clip still on hoop 1 is pink, and where white's finished up, that's a pretty ugly shot for pink at white, and white at pink with the hoop in the way. I don't think it's wired.
It might not matter because Kerry-Ann is back in play now, and she may well be coming over to move Elaine's balls.
Kerry-Ann's for hoop 4, so she has an opportunity here to load hoop 5 and take pink across. She may choose to leave white where it is in corner 1. Near corner 1.
Yeah, she was nicely set up there with a rush with green on her partner ball into towards the middle of the court.
She's arranged a load on 5 and a rush to hoop 4, her hoop. Meanwhile, in the men's game, Greg is just about to make hoop 3 back, and he's got his partner ball just to the east of the hoop so that he's planning to set the leave. Looks like he's going to set white near the leg, and finish a 2-4 leave.
Kerry-Ann has just placed her ball beautifully in front of hoop 4. She's got a reception ball right there.
And a good load on the next hoop.
Load on the next hoop.
And a ball that she can pick up from corner 1 if she wants to. She might choose to do now.
What would you do about that white ball? Would you bring that in at this phase?
That was a bit of bad luck. Now I might not, or maybe I would, because that's awkward, because she'd really like to load it up to 6. So if she does a thick takeoff from that, she could go across and pick up the white ball in the corner. There's a slight risk. She can leave it there until she comes down to do 2 back, but with such a tight load on 5, she could afford to pick up the ball from the corner. You're thinking about what to do. She's going for the shorter shots. No, there was room to load through to 6, so she's done that. Okay. Roki the load. Put it a bit behind the hoop so she's going to have to take off back.
Some players hate taking off.
Well, it needs must, but nobody prefers it. Yeah. And there's always the risk that the ball will pick up any roll on the court, but that's quite good. She's in front. And Greg's just finished his break of 9 on the men's game and set a tight leave and waiting now for Stephen to come on.
Ah, now this is interesting. Kerry-Ann potentially has a rush up to the vicinity of white, but I don't know if that's any help to her.
No, I don't think so. If she did that, she'd end up having to leave her ball there.
Yep.
There's not room to do a croquet stroke, so she's opted not to.
Continuing a 3-ball break.
Yep.
She can pick up white around about the time that she makes 2 back.
Yep. Okay, she's loaded 1 back nicely, gone a little bit past the pink. She's just not quite reading the court speed at the moment. It's all part of dragging the break together, and it takes a little while.
Yes, and it's harder to get these shots perfect with a 3-ball break where you don't have that 4th ball or pivot ball there to help you fine-tune your shots.
I'm noticing that she's wearing her puffer jacket. It must still be cold out there. It looks all right, nice and sunny, but if you've been sitting down, it's even worse. Your opponent's playing and you just can't get up and hit a ball because you're frozen.
Yeah, but different players feel the heat differently, it seems. So it's a hoop and roquet.
Very handy, that one. She's got a nice position to load down to two back and get a rush on the brown for a 1 back, and it's a nice close pioneer there.
So this, I guess, is our first decent break of the game. She's got the potential to run 9 hoops and then set a leave.
Yeah, pink's a little bit short, but there's lovely position on brown, so green can knock it back in front of the hoop. It's gradual dragging the break together.
Yes. So why would she be only running 9 hoops in this turn, do you think, Trish?
Oh, well, we know the answer to that, don't we?
Yes, that's a Dorothy for Dixer for people who aren't so familiar with association.
So
I'm hoping we've got a few golf croquet players watching, or even people who are new to croquet.
Yeah, that'd be good. No, she has to stop after 9 hoops unless she wants to give her partner the opportunity to take contact. So after 9, she allows her opponent to pick up either of their balls and put it on one of the balk lines to fire. So she'll be engineering a place to leave the balls where that's not really very comfortable for them, make it the longest shot possible. But if she does keep going after she's made 1 back and continues around and makes 4 back as well, then they have the option of picking up either of their ball and putting it in contact with any other ball, so they don't even have to roquet. And sometimes that is a reasonable tactic, but in a normal game that's just flowing along normally, people stop at 9 and set a leave.
Okay, so
Nice shot.
Yep. She's got that somewhere towards 3 back.
Yeah,
and she's got importantly, she's got a rush on pink towards 2 back.
and remember the white's still sitting down on the boundary behind the hoop.
Yes, and being on that boundary means white's on the balk line, so Elaine is entitled to a lift on her next turn already because Kerry-Ann has just come through 1 back. So 2 back's a hoop that you particularly don't want to mess up. She's nicely set up there, right in front of the hoop.
And after this hoop, she will be moving that white ball off the balk line. There's a couple of ways she can do it.
She'll be hitting to the boundary here, do you think, and going straight to white?
Well, possibly. It's still a 6-yard Roki, but I think she could. She could also, that was good. It's taken a little bit of an angle and gone across towards white, so I think she will hit it. It's quite a decent payoff for doing that because that allows her to croquet it into the court and still get a rush on the pink.
That was a beautiful hoop, wasn't it? She just played that so smoothly.
That's the secret, isn't it? Play smoothly. It's hard to do it all the time.
It was obviously dead straight.
But this is an important shot, and she's nailed it right in the middle.
Okay. She's now got a 4-ball break nicely set up, although she's only got... she's likely to only score one more hoop in this turn.
Yes. What she's got to do now is engineer the leave.
Yeah, so having brought white into it enables her to set a good leave. What sort of leave would you be thinking about at this point, Trish?
I'd be looking at where Elaine's clips are to start with. So Elaine's got one clip on hoop 1 and the other clip is on hoop 3. I think what Kerry-Ann will be doing is putting white to the middle and take pink across near brown, and then she's going to make the hoop with brown and then get brown to the boundary and take pink probably over towards hoop 2. So there's white up the middle.
That's white, pig high.
Yep. Yeah, she's thinking about this a bit. She's got a rush towards the peg, but I think she'll cut it a little bit over towards brown. Yep. So she guarantee position on brown for the hoop.
Look at that. Very, very close to brown.
Oh, that makes it a bit awkward. She needs to get to the other side of brown to go to the hoop.
Yep, she wants to get pink out of her way while getting a rush on brown.
This might require a bit of standing and looking. She's
a little bit tricky for the cameras to pick up just what her angles are there.
Ah, neat little shot.
Yeah, she's got
She's got
past
the
brown.
rush. Yep.
Nicely done. So ideally brown wants to be the last ball she plays after making this hoop, isn't it?
The last ball she plays at the end of this break,
Yeah.
But I think she's thinking at the moment that she can either go through and hit pink, or if she holds the rush, she would hit brown to the boundary. Yep, so pink first. So I think pink will go over near hoop 2 and white will come back to the peg area and then just set brown with green together on the east boundary wired from the one at the peg. But it's not a classic way of arranging them at the moment. She hasn't managed to make the last hoop using an opponent ball, so she's a little bit pampered by that.
Yeah, so in a 4-ball break you have multiple opportunities to position pink and white in the lead up to your leave, whereas Kerry-Ann for the most part had a 3-ball break and only had one shot on white so far.
So pink will go beyond white over towards the boundary, and she'll bring white back towards the peg. And she's got a chance to position it wired as she takes off from it to go back to brown.
Yeah, it looks like she's got pink in quite a nice position there.
Hasn't
Somewhat
managed.
protected from bulk.
Yeah, hasn't managed to get white to the peg. She could do the one we say the leave you have when you're not having a leave, where you pushes it up a bit further north and further east and goes back to brown, because what she really wants is to make sure that she's got position on brown. So if she can't manage to get pink and white wired, she can at least add to the distance. And she could set a single ball to white, but no, she's puzzling over this one because it's an awkward one.
Yes, it's not going to matter to Elaine too much which ball she plays, is it? Because there's only 2 hoops difference between them.
No, she'll be concentrating on just hitting. She'll pick whichever one she thinks she can hit with. So there's white's just gone to give distance to pink, but it's still not close to a balk. And she'll be able to knock brown across to the boundary and set a single ball to white. Or she might even set it flat on the boundary.
And of course, Kerry-Ann's going to want to play brown in her next turn, so she's going to she's setting a leave for brown. She wants to have brown to have a rush on green to somewhere useful, but she won't want. She also wants those balls positioned where they minimise Elaine Coverdale's opportunities to hit one of them. Her next turn.
Well, brown's for hoop 3, so being on that side, she's going to have a rush up the court, but white's up there, so I think white will be the one that Elaine picks up. She doesn't want to leave that one there. And she just have to choose which direction she's going to fire it. And if she feels confident, then she'd probably fire at the 2 balls of Elaine's, because that's Kerry-Ann's, because that's the shortest shot. But she's more than likely going to fire at pink, because if she misses, it's not great for Kerry-Ann.
Okay, so she's left brown with a rush straight down the court.
And it's a target for white if it chooses to be bold and fire down that way, but she can also take the 13-yard shot from the end of A balk.
Yes. I haven't seen too many players hit in that shot today.
And probably on court 2 you might
There's
reconsider, because it's a bit bendy.
Yep, there's a bit of fall off to that boundary too, isn't there?
Yeah.
But potentially there's a bit slight double target if you hit that at a slight angle.
No, she's decided, nope. She looked at it and picked it up. Of course, she could choose to put it on A balk, or she could choose to go to B balk and fire at pink. She could choose to fire at A balk to pink, or at Kerry-Ann's balls. So.
Yep. Yeah. So having picked up white, she has to play white.
Yep.
But she's still got her options open as to where she plays it from.
She's putting it on A balk, and even now she's entitled to pick it up and change her mind and go somewhere else with it. But it's just got to go on a balk. So she's choosing the 13-yarder, firing at Kerry-Ann's balls on the boundary. And Kerry-Ann would have been careful to make sure that it isn't close together, so it's not a nice double target. But you've only got to hit one ball, and this is the one that Elaine thinks it's worth doing. Because, of course, she's for hoop 3, and that's the side of the court the balls are on, so she could arrange to get a ball up to 3 and start her break.
Yep. So this is the shot that's most likely to get her into the game, but also probably the shot that gives away the most if she misses,
Yes.
which she sadly
She
has.
did. A lot more body movement than you usually see from Elaine. Yes, of course, again, she's been sitting down while Kerry-Ann's been playing, and that's the hard part, get up and hit the lift. So Kerry-Ann's in play again, and since the green ball's already made its hoops, she will be wanting to play the brown now. And she's got the same
Yes,
situation.
and
From this she can get herself up to hoop 3.
And green has made 9 hoops.
Yeah, the
8.
score's still...
We'll update that. So she wants to get white out of the way and get a rush on green to her hoop.
That was the court 2 roll. She looked at that with frustration. So now she's got a rush somewhere over towards pink, so she might choose to hit it in that direction and use pink to get to her hoop. There we go.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, the birds have to get out of the way there.
See if you can get a rush on one of those doves. This might be a good time to have a look at the men's game, just to mix it up a bit. What's happening there is that Greg's
looking at the peel.
He's peeling green through 4-back and sizing it up to get the angle right so that he's got a good rush on his escape ball.
I'm not sure if he has already made all the hoops or if that pink is a load for 4 or a load for 3-back. There's the peel.
So it's kind of in the jaws.
Jawsed it, yeah. A rush down the court to where white is waiting, but we'll find out in a minute if white's waiting for 3-back or 4.
So he's rushed white up towards pink, which is at hoop 4. Also known as 3-back.
We'll find out when we see where he puts white. I think white's going across to 5, so it looks like it is a load for 4.
Meanwhile, we can see that the white hoop is on Penalt, so white has scored 10 hoops. And pink is on 2-back, so that has scored 7 hoops.
So that's unchanged from when Stephen completed the peel and then came down to make 2-back and failed 2-back. So Greg has since made 9 with green, and he's now making his 4th hoop with brown, with green securely in the jaws for the peel. The break looks very much in control at the moment. Nice load on 5, perfect position for 4, and through the hoop. Well, something's happened.
Is he going to rush pink back to 4-back now, do you think?
Oh, he might do. He's considering it.
His line is more towards hoop 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's played that quite
No,
gently.
he's decided to croquet it up. Because if he croquets it a little bit north of 6, he can peel going back to it.
So if you've just tuned in, we're watching the Men's Victorian Association Croquet Championships. This is the final between Greg Hill and Stephen Forster. We had some great games in the lead up to this. So generally, something went wrong for everybody, which meant that a lot of the games were really quite close. They could have gone either way.
Yeah, there were two blocks of 6. Originally, one block was 7, wasn't it? And somebody had to pull out.
Yes,
So this is
that's always a sad moment when someone has to pull out due to an injury. As it happened, it wasn't a bad thing for our tournament manager, who's the wonderful Kevin Beard. He does an enormous amount for this sport. He manages all of our association croquet tournaments at the expense of getting to play in them himself, because he's at this standard. He's a great player as well as a great coach, and he does a lot of greens maintenance here.
Yeah, we'd be
and
lost without the volunteers.
committee work, you name it.
Just having a look now, Greg's just rush peeled green through. So first peel down, he's for hoop 6. He's used white, which is now north of hoop 6, and he's got pink as his load for 6. So he'll probably put the peelie into that area as well now. He's thinking about what to do.
What's he going to do about loading one back?
Well, he could engineer white as his one back load, but I think he's thinking maybe it's safer to put green over. I don't know, he's deciding. You can see the wheels turning. Now, here it is. Green's going to its position for the penult peel. I think it's a bit hard to tell, but that's what I'm thinking.
Well,
The way he's holding the mallet is like an equal roll.
Certainly a thoughtful player.
Yep, there it goes. A nice shot. Got the peelie in position.
Never seen Greg do anything that I would call rash.
No.
Although he did, in one game, he did finish with a wonderfully sort of aggressive shot where he croqueted his opponent to corner 2, while peeling his ball. Pegging out his ball en route with a strong croquet shot. Well, he missed the peg.
Oh no!
So he left his ball in the middle of the lawn. It was a disaster.
A rush of blood. Okay, look, he's got the peelie there. He's right in position for hoop 6, going through to white. Oh, interesting. So pink must be his. No, it can't be. I was going to say pink must be his load. Yeah, but it is. His load for one back. So he's going to peel and then take pink to one back.
So
He hasn't got room.
all 3 balls were live then.
He hasn't got room to get this down to 2 backs, so he's going to keep it around. He's going to get to green now.
He's got to make sure he white clears everything here. He doesn't want it
Don't want to peel
running into
peel
anything.
it for Stephen. That's it. So it's just in the general direction of 2 back.
He's got that
Tap on.
a bit more in front. That's
Right in front,
a nice
yeah.
shot.
Now this one, his main concentrating is get a rush on pink,
Yep.
2-1 back.
Yep. And so another one will be a bit of pull, I guess.
Just checking where that brown ball's got to finish, because brown's already run the hoop. It's just got to get the rush now.
Oh, beautifully
yeah,
through.
it's
And
through.
has he got his
He's-
rush?
He's got
Looks like it.
room, yeah.
He's not hampered.
There was a danger that it could have got in the way of Green with his backswing, but he's perfect rush.
Very nicely
Well
done.
controlled, yeah. And now with Green alive after this hoop, he'll be able to move it down and use it as a pivot and put it in front of Rover while he goes to white. Oh, in the women's game at the moment, I've just seen Elaine run the first hoop with pink. So she must have got in. And Kerry-Ann's having the sit down now, but Kerry-Ann's balls are paired up in corner 3, so Elaine's got a bit of work to do to make hoop 2, because she's got a reverse rush after the hoop.
Meanwhile, our videographer, Sam Gumbrell, has his sights on court 1.
So
where Greg Hill has now given away a lift. It's just something for players to bear in the back of their minds, but
he plans to
this
finish.
is his second ball,
Mm.
so he's planning to get right round here. He's already peeled through Penalt.
No, he'll pick that ball up now and take it down towards Rover in a croaky stroke.
So he's loading 3 back.
Little rush on Green, down towards white, but not too close so that he's got room to load it to Rover and hold the rush on white to 2 back.
Yeah, you want a bit of stopping space.
Mm-hmm.
So that brown stops short of pink. Do you think he'll be endeavouring to peel Green through en route from 2 back to 3 back?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, that's white he's wanting to rush to his hoop.
Yes. But
Okay,
he'd
gone
be
a bit
disappointed with
past.
that. It's a bit too deep. But he was concentrating on the rush, which he's got,
Yeah,
which is good.
very nice.
So for here, he's still got several opportunities to peel. That was the first one for peeling Rover, but the very end, the Rover peel is still a possibility. So
Yes.
he's got another chance to peel on the way to 3 back. And if he wanted to really dice with death, he could try to peel on the way to 4 back, but he probably wouldn't bother. Nice position in front of 2 back. And through.
Ran that hard. Caught a bit of wire.
Got a nice rush back in court.
Yeah, it could be quite a useful angle he's got on white there.
So Greg's left himself space to send the white ball up to 4 back, and if he comes in south of Green, he'll be able to knock it up into peeling position.
At the level I play at, peels are something that don't really happen, but in a way the PLE is also the pivot ball.
That's right, yeah.
It's just that each time he hits the pivot ball, he's not just doing a simple croquet and take off. He's moving that pivot ball so that it goes through a series of hoops.
Yeah, and what he's done there is decided that since he didn't land the brown ball south of green, he's decided that he won't try and peel it now. He's just guaranteeing the break because also the load for four-back finished up very deep. So he's just using the green as a real pivot now to help him get around. And by the time he gets to the final rover hoop, he will have arranged to put green back in front of it and deal with the peel then.
So do you want to
He could put it,
come back, rush one of these balls back behind, rush green back behind white?
He'll rush pink up behind white. So for now he could choose to put green near rover and take pink up and then use it as a load for Penalt.
Looks like you're on the money there, Trish.
You think that's what he's doing? I can't see him properly, but...
He's facing towards rover.
Well, okay, that's where it's going then. So he's just looking to park it near rover, but his main aim again is to get the rush on pink up towards white, or beyond white ideally. These fellas can rush the balls like mad. They can rush them all over the court. Just whack and off they go.
Yes, particularly at Canley, where the courts are reasonably fast. They're
really good this year.
They're beautifully maintained. They're mown nice and short.
Heap of people involved as volunteers in doing this, which is just amazing, and we're very grateful to all of them. And they've been working on them here and at Williamstown because some of the golf croquet is going to be played at Williamstown Court, so that club's busy as well. There's a lot of volunteers involved in bringing this sport to us. A nice rush for Greg up behind white, so that gives him enough room to load pink across to Penalt at the same time as getting a rush on white back in front of its fallback.
So Greg's done very nicely here to probably his more challenging peels, got them out the way. You can just concentrate now on ensuring his break goes all the way through.
That's what he should be concentrating on, isn't it? Sometimes it's so hard right at the end to just lose concentration because you think, oh, I've done that, and then it all blows up. So that was a bit of a slack load, but he's got the rush, so that's all right. Pink's a bit wide. He didn't want it over there.
He wanted that last shot a bit more equal, as it were.
Yeah. Oh, I was just watching the women then, and I saw Elaine run hoop 2 with pink, but she didn't have a ball beyond it, and she's fired at Kerry-Ann on the boundary and missed, so Kerry-Ann will be back on. Elaine's now got 2 clips on hoop 3.
Well, this might be a good time to switch back to the women, Sam.
Although Greg's
Sam's doing it.
Finished.
Yeah, Sam's doing Sterling. Okay, well maybe we'll just finish on them.
Yeah, I think Greg's doing the critical shots now. Yeah.
If we're that close,
yeah.
Okay, we'll stay on the men's for the moment.
You can see him manipulating the balls around here so that he's got an escape ball for the peel, and he'll go back up and make sure of Penalt, and then he'll come down and deal with this PLE, and presumably the game will finish if everything goes all right. I think this is just a single game final too, isn't it? We haven't
It
had
is.
time for more.
Yep. 2.5 hours, I think. And I don't know where we are in terms of the time. But I don't think we're getting too close yet.
So it will be interesting for the people who are fairly new to the game, if they're watching, to see this final rover peel, I think, because it's fairly critical where to place the balls in order to do it successfully. And many a game has been lost with the rover crash. So Greg's done so many peels lately, though. That was lucky. He's come through too far, but he hasn't ended up jammed against the peg. It's better to come through too far than to stick in the jaws, though.
Yes. So, although Greg's already got 2 balls at his hoop, he's coming back to pink because it's really handy to have all 3 balls available as you
That's right.
peel rover, isn't it?
Yeah, and he will also put pink down there. On
Deep?
the south side, yes, he'll put that there just in case he needs another ball, in case he has to jump the PLE. You can't control the pace of a jump, so you need a deep ball. If everything isn't sitting where it's nice and neat, he's got something else to hit.
Yep. So it's both deep and wide is pink.
So
Where will he place white, do you think?
He'll put it either directly behind the hoop so that if he comes through, he'll bang into that rather than partner.
Yep.
Or he might put it to the side if he thinks that he can hit partner, hit it first. So he's done a bit of either or there.
Yep.
There's one thing he doesn't want to do is to come through and hit that green one after he's peeled it, because he needs to hit it back towards the peg.
Yes.
Okay, so in this shot he would like to put them both through. He may choose to just tap it so that green goes through a bit deep and then he hits brown through. Or he might just Irish peel it, put them both through together in the one stroke.
So unlike those previous peels where brown was coming out to the side, he's not going to have any pull to worry about here, is he? He's just wanting to line those balls up exactly that the line of the balls is
both of them
to the magic spot, if you like, the spot you aim at when you're trying to run a hoop.
This is where they embrace the grass.
Yep.
They can get down, look sideways at the ball.
And he was looking down each side of the ball, wasn't he?
Yep.
Not just down the centre of the balls.
So a couple of things to be careful of here. He has to make sure he doesn't hit it so hard that green goes out, which is unlikely, but he has to get it far enough so that when he comes through, he doesn't hit it. And he has to make sure that his ball goes through and he can hit something. So he's done that.
Well, his ball didn't have to go through on that shot.
No, it didn't.
But green certainly did. He did not want green to stick in the jaws, did he?
No.
So
and
that's so far so good. Ideally, he'd probably use
he'll go to pink.
green as well to help him get an optimal rush on.
He'll go to pink, knock pink down behind green. Yeah.
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 Sorry.
It's hard, isn't it, to get all the colours right?
Yes. So
Hits
he
oppo and
wanted to
then
use pink to optimise his approach to the green ball.
Yep.
But green was potentially blocking him from pink. He doesn't care where pink goes, it just wants it out of his way.
Yep, this is the end of the game, so he just wants to make no mistakes. And now, one more thing could go wrong, or two. He could accidentally hit it into rover, or he could accidentally hit it onto the peg.
Yep.
So he's aiming to not hit the peg yet. Now he wants to hit the peg in the croquet stroke.
Yeah. So he wanted green to be peg high, but next to the peg, not on the peg.
On the peg would be end of his turn.
And there's another one of those nice shots where, as long as your geometry is right, as long as those balls are lined up with the peg, green should hit the peg.
And taking plenty of care for this because, again, this is the end of the game, or not if you fail to do it properly. Oh, well done, Greg. Congratulations. That's the Victorian Men's Open champion down there. Stephen coming on to congratulate him. Both of them have played a terrific block games to win enough to get to this final. And this time, Greg's the winner.
Great game. He's won 26-17. And we're going to switch now to the women's.
Right, I can see
where Elaine is in play. She's got a rush on white with pink from corner 1.
Kerry Ann's sitting down and I can see the brown ball sitting in hoop 5, so it looks like she's probably put that there, and Elaine is just dragging the balls together. There's a lot of those little pigeons on the court.
Both of Elaine's balls are for hoop 3,
so
which is also Green's hoop, but Green's coming through in the opposite direction.
And Green sitting down on the boundary behind hoop 1, and Brown in the jaws of hoop 5. That didn't go anywhere near the hoop, so Elaine's just setting. But Kerry Ann does have an opportunity to run the hoop and then fire at the ball, so it's certainly not all over there. Well, Kerry Ann has to take a shot to something.
Yes, so Kerry Ann's leading in this game. Brown has scored 4. We'll just update that score in a moment. And as Trish predicted,
Kerry Ann might be able to get up high enough to get a good shot at those two balls.
Might even have a double target.
I think she'll be playing for that because without hitting something, she's not going to be able to continue, so she needs to get a break. Kerry Ann's taken that shot and missed, so Elaine's in quite a good position now. And I'll leave you now for a while, and we've got Andrew coming back to continue the commentary on this final of the Women's Victorian Championship.
Thank you very much, Trish. It's just invaluable having players with your expertise giving commentary. And if you're able to find someone else who can give us another beautiful female voice, that would be ideal. Thank you. Welcome back, Andrew Moulton. So, we're at a point where Elaine Coverdale has three balls in play close to her hoop, which is hoop 3. She sent Brown up towards hoop 4, the hoop after next, while getting a nice rush in front of her hoop on her partner ball.
So Elaine
I'm not sure where Green is, but Green's clip is on 4 back. That's
So-
a lovely approach.
So David, Elaine would be keen to get a break underway. She's had a couple of attempts thus far, but had unfortunate occurrences of being stuck in the hoop. Both her balls are for hoop 3, one of them now for hoop 4.
Run that a bit far, but because she had a nice deep reception ball, it's not too far away from her. And she probably didn't particularly need a rush on pink. She probably wants to send pink up to hoop 5 as the load on her hoop after next. What do you call Elaine's grip, Andrew? Both hands have been palm forward.
Maybe the reverse grip. I'm not quite sure of the technical term, David, but it looks uncomfortable to me.
Yes, and to me, in Elaine's hands it looks comfortable, but it's not for me.
I guess it would all depend on the flexibility you had in your wrists. She's changed that grip just now
Yes.
for the roll shot.
Yes, quite a lot of players switch their grip for rolls. And then
Okay, so that approach to the hoop has left her striker ball a considerable distance from the hoop, although on only a very slight angle. She'll need to play this firmly.
which she has all the way to the boundary, didn't even catch any wire. That was a beautiful shot. I think she'll be feeling good after that. You can see green on the left corner of the screen in that last shot. What will she do about green, do you think, Andrew?
Well, it's tucked out of the way at the moment, close to corner 1. Probably a little difficult to dig it out at this stage.
She could just leave it
She
until
might
she
for the
makes
2 back.
2 back.
Yes, it would make a very good reception ball for running 2 back. And of course, she's now just got to run up the centre of the course, turn around and come back through 1 back. And that's quite achievable just as a 3-ball break. I think Elaine would be feeling very comfortable about doing that. She just needs to load hoop 6 with the brown ball here and get her white across to pink, which she has achieved. The brown ball has probably run on a little further than she might have liked, but I don't think it'll pose a problem for her. So a gentle roquet here into the line with the hoop. And we can see there in the top, or on the side left, that brown has ended up about hoop high, but a couple of yards out to the left or to the west.
So Elaine's a very sensible player. She's not going to do anything rash to get green into the game at an early stage.
Well, it's just
I only think about it because a 4-ball break's always easier than a 3-ball break. But the crucial thing is to just keep this break going, however many balls she's got to help her.
Well, I think that run up the centre of the course, David, is a lot shorter. The hoops are much closer together. You're only talking about 10 yards between the hoop and the peg on either side of the peg, and then it's probably only 10 yards across to the top left to get to one back. So the distances you're covering are quite short. You're not required to play any really big shots. So quite a few players actually practice making hoops 4, 5, 6 and one back with just the 3 balls, and sometimes to challenge themselves even just 2. If you're able to do that, it allows you to continue playing a situation such as this that Elaine finds herself in, where you can just leave the other ball where it sits and pick it up later in the game when it's convenient to you. And she's not very far away from that point now.
Yep, that's very well explained. She just went slightly too hard with that shot. Got pink a bit closer to the north boundary than is comfortable, and got a bit further past Brown than was optimal for her rush to get in front of this hoop. But she's still got her break under control, and she's approaching hoop 6
This is
from in front of it.
but a fairly long approach, as you noted. She's rolled white in, maintained that line. So she's still in a straight line to run the hoop, but she's probably could be almost 3 feet out.
I like where she's placed Brown. It's halfway between the hoop and the boundary, so whether she runs this hoop deep or not, oh dear, she missed it. That's disappointing.
Well, she'll be very frustrated by that. She had started a break and was starting to look good there.
Yeah, she just got her rhythm in.
It only takes one tiny mistake or miscalculation, doesn't it, David, for the break to unravel. In that case, it was just a slightly longer hoop attempt than she probably felt entirely comfortable with. Okay, so we see Kerry Ann come back onto the lawn.
Kerry Ann will be feeling quite good because she's got a load at her hoop and her hoop after next.
So she plays the brown ball and misses the Croquet attempt on white, so she'll be feeling a lot less good now, David.
Yes, and this game is still anyone's. Well, that was probably an significant miss, because she could potentially have gone round and finished the game then, Kerry Ann, but Elaine is still very much in the game now. Not as nicely set up as she was before.
And that's a lovely
She's
Croquet.
hit. So she's hit her partner ball. She's got green in corner 1 and brown fairly open in a fairly middle of the court location. Actually, green's not really in corner 1, it's sort of behind 2 back. So she can either take off to green and try ideally get a rush to brown, but very unlikely. Or she can take off to brown. I'm just assuming she'll play a takeoff. One way or another, I think she'd want to make use of the fact that brown's out in the middle of the court, not a huge distance from her hoop, which is hoop 6.
And she's opted for the takeoff down the lawn. hoping to get her white ball close to the green on the south boundary.
It's a nice shot. The crucial thing was to not go out. Go out in your croquet shot, that's the end of your turn.
So that's a good result for Elaine.
Yep. Safe croqueting distance. It's funny, I sometimes find myself saying nothing so that I don't put the player off, but of course they're unlikely to hear us from here. Although I must say there was a bit of commentary that I did hear from Court 2 yesterday when something very exciting happened. It's good to see she's bringing green into the game. There's a challenging shot to get to the right-hand side as we look at it of brown. At the same time as bringing green in.
So brown is the last of the 3 balls that's live to her in this turn. She'll need to make roquet on brown and actually rush it toward her hoop, which is hoop 6.
She's got a nice angle. Still some distance to go. Not such a nice angle, but she did hit it. That's the crucial thing. She wanted to hit it centre ball. And she's more or less back where she was during her previous turn when she was approaching hoop 6. She'll approach it more closely this time. Whoa.
Okay,
Well,
so
it's not super close, but it's certainly makeable.
very slight angle.
Practice makes perfect. She'd already practiced this hoop.
And there you go, clean as a
Smoothly
whistle.
through.
Right through to the boundary. So she'll measure that white ball back in onto the yard line, bringing it that little bit closer to her next target, which I guess would be brown, David.
Yeah, it's one of those little subtleties of the laws that if your ball goes all the way to the boundary, you measure it in after you've run a hoop, this is. Whereas if your ball stops a foot from the boundary, you leave it where it is and play it from where it stops. Nice roquet. Well, she's much better set up now.
So she doesn't exactly have a load at her next hoop, which is one back.
No, is she going to go back to white and do a load and hold with white? Well, back to pink. Sorry, she's playing white.
So she's got both green.
I keep mixing those balls up. They look so similar on the screen.
So she's got both pink and green available to her. It just depends which order she decides to play them in. One of the options would, of course, be to rush green right through to the boundary near pink in order to guarantee that she gets a good rush line on pink, but that would probably result in leaving green behind at some point. So it does look like she's going to go through to pink at first up.
Yeah, one way or another, she can leave brown where it is, and she needs to bring pink into the game. She doesn't want to leave it down there. It's not helping her break.
So if she roquets pink, as we would expect she would, David, she'd probably be looking to load 2 back with that pink ball and then bring white into a position just to the right-hand side of green as we're looking at it, so that she can rush that back into the hoop to make one back.
Yep. I think she's got a nice clear line to 2 back. I don't think she's
No, there's
obstructed by
there's no
1
impediment.
back.
No, you can see clearly there that both the green and brown balls are slightly to the right-hand side of the hoop.
So I think the question is whether she goes to green now or goes, if she's going to green.
And we can clearly see in this shot that she's done just that. She's loaded 2 back with pink, perhaps slightly overrun, but is on an appropriate rush line on green back to the hoop.
Yeah, she's positioned white nicely there.
I'd prefer to be half the distance away from it, but Elaine will probably feel comfortable with this.
Got a good direction. Oops, again, she's cut that when she didn't want to. Anyway, she's now approaching 1 back from a bit closer than she was when she was playing white. Sorry, pink.
So with this stroke, she needs to get white into a good position in front of the hoop, a good hoop running position.
Yep,
and
pretty crucial shot, this one.
And promote green to the other side of the hoop as a reception ball. She's certainly put white in a straight line in the approach to the hoop.
Yeah, that was well done. So it looked like a pretty solid shot, but it she got the ratio just right. Which ball will she use now? Oh no, she's missed it. I'm thinking too far ahead. Oh, that's disappointing.
I'm sure she would feel frustrated by that, but her approach to the hoop, whilst in line, had left the ball probably further out from the hoop than she would have liked. And of course, the further the distance, the easier it is for some little deviation in the ground to take your ball offline. So Kerry Ann has come back onto the lawn. She's preferring to play brown. That's the ball with which she scored the least number of hoops thus far, so that would be her preference to play. And in addition to that, the brown ball is for hoop 6. So it's up in that vicinity, and she already has another ball very nearby in the white ball that she can make use of. So I would expect at this point that she will load 1 back with green and get a rush position on white back into hoop 6, which is to the right of screen. And there
Your
we are.
powers of prediction are prodigious, Andrew. Kerry's listening to you. Kerry Ann's listening to you.
So there we are.
A little bit gentle.
The rush into the hoop has fallen just a little bit short. So she's approaching the hoop more from the side than in front on this occasion. But very nicely judged with that length, and Brown has ended up right in front of the hoop, probably only 12 inches out.
It's interesting, there seems to be...
But
oh no, they're both missing
yes,
some crucial hoops.
Yes, they've both had some unfortunate errors there. A bit of a mishap, so Kerry has to quit the lawn, and of course that's left a very good opportunity for Elaine if she chooses to play white.
Yes, it looks as if
It's a very
Brown is completely open on white and very close.
It's sitting out to the right-hand side of that hoop. Very easy for her to strike it from here. She has a ball, the green ball that we can see out to the left of screen, already loading the hoop she wishes to make next, which is 1 back. So
Got it.
not only has she got it, but she's cut it a little toward the western side of centre. That'll be a very useful pivot ball to come back to after she's run the hoop.
She's already got her hoop after next loaded.
And although we can't see it on screen, David, I recall that the pink ball is down
Just
the
past
southern end.
2 back.
Just past 2 back, yes.
Yeah.
So that will be useful as well. So Elaine just takes off from here.
You can see her clip on 1 back. That's where she wants to rush green to.
And a very nice rush line there into the hoop.
Yeah, very nice. So she'll be able to approach this hoop from a closer point than she could last time by the look of it.
That would be her intention, and that's much better already. So the hoop approach shot from here, the croquet stroke, she will be able to place the white ball directly in front of that hoop, promote green just beyond the hoop as a reception ball. So a little stop shot action, and there we go. That seems to be a pretty good line, David.
She's probably thinking at this point about what sort of leave she wants to set. Because now that she's run 1 back, Kerry Ann's entitled to a lift on her next turn. To lift either of her balls and take it to a balk line. So Elaine can, I was going to say she could put green on the, or close to that hoop there and leave it there, or she can keep it moving and use all 4 break balls to make sure her break continues all the way to and through 9 back. Hoop 9, which is 3 back. She's far enough from the peg that she's not hampered. She doesn't want her backswing hampered.
And that's a very nice leave with green on 3 back.
Hampers her stalking of the ball, but shouldn't have any problem roqueting brown.
Now the ball at 2 back, as we noted earlier, is actually
A little past
beyond the hoop. It's probably roughly halfway between the yard line and the hoop.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to rush it back in front of the hoop.
So she's got a good 3 yards tolerance to be able to get in behind the pink ball and the boundary. You can just see the white ball coming onto screen there. The pink ball, I beg your pardon. So she's opting for a takeoff. She's just wanting to concentrate on getting the right length with that white ball.
So
The
she's got
length's
the
looking
pace.
good, but it's strayed a little to her right. So it would be difficult to cut the pink ball back to the hoop from here, David, but maybe she can do something with it.
Well, even if all she does is take off from where it is, she's got a chance to score this hoop. The one thing she does not want to do is to bomb this hoop and leave pink close to a balk here, given that Kerry Ann can pick up her brown ball and bring it to this vicinity. So she's just taking off to get in front of 2 back. So this is the final of the Victorian Association Croquet Women's Championship. Well, no difficulty running that hoop. She's not just run it cleanly through to the boundary, it didn't even touch the wire. Which tells you something about how wide these hoops are, but also possibly quite a nice rush angle on pink. I don't know what her thinking is currently on where she wants to position all the balls, but she's given herself already a nice load on the 3 back, which is her next hoop. So she'll want to go to the brown ball now and position that.
So she previously left the brown ball behind, probably about level with hoop 6, but out to the west. As you suggest, David, it does look like she's now going to go over there and pick it up. Of course, the next hoop for her to run in sequence is 3 back, and that hoop is behind her, well down on the south end of the court. She's headed north for the time being in order to collect that brown ball.
Given that Kerry Ann's going to want to play brown, it'll make a difference to where Elaine places brown as opposed to where she places green at the end of this turn. Not happy with that shot. It's another one where she wanted to centre ball it, but she cut it, hit the edge of it instead. But the crucial thing in association croquet is that you hit the ball. If you miss that ball, it's the end of your turn. She's still got options. Green's still alive and green's where she wants it, so she's just taking off to it. Is she wanting to put green somewhere particular, do you think, Andrew?
Well, within easy access as a reception ball after she's run this hoop, but she probably wants it out to the left-hand side of the hoop as we're looking at it. And the line she seems to have adopted would probably send green just past the left-hand leg of the hoop.
Yeah, so she's
There it
quite a
goes.
lot out to the left.
And the reason she would want to put it out there is that after running this hoop, she'll want to roquet green in the direction of the other 2 balls.
So generally the simplest leave is... Oh, she's not made that hoop.
No, caught on the leg of the hoop there, and the ball remains in the jaws of the hoop. So Elaine's innings comes to a premature end. She was hoping to run that hoop and then effect a leave. She has to leave the lawn now as it lies, and that's probably going to make life a lot easier for Kerry-Anne.
Yep, she doesn't need to lift anything. She's got balls in a pretty convenient spot as they are.
You suggested earlier, David, that Kerry-Anne would probably prefer to play the brown ball.
Yep. She's looking at her options. I mean, brown onto pink looks to be as close a shot as any, certainly closer than any lift shot. And she can potentially rush pink past brown and white, and then either rush brown to her hoop or get white into the game and rush green to her hoop, or get white into the game and then rush green to her hoop. But one way or another, she needs to get a good rush on green because she does not have a load on her hoop currently. Nor has she got anything anywhere near her hoop after next.
As it sits, the white ball is in the jaws of its hoop, 3 back, and were Elaine able to come back on to play now, she could easily run that hoop. So this is a further consideration for Kerry-Anne.
Yep.
She may well choose to move the green ball, even though it's a slightly longer roquet attempt, simply so that it's not available for use by white.
Well, that was probably the right decision if she was going to miss either way.
Not that she would have intended to miss, but
yeah,
there we
perhaps
go.
the more defensive approach was the best one. So at least Kerry-Anne leaves the court with one of her balls on a boundary, so her opponent only has 3 balls in convenient locations. Sorry, Andrew, what were you about to say?
Well, it has left Elaine with the option of either running 3 back with white, but then having a relatively long roquet attempt to keep the break going, or indeed to opt to play pink rather, at the brown ball, which is a shorter roquet attempt. Were she to miss, she runs the risk of promoting pink closer to Kerry-Anne's green ball on the boundary. But I think she'd feel fairly comfortable about making a roquet of this distance.
Yes, I think if she misses, she'll be on the north boundary, somewhere near corner 2.
And she
has not missed. Do you think she'll take off to green now? Or?
Well, green is on the yard line. That's going to be a difficult ball to use from there, but ideally, if she could, it would be good to take off from brown, get in behind green so that she can rush it across the lawn. I think pink is for hoop 3.
It is.
But you always run the risk of your ball running out of bounds and it ending your turn. So maybe she'll opt simply to roll both of these balls, brown and pink, across to the hoop. And if she doesn't get a position to run the hoop, which she's not even intending to do, she'll probably return to her partner ball.
So it looks as if she was wanting to load her hoop with brown.
But she can now place the pink ball in such a way that it becomes a very useful receiver ball if she has the opportunity in the next turn to run 3 back with white. She now has a reception ball.
Yes, that's interesting that she really set up a leave for white rather than setting up a leave for pink. So Kerry Ann again is playing brown, her back ball. And Elaine set her a slightly closer target than if she'd put white, pink on the other side of the hoop, but alas, Kerry Ann has missed anyway. But she's placed brown behind Elaine's play. So Elaine's now faced with a challenge to dig either of her opponent balls out from boundaries and get them into the play. Nice controlled hoop so that she's got a rush on her ball to her next hoop. Do you think she'll run 4 back?
Well, certainly
Andrew?
not from where she's ended up.
No. Well, I, in my naivety, would tend to just set up for pink in corner 3 at this point, but let's see what Elaine does. Remembering that this boundary is a bit wonky. You won't want to run either ball too close to this boundary.
So it does indeed look like she's intending to set a leave for pink to play in her next turn. She'll be looking to place white in a position where pink has an easy rush into the hoop, but that she's not given away an easy double for her opponent. Her opponent balls are very well separated and a long way from anything else. One of them is on the eastern side of the south boundary, and the other opponent ball is at the northern end, or toward the northern end of the west boundary.
Yes, interesting. So if she shoots at Elaine's balls, Elaine will be close enough to roquet whichever ball Kerry Ann had played. If Kerry Ann misses. So again, she's playing brown, and she's
shooting at
doing a wide join on
the west boundary.
The west boundary in a roquetable distance from green, but far enough away that it's difficult for Elaine Coverdale to use one of those balls to then get a rush on the other one. Well, this is nice for Elaine to be able to progress the pink ball.
And first she is opting to make hoop 3 with her pink ball.
Is she thinking about rushes? I doubt it, because she doesn't have an escape ball.
She may be thinking that she, after making this hoop, she may attempt to get a good position after coming through the hoop so that she can rush the white ball across the lawn to where her opponent's balls are sitting. But she's certainly not thinking about appeal.
Yes, and she's not looking at just continuing a 2-ball break.
So she ran a little further coming through the hoop than would have been ideal. So she can't simply rush white straight across the lawn. She's opted instead just to make a firm roquet on it.
So I think she's going to want to separate her opponents more.
She's certainly looking across in that direction.
And ideally load pink's next hoop with one of them.
So there are her 2 potential targets sitting on the yard line on the west boundary.
There's a nice angle. Thank you, Sam Gumbrell, our videographer. Looks a bit hard. No? Little do I know. Perfect length to roquet green.
So she doesn't have a load at her next hoop, hoop 4, so David, from here she'll need to do a controlled takeoff from green in order to get a good position on brown so that she can rush it right across the lawn on a diagonal line toward hoop 4. But rather than take off, she is going to promote green onto the lawn a little bit. That would make it easier to come back and use it later on. But I'm pretty sure she's looking to get a good rush line on brown.
Well, even if she doesn't get a rush on brown, ooh,
I think
she's
that
got
looks
a
pretty
bit
good.
of a rush. She'd have to cut it to get all the way to her hoop. She's not going to want to cut it too much because there's always the risk of missing a ball completely if you do that. Oh, that looks beautiful. It's not getting all the way there, but she got the angle of that very nicely. So brown is closer to hoop 5 at the moment.
So she'll attempt from here, I guess, to roll both balls across to the hoop, looking to gain a hoop running position to the left-hand side or the far side of hoop 4.
And there's absolutely no harm in having a go at that.
Now the brown ball has ended up very close to the south boundary. It did not go out, fortunately for Elaine. But she'll first of all measure that back into the yard line before going back and considering whether she'll attempt this hoop.
Yeah. So, again, she has positioned it beautifully in front of the hoop. And, you know, from the distance she was at, that's a really good hoop approach. You know, in an ideal world, you'd be closer, but she's getting well practiced at this distance. Very frustrating. Okay. Pink remains on 3. Scores are actually pretty close in this game.
Yes, they're only separated
This could
by
go
2
either
points.
way.
either player just needs to establish a break, particularly with their backward ball.
And again, Kerry Ann has the fortune that there's a ball not too far from her brown ball. Ah, that's frustrating as well.
So she's only just missed that Croquet to the left of the white ball.
Yeah, very, very near miss.
And it sent her ball well over toward corner 2.
Ideally, I suppose it would have sent it all the way to corner 2, but she would have been focused on hitting rather than just being defensive with that shot.
So
All right, well, Elaine's well separated. And she's playing her forward ball. Do you think she'll aim for a spot just past pink or hit with enough strength to go to the boundary? Yep, she's gone to the boundary. All right. It was a little bit like that situation at the start of a game where balls are well separated from each other. And whoever manages to roquet something first is going to get in.
Okay, Kerry Ann's balls are fairly well separated. Probably looks like about a 15-yard roquet between them.
Whereas Elaine's balls are roughly 6 yards apart. That doesn't mean that Kerry Ann's going to miss.
No, not at all. So she's electing to play the brown ball. And it's straight out to the right.
So Brown's now close to corner 1. Well, the good thing about that for Kerry Ann is it's not useful to her opponent. Yeah, you see we've got 2 referees there.
Well, all other competition has concluded for the day. In the earlier men's championship final, Greg Hill prevailed.
Our referees today were Mike Conn, the tournament referee, Chaz Quinn, Brian Foley, and we had umpire Robin Russell. And we're really so grateful to these referees. We don't have enough referees in Association Croquet in Victoria. These people are putting themselves out tournament after tournament. It's a long day out there.
So crucially, Elaine has picked up the roquet. She can now take the croquet stroke and she'll go across the lawn toward the brown ball, which we see on the extreme left of screen. Okay, so the pink ball's target hoop is hoop 4. She might be looking here to get a good position on green to rush it back across the lawn. Pink has not gone quite far enough for her to do that.
Okay.
Bearing in mind that her partner ball white is on the south boundary, pretty much in line with hoop 4, so she won't be wanting to put green over there as well. She may well opt to send green well down to the other end of the lawn.
She doesn't want to rush green into either the brown ball or hoop 6. But if you could put it somewhere near 4 back, that would be useful. Okay, so she's cut rush that just slightly more towards hoop 5.
Yes, I don't think that she middled the ball as she had intended, so the pink glanced off the side and raced down to the north boundary from where she's now retrieved it. And the green ball did cut out to the right, as you say, but it didn't go very far, David, probably only 5 or 6 feet.
Yeah. She's got 2 more shots at least.
So at this stage she'll not be entertaining any notion of running the hoop in this turn, but she'll be wanting to make sure that she leaves her opponent balls well separated.
Oh, I wonder about that. It looks like she's approaching her hoop with pink. But I doubt she's going to attempt it from there.
Well, she didn't gain an appropriate position, and we can see that the green ball travelled well across the lawn toward the east boundary. Certainly no opportunity to attempt to run the hoop from there.
Okay,
So what's
just
she
a
opting to do?
defensive shot. She's played towards corner 1.
Okay.
Just keeping away from her opponent.
And in so doing has also actually separated her own balls.
Yeah, because she put green vaguely near white, she didn't want to put pink near white.
Okay, Kerry-Ann has a roquet attempt down the lawn. We'll see in a moment whether she struck anything. It looks like she didn't.
Yeah, she would have been
White's
going at white.
still sitting in its original position on the yard line by the looks of things.
So, time's up.
Ah, that was time. Okay, so we weren't aware of that. But clearly the game has come to an end because time has expired. So a very close thing. Had we realised that time was so close, it might have put a different complexion on our observation in the game.
Yeah,
But
we might have actually tried to make it a little bit exciting if we'd known we were that close to the end. So Elaine really needed to score because Kerry-Ann was in the lead.
So at the end of the day, congratulations to Kerry-Ann Organ, who is the Victorian AC Croquet Women's Champion for 2026. Very well played by Elaine as well. We thank everybody who's participated in the competition. And as David said, all of those volunteers who help to make these competitions what they are, there are a myriad of people who offer their services to support the setup and running of these competitions. And of course, a huge thanks to our sponsor, Quest Water Gardens Apartments, who have made this live broadcast possible. We're very grateful to them, and to the discounted accommodation options that they extend to croquet players, officials and spectators, should you wish to stay in the area to watch this or other competitions at the Victorian Croquet Centre here in Cairnlea.
Thank you to Junko Hill, you can see walking across the lawn in the distance there, who has been a facilitator in the tournament, supporting our amazing tournament manager, Kevin Beard. Lovely to see players helping to pack things up there. Thank you to all the players. It's lovely to see the interactions between players. They're all learning from each other at each of these tournaments, building relationships. It's a great community we've got here in the croquet world. Thank you to my fellow commentator, Andrew Moulton, and to Sam, our wonderful videographer. Thanks also to all those players who helped with the commentary. Thanks to Claire Newton, who helped to make this whole business of streaming possible, organised sponsors and so on, along with other members of the the marketing and promotions subcommittee of Croquet Victoria.
And of course, David, we also need to thank the viewers who've tuned in over the weekend. Wonderful to have your company. We do hope that you've enjoyed watching the play at the 2026 Victorian Croquet Championships.
Thanks also to the President of Croquet Victoria, Kate Patrick, who equally helped to make this live streaming happen, and unfortunately was not able to be here today due to ill health. We'll sign off.
Thank you very much, David.
Well done, Andrew.